Hello, everybody. Good morning slash afternoon slash evening slash wherever you are. I'm so happy that you're joining in on our last day of Creative Retreat Live. Hi. Okay, listen up. Today is going to be a fun day. Today is going to be a fun day. And just because it's the last day doesn't mean that we have any less enthusiasm, that we have any less all the things that we've had this whole time. I know I see in the chat, I saw you guys talking because I'm a stalker. No. And how I know that we all wish so badly that we had more time, and I do too, trust me. However, if we had it all the time, we wouldn't appreciate it as much, right? I don't know, but I'm glad that we were able to come together for this. This has been absolutely just such a beautiful time. And listen up, everybody. I have a few announcements. We have the biggest giveaways today. So being here means that you have the biggest chance to win the biggest giveaways. This is exciting. So I encourage you to stay the whole day. And many of you asked about official merch. And I will tell you that I intentionally waited until the last minute because if you know anything about me, you know I love a good inside joke or a good inclusive, let's really live off of the experience of what we are doing together. And the chat and you guys showing up in community has so much to do with it. So that means that you will see that drop at noon, and noon Pacific, and I can't wait for you guys to see what we have in store today. So as far as that goes, and as far as the launch for that merch, and it will be very limited time. So very exciting. Okay, that being said, let's talk about the day. Today, we are going to be starting off with some short for calligraphy. And then we're going to be moving into, we have a bit of a mixed, I love that you guys are like already onto what the merch is. Okay, nothing. And then we have a plethora of topics we're covering. So we're starting off calligraphy. We're going into some brand strategy and building a freelance business, which is really exciting. So we're going back to that topic for a hot second. Then we're going to move into some painting. And I saw a lot of you guys talking about some of the instructors that we have today throughout the whole retreat. So I'm very excited to finish off with a bang too. So yes, it's going to be an incredible day. I'm very excited. And I guess I'll stop talking because we should get on with the fun. Now, remember that just by being here, you're automatically entered into the giveaways. So good job being here. You did a good job. Now, secondly, you can also share your work, share your workspace, share the instructors, and be sure to tag all of the instructors that you are sharing. Give them all the love. They have been so generous with their time and their talent and sharing it with us. We are very blessed to have this lineup. And then also hashtag Creative Retreat Live, and you will be entered 10 more times for these giveaways. Remember, today is the biggest day of all of them. So I won't keep talking. I'm not going to do it. We have Maxie starting us off. It's a great lesson to start off with because she's going into pointed calligraphy and keeping constructing consistency in that, which I think is something that we could all definitely use a little more of. So without further ado, let's get into Maxie's in the chat. I see her. So that's also very exciting. Okay, here we go.
Hi everyone, and welcome to Creative Retreat Live. My name is Maxie, and I'm a calligrapher based in Vancouver, Canada. Today's lesson is called Constructing Consistency in Your Calligraphy. It's applicable to traditional scripts like engrosser script and copperplate. When we talk about consistency, we usually think about the uniformity and regularity of our strokes. For today's lesson, I want that description to also include that we are being consistent with our personal choice and personal preferences. Having consistent calligraphy will elevate your script to have a more polished and refined look. Apart from that, being consistent in your choices will help you discover and develop your own style.
These are the materials that we will need for today. You can use either a straight or an oblique pen holder. Take out your favorite nib and your favorite calligraphy ink. I've also provided a guide sheet for you to use. This is 8mm with 55 degrees slant, but you can use any guide sheets that you have handy. I also have a jar of water and a piece of paper towel to clean our nibs, and a pencil. Before we start writing, I wanted us to study these two specimens I have here of the word harmony. I think it's important for us to train our eyes along with our hands. We'll try to identify what looks off, especially in the first specimen, and you can refer to the PDF handout as well. I chose the word harmony because I think it lines up pretty well with the overall look that I want to achieve with our script, which is to have that balance, coherence, symmetry, and unity in our script. These two samples were written on paper with ink, and I've just imported them into Procreate so we can easily evaluate them together. Take note too that we are reviewing these two samples in the traditional script setting. I like the distinct difference between the shade and the hairline. There is a definite contrast between the two of them. The letter forms are mostly correct. If there's something that I want to adjust here in terms of letter forms, that will be the letter A, and make sure that that oval is the same height as the stem. One of the most striking differences here is the length of the H versus the Y. The Y extends 3 spaces tall, while the H doesn't quite reach that height. Since we are evaluating it as a word and not within a piece, we can say that this is definitely a room for improvement, because if, for example, this was in a piece and H was intentionally shortened because it would clash with another letter above it, then it would make sense to shorten the H. Now for the slant, normally when we are writing, whatever slant that you've established on the page with your first downstroke, try to follow it with the rest of your strokes. The guidelines should help you with that. But while looking at the word itself as it is right now, our eyes are automatically drawn to the slant of the Y because it is the longest and boldest. And comparing the slant of the Y with the rest, the most obvious difference is the slant of the H. We'll go over some tips later on how we can maintain our slant. For the bottom here, while the H and the Y are pretty much on the same slant, you'll notice that the loop of the Y curls in or bends in to the inside more than the H does. Now let's look at the heft or the shade thickness. Similar with the slant, whatever thickness that you first do on the page, try to follow that. To the inside more than the H does. Now let's look at the heft or the shade thickness. Similar with the slant, whatever thickness that you first do on the page, try to follow that with the rest of your downstrokes. When we're writing, we're not really gonna measure each downstroke that you make. It's just something that both your hand and your eye will get used to the more that you do it. We'll go over some pressure exercises in a bit. As for the transition of the shade, apart from the H being shorter than the Y, the H has a bit more hairline at the loop than the Y. For the rest of the short letters, if we compare the compound curve stroke, which is the second part of the H, against the M, the N, and the Y, even though all of them occupy the same height, the shades do not. The effect that that will have on your script is that when you view it from afar, the N will be slightly less legible than the rest. It could be a style for you to keep the shade right in the middle, but once you've made that choice, it would look more pleasing if it's repeated across the same piece. As for the weight distribution, the widest part of our oval shades here, A, R, and O, are a bit different from each other. The A and the O at the top have sort of like a belly that's situated lower than the R. In the second specimen, the shade of the A is a bit evenly spread out, whereas the shade of the R and the O are weighted a bit lower. Another opportunity here for repetition is the blind loop. The thickness and the shape of the blind loop of the R and the O are quite similar to each other, whereas at the top, it was a missed opportunity because the blind loop of the O is a bit too thin compared to the blind loop of the R. Also, there's a tiny bit of an accent shade here on the loop of the Y, which isn't replicated on the H. Now for the oval width. The oval, or the shape of our O, is a keystroke in this traditional script, as it is also in many other scripts. Ideally, whatever shape and width that you have set on the page for the letter H here, it would have been better if it was followed by the rest of the strokes. As for the oval orientation, the R here has a hidden oval, and I've drawn the slant of the oval measuring it from the two farthest ends of the oval. And you'll notice that for the first piece, the oval of the A is a bit more slanted, while the oval of the R and the O are closer to each other. For the second one, A and R are close to each other, while O is a little bit more upright. Now, for the hairline curves themselves, the yellow lines here are a bit on the angular side, while the turquoise ones are more rounded turns. Try to go back to the key oval that you have chosen for the word or the piece and follow the same curvature for your hairlines. For the bottom here, it's mostly pretty rounded, although that connection to the N could be a bit more rounder. A couple more notes here on where the hairline intersects with the shade. They're pretty much mostly in the middle except for the H and the Y, where the hairline on the Y meets the shade pretty high as compared with where the hairline started with the H. Try to aim for symmetry and for repetition, because not only will it look more polished, it will also help you with the spacing. There's this missed opportunity to curve that entry stroke for the H, similar to how the Y was exited from. In comparing the connection of R to M and N to Y, try to aim for that curved hairline to be as similar as possible to each other in terms of curvature and spacing. Okay, let's grab our paper, and instead of putting my paper vertical or perpendicular to the edge, I would turn it to the left. I am right-handed, so if you're left-handed, you might want to experiment turning it the other way. The three things that we want to keep aligned with each other are your natural finger movement, the slit of your nib, and your desired slant. In this case, I'm using 55 degrees. Also, instead of moving your hand from one end of the page to the other, you will find that you have a general comfort zone. For me, it's usually around the middle. Try to stay in that comfort zone and instead move your paper beneath your hand. So let's do some exercises that will build your muscle memory. I'll be using a pencil for the first part, but you can also jump straight to nib and ink. So using two spaces, draw an oval, and what I'll be aiming here is more on the elliptical side, where if you divide it in half lengthwise, the right and the left side are pretty much the same, as well as when you divide it crosswise. So I'm not going to give you a specific measurement for your oval. That's something that I want you to experiment with. Let's fill this first row with ovals. Start with a very narrow oval, and then gradually add width until you reach a circular shape. And while you're doing that, I want you to be mindful of how your hand feels. Does it feel like you're straining? Take note of the oval that looks pleasing to you and feels the most comfortable for your hand. And again, while you're writing, don't forget to just move your paper beneath your hand in order to stay in your comfort zone. So I'm going to choose my key oval around the middle here, because I feel like that's the type of oval that I will be able to replicate or consistently create. I'm just going to go ahead and draw the same oval and keep it as similar as possible to each other. And these ovals are written in counterclockwise motion. We'll do another row clockwise direction. What I do want you to try is to keep the slant, to keep the orientation of your oval as similar as possible to each other. not like these two ovals wherein the second one is a bit more slanted to the right. And don't be afraid to slow down and remind yourself to keep curving, keep turning as you go along the oval. It's okay to switch around between narrow and wide ovals as long as you keep them consistent in the same piece. You know, sometimes we need to keep them narrow because we are constrained by the space, or sometimes legibility is really important to us, so using a more rounded form would be more beneficial. Next, using the same ovals that we drew, I want you to take your pen and ink and trace the bottom half of those ovals to get your hand used to the motion of the underturn. Don't worry about the shades right now. If you do find that you tend to make a shade because we're going down, because you're putting pressure on the downstroke, tap on your finger, on your forefinger, to release some of that pressure. After that, do the overturns, keeping in mind that you are just tracing an oval and you're trying to keep the key oval in mind. Next, let's combine these two strokes, which is a pretty long stroke. You can lift if you need to, but this is the same connecting stroke that we use for connecting N to Y, for example. Spacing wise, that doesn't necessarily need to be two oval widths, but for the purpose of this exercise, I just want you to go through the motion of curving and traversing between two ovals. I also want you to trace a quarter of the oval, which is the bottom right and the top left. These strokes will be used in your exit and entry strokes of your letters. So far, these are the exercises that we've done. We also need to practice the teardrop shape for our looped letters. We'll execute them in one stroke for now, and it's up to you if you prefer a butter knife shape or a more evenly rounded shape on both sides of the teardrop when bisected in half. Try to keep the same features as your key oval, meaning if you had chosen a narrow oval, then your loop or your teardrop shape here would need to have the same proportion and be on the narrow side as well. For this upper loop, try to keep the left side of it as close as possible to the slant. And whatever choice that you make for your upper loop, try to maintain the same size and shape for your lower loops when it's flipped around. When you're doing your lower loop, try to keep the right side this time as close as possible to your main slant. And keep that negative space as close as possible to each other. Before we move on to shades, I want you to also practice creating straight lines, keeping in mind the tips that I mentioned earlier, where you just need to align the slit of your nib as close as possible to your slant lines, as well as your natural finger movement. You could use finger movement, or you could try to keep your fingers as unmoving as possible and instead slide your palm on the paper. For me, it takes longer, but it's more helpful when you're creating longer strokes. Okay, now similar to how we approached your oval, we will take a similar approach to choosing the thickness of your shade. I want you to start creating a thin shade and gradually add more pressure to your nib as you go along the paper. When you're doing calligraphy, ideally the heft and the thickness of your downstrokes is the same across the board, except maybe for accents or blind loops, which could be thinner. Consider too the type of look that you want to achieve. If you're going for a more delicate look, then you might want to opt for thinner shades. But if you want that bold, juicy, in-your-face shade, which I tend to prefer actually, then go for it, as long as you keep them constant throughout the same piece. I'm just gonna mark my key heft here, and I'll try to keep an eye on it and maintain the same heft across all my other strokes. So once you've chosen your key, try to practice that at the same time maintaining the same slant on your shades. Next, let's do the underturn shade. Try to keep the same heft that you have chosen in the beginning, and if not, you can always still adjust. While you're doing this, get a feel for when you start releasing the pressure in order to get that tapered end. Let's also do the reverse, which is the overturn shade. Try to add your pressure at the same level as you had released it with the underturn shade, but flipped upside down. Now let's do the combination of the two and try to keep the symmetry of it by transitioning your pressure at around the same time. Try to keep your heft even on pretty much the whole thing except for near the ends, and don't be afraid to go slow. As for the oval shade, you can choose to curve it in or not, or you can choose the right to be straight and close to the slant. Experiment where you want the widest point of your shade to be on your oval strokes. Do you want it around the middle or near the bottom? Do you want your shade to be evenly spread out or to obviously have a bulge? Ask yourself, is this replicable? Are you able to repeat the same weight distribution among all your strokes? And then do the same exercise for the reverse. This is the shade that we will use for letters like S, Z, and a version of X. You can decide whether to keep the shade evenly spread or to make them top heavy or bottom heavy. When we have a smaller X height, there's a little bit less leeway for us, so there's more work that you need to do in order to show contrast between your shades and your hairlines. Next, let's do some pressure control exercises which will be useful for your upper and lower loops. Let's use 2 spaces and try different points of transitioning from thin to thick. The amount of shade that you put in your letters will determine the legibility and the overall sort of emotion that your script evokes. If your script has juicier shades, it usually gives me that sense of bold and passion to it. When the shades are more on the lighter side, it's more subtle and gives you a more delicate look. It's all personal preference, and there's always a time and place for each type of style. Let's now put together the hairline exercises and the shade exercises that we've done. And feel free to also experiment still with your oval shape and your heft. Later on, when we rewrite the word harmony, we'll try to stick to the same type of choices that we make on each try. So here, let's start with the underturn. You can lift or not lift at the bottom, it's up to you. Depends on whether you find it more rhythmical not to lift or to lift, and also depends on the result that you get on the page. Does it look a bit more rigid or graceful when you lift or not lift? As long as you are able to keep a consistent look and a symmetrical look with its counterpart, the overturn. So try different choices. Try to make the bottom as rounded as possible for a more upright imaginary oval, and then try a more angular turn for an imaginary oval that's more slanted and narrow. Here I tried to lift for the first 3 and I didn't lift at the last 3. So once you've experimented with a few different choices, pick one and then try to replicate it on paper and see how you like it. Does this look appeal to you, and is your hand able to replicate it? And what can you do in order to keep these basic strokes as consistent as possible to each other? Do you find that you're able to replicate them when you lift or not? Now on the second row, I'm just gonna write the corresponding overturn for each of these underturns that I've made. And it's also helpful to turn your paper upside down to get that visual of how you made the turns and how you transitioned the pressure off of the nib when you're doing your shades. As you do this exercise, keep asking yourself, what do I like and not like about this? What does my hand tend to do? Which option gives me more consistent results? Am I able to replicate my choices consistently? And what sort of look do I want to achieve? The more that you practice it, the more that you'll be able to answer these questions. And also keep in mind that no two hands are the same. We all hold our pen differently. We all have different eyes. We have different tastes, and we have different standards for beauty. These exercises are meant to help you see, test, and decide for yourself these little elements that you would like to incorporate into your script. So here I'm just trying out different types of roundedness and different types of execution on my basic strokes. Next is the compound curve or the double turn, which is a combination of your overturn and your underturn. Keep in mind that since we are doing traditional script, The aim is to get the two halves of this stroke to be as symmetrical as possible to each other. Not only in terms of the shade, but also in terms of the hairline connected to it. If you do a rounded turn on the first half, try to replicate that roundedness in the second half. If you do a more angular turn and a more open turn, try to do the same on the second half. So here I have 3 sets of slightly varying styles. They're all perfectly acceptable basic strokes. I just want you to experiment with which type you lean towards. And again, if you're still undecided about lifting your pen at the top and at the bottom, I encourage you to test it out and see for yourself which type of execution you would prefer to have. Turning your paper upside down is always a good practice to see which areas lack symmetry and which areas you could improve upon. Now for the oval. If you've chosen a wide underturn and a rounded bottom of that underturn, try to keep the same features on your oval. Also play around with where you place your shade. Whether you want it evenly spread out or bottom heavy. It's completely up to you. Here, again, I'm just trying out 3 slightly varied styles of the oval in terms of the narrowness of it. Also, if you want a bottom heavy shade, play around with how that looks with the type of oval that you choose. Once you've identified which oval you prefer, you'll need to do the work and practice it to train that muscle memory. Let's do the same for the reverse oval. But this time, it's okay if we don't complete the whole oval and only imagine this stroke being used for a letter like Z. Experiment on how wide you want that turn to look and what kind of weight distribution you want to apply on your shade. Later on, we'll partner these basic strokes all up when rewriting the word harmony. Last, we'll do the basic stroke for your upper and lower loop. There's a few ways to execute this stroke. I'll show you 3 in this video. First is not lifting and just going for it in one full stroke. Keeping in mind that the stem of the loop is as parallel as possible to your main slant and your loop has a teardrop shape. The second way to execute it is to first do the shade and then do the loop. Try to connect them as seamlessly as possible and see if you get better results with that than creating the full stroke in one motion. The third option that you could do is similar to the second one. Do the shade first and then instead of going up, execute the hairline going down, and you can even add a tiny accent shade over there at the top right as you go down the bend. The accent shade adds a little bit more balance, especially when the shade is lower. If your key oval is on the narrower end, try to reflect the same type of turn on your loop. Be mindful of where you transition the shade from thin to thick and see if that point is replicable for you. Similarly, for the lower loops, you can choose how to execute them in one of these three ways. You can execute it in one motion, you could lift after doing the shade before completing the hairline, and lastly, you could execute the hairline in a downward motion and even add a little accent on the bend of the loop. When you're adding accents, try not to overdo it. Make sure that the inside and the outside of your curve still preserve that teardrop shape. As you do this, keep an eye on your upper loops and maybe even turn your paper upside down before writing, just to have that visual ingrained in your mind before creating your lower loops. Keep the same size and shape, keep the same transition of shade, and just try to keep these two basic strokes as symmetrical as possible to each other. Now, hopefully, you have some idea of what kind of look that you prefer, what kind of look that you want to achieve, and what kind of look does your hand tend to do on the page. When executing these basic strokes together, always ask yourself, do they all go together? Do they look like family? Try not to mix and match a rounded oval with a narrow underturn, for example. Now I'm just marking the basic strokes that look like they belong to the same family, mainly the rounded turns, something that's a bit in the middle. And the angular turns. We will rewrite the word harmony 3 different ways based on these 3 general choices of the basic strokes. For the first rewrite of harmony, I will be employing a more rounded turn, keeping in mind an oval that is a bit upright and wide. So when I make this turn on the H, I would already have a key oval that would ideally fit at the top of this H. And when I do the second part of H, I'm trying to maintain the same rounded features and the same width as the loop that I have established first on the page. When you're doing the oval of the A, look at how you exited the H and see how rounded you made that turn and try to replicate it in your letter A. For the R, we have a hidden imaginary oval for this type of R. Look at the first shade of your A and try to replicate it with your R. This is the connecting stroke that we practiced earlier. We will squeeze them in a little bit tighter, otherwise the spacing between the two letters would be too wide. All in all, for this first piece, everything is pretty much rounded. So when I'm doing the N, I'm looking over at my M. As I exit the N and connect it to Y, we need to look at the connection we did for R and M and try to replicate the same spacing and the same curvature for that. For the Y, keep an eye on your H. Replicate that same shade turned upside down and the same loop size and shape. For the second rewrite of harmony, let's try a more angular approach on the oval, and we'll execute the loop differently as well. So when I do the compound curve here, my hairline is a bit angled and I am turning right away. Now for the loop, I want it to be thin to reflect how angular I made the H. I added a little accent on that loop. Try to keep those curves as parallel as possible with each other. My turns are tighter. My hairlines are a bit more slanted. I'm trying a lighter shade here. It's not super duper obvious, but it's a tiny bit lighter than the first harmony that we made on the page. Try to replicate that same oval shape with your A and O. And then again, as you get to the Y, take a look at your H and how you executed it. Replicate the same stem, the same loop, and the same angularity of your turn. And since I executed the H in 2 different strokes and I added an accent shade on the bend, I will try my best to do the same for the Y. I kept the loop short in the beginning. I'll try to keep that loop short over here too. So overall, we've kept the turns pretty consistent on this one. I don't quite like how I made my loops short because it kind of looks like my exit stroke is coming from nowhere, but that's okay. The overall look of the word is angular, lighter shade, more slanted ovals, and narrower letter forms in general. And for the third one, I'm just gonna do sort of like what my go-to is, which is sort of something in the middle between the two, between rounded and the angular kind of look. And again, feel free to experiment with the different elements of your script. Apart from the oval and the heft, you could also experiment with the slant, the shade transition, and your X height, and see how that changes the look of your script. Let's do a quick review of these 3 rewrites of the word harmony. I imported them on Procreate. With each look, let's identify the areas that could be further improved. So for the first one, it's a more rounded turn. I prefer the R to be more upright. It kind of looks off to me. How I executed the connection between the N and the Y, I think, is better than how I did for the R and the M. I can see that the hairline got a little bit flattened around the middle instead of traversing between 2 ovals. The weight distribution of A, R, and O are slightly different from each other, but all in all, I think this first word adhered to the roundedness of the key oval that was first established on the page. For the second look, I don't quite like how I ended the first loop too high above the header line, but because we've already done that on the page, I tried to replicate it and keep consistent with that choice with my Y. All my overturns have the same angularity to it. My ovals look pretty similar to each other. The turns on my loop do harmonize with the angularity of the key oval, and the connection that I made between A to R actually fits better here than it did with the first one. The last, just sort of like the medium style between the rounded and the angular style, this actually shows my personal tendency. I also want you to keep in mind that our aim is not perfection, our aim is consistency. It's okay for your script to look human-made because that's what makes it yours. The point of all these exercises is to find your preference and for you to let it show and shine on the page. I want you to appreciate the beauty of your own style. Make your script your own.
So, there you have it. I just want to remind you that the goal isn't perfection because we are not machines, and that's actually a beautiful thing. The key is consistency for us to unlock the beauty and the harmony of our script. More than that, it opens up the way for us to discover our own personal style. Just because it's a traditional script doesn't mean that our preferences cannot shine through on paper. And as a final word, I just want to say that it's okay to write like yourself. In fact, that's the only way that you should be aiming to write. And you can never do it wrong when you are only trying to be yourself on paper. So once again, my name is Maxi, and thank you for learning with me today in the Creative Retreat Live.
All right, everybody. That was incredible, Maxie. If you're still here, thank you so much for sharing with us. I know that is so needed for so many in calligraphy of all kinds. And we're going to continue that streak with Sarah, who's in the chat right now, the Inky Hand, who's going to give all the lefties some tips on how to be able to better accomplish calligraphy without the woes of being a lefty, which I don't understand because I'm not a left-handed person, but I do feel for you, for those of you who struggle with that, because I know, because I've heard all the woes. And so I've known Sarah for a real long time. I'm very excited that she is coming in to share with us. And I also wanted to share that she is doing a giveaway. So stay tuned for that. Oh heck, I will announce it now. But know that just by being here, you're automatically entered. We're not announcing until tomorrow because we want to give everybody a chance to win. But she's giving away her upper and lowercase modern calligraphy practice sheet set, which is awesome. So you want to be there, you know, you want that. How about that? Also be sure to share on social media and tag the Inky Hand and hashtag Creative Retreat Live. Tag me at the Pigeon Letters so we can see everything that you are doing. Anytime that you do that, you get 10 additional entries, which is very exciting. And then I have another giveaway after that to announce after this session. So stay tuned for that as well. Now, I wanted to also mention, because I was seeing in the chat that a lot of you were asking about the resource guide, which you may have already gotten because it actually is sprinkled all over the schedule page. So that's what Alina was referring to as far as the resource guide. It's 52 pages of my absolute favorite go-to supplies after the 6 years that I've been doing what I do. Tried and true, my favorite things. So it's free. Download it. You want it. Now that said, we are going to continue. Well, no, I'm going to stall for 2 more minutes because if I get to talk to you, then I get to talk to you. And we're not starting till 11 my time for Sarah. So here I am. I'm just kidding. Yeah, whether you're a lefty or not, I know this. I mean, just watching Sarah is very satisfying, watching her do her calligraphy. So that'll be fun. And there is a Facebook group. Diane, thank you for reminding me to share about that. I've pinned it at the top of the chat and I'll keep that there for a hot sec. And that is something that you guys have requested last year. And it is still a spot where you can pop in. And it's great because you guys have done such a good job keeping it like alive and going and sharing with each other. So it's super awesome. The resource guide, it is on the schedule page. You'll see it all over the place. If you just scroll, you'll keep seeing banners of it. So you guys will be able to have that too. All my faves. All right, you guys, you ready for this? You ready for this? I split screened myself. So I'm like here and here now, and it's real nice. And I didn't get to accomplish that until this tech error that we had earlier. Do you want to know what happened? Okay, I'll tell you. So I was utilizing my standing desk, and then I decided to utilize my sitting desk, and I sat down, and the monitor itself knocked loose. And my laptop was in the clamshell position, which means I had to open it and restream live. So that's what happened. So thanks for bearing with me during tech. I just love sharing behind the scenes. I just love it so that you know what's up. It's just a matter of like, hey, I just wanted to sit down, desk. So you guys are rad. All right, let's jump in. It's like a really boring story, but there we go. You got it anyway. I told it. I done told it. Here we go. Sarah. Here we go. The Inky Hand.
Hey everyone, my name is Sarah Wild, aka The Inky Hand, and I am a lettering and calligraphy artist in Long Beach, California. The Inky Hand, my name came from me being a lefty, which is what this lesson is all about. If you're a lefty, you know that we oftentimes have smudges on our left hands from running through our writing, or in this case, our lettering. So that's where that name came from. And this lesson is going to be all about lettering and calligraphy for lefties. We are going to go over my favorite supplies for lefties, as well as some tips and tricks and techniques to stop the smudge and how to hold your pen and some other good stuff too. If you are a lefty, sit back and enjoy. If you are a righty, enjoy watching how much we have to adapt to every little thing that we do in life as lefties. Let's get started. So the first thing I want to talk about is some of my favorite lettering supplies for lefties, and we're going to start with these small tip brush pens. I prefer small tip over these large tip ones. This is like the Tombow brush pen, but these big felt nibs have a tendency to fray on us, where righties are kind of dragging their pen along as they letter. That's my feeble attempt at lettering like a righty. They're sort of pulling their pen as they letter, but us lefties, we are pushing it. So that just puts a lot of pressure on this kind of delicate tip and they fray really easily. So I try to stay away from these as much as possible. There are some really great, like big, juicy felt tip pens that are just too good not to work with, but you just got to know that they're going to fray quicker, which is why I tend to stick to these smaller tip pens. This is the Tombow Funosuke, and it's got that nice small brush tip that won't fray on you. And this one is the Pentel Sign Pen. This one has a special place in my heart. This is like the first pen I really learned on. So these are great too as far as small tip pens. There's also a bunch that Zebra makes. This one is by Kuretake, but you can find them basically anywhere. And they kind of vary. This one has a really soft tip. The Feuds have a harder tip. This one has somewhere in the middle. So just play around with a few different pens and see which one you like best as far as small tip pens. Now, if you want to make larger strokes like these felt pens make without the fraying of a felt pen, my number one go-to is a good old-fashioned old school Crayola marker. And you wouldn't think that these could do brush lettering, but they can. They work the same way as a brush pen. You just push harder on the up or downstroke and less on the upstroke, and you get that brush lettering effect without actually using a brush pen. And the bonus is that these are super cheap and they come in 5 million different colors. So that's my little hack for lefties. Just use a regular old Crayola. Plus it's really like mind blowing to people on social media when they see that you can do brush lettering with these. So that's always fun. And then this pen is so cool. This is by Kuretake. It's the Zig Clean Color Dot Pen. So one end is just a regular kind of bullet tip pen, but this end is like a squishy circle, but you can actually use it to do like a simulated kind of brush lettering. And obviously this doesn't fray because it has no tip, and it gives this really cool kind of rounded edge up at the top where you're pushing down the hardest. And these are so fun and so cool. And again, no fraying. So those are just a few things that I really love to use for lettering that don't, have that fraying tip problem that some of these pens that you'll see righties using do. Now, for just a few minutes, I want to talk about pointed pen. This is not my area of expertise whatsoever, but I have done a little bit of it, so I do want to talk about it. Pointed pen is when you use these nibs with a pen holder. And I started out using a straight holder because that's what everyone told me lefties had to use. They said that we couldn't use these oblique holders, and oblique means, it's kind of, the nib's kind of off to the side. So I practiced with this and it wasn't happening for me. It was hard and I just sort of gave up. And then I was gifted a left-handed oblique pen. Shout out to Tyra Calligraphy. And it was sort of life-changing. It worked a lot better for me with the way that I hold my pen and just kind of getting access to the angles that you need for pointed pen calligraphy. So let me do a little demonstration of the two to show you. So this is that straight holder, and this is what I first tried when I tried pointed pen calligraphy, and it just was pretty frustrating to me. So when I write with a normal pen, I'm basically like up and down, and I modify that a little bit with the brush pens because you have to have that sort of 45-degree angle, but I'm still gripping the pen, with this kind of lefty fist that some of us do. But when it comes to pointed pen, I had to completely retrain myself how to hold it. So with this straight holder, see how I'm doing sort of the normal righty grip. The straight holder wasn't really conducive to that for me. Oh shoot, I ran out of ink. Sorry. I would just get really, I'll show you, kind of weird angles on my lettering. And then I would have to sort of compensate by turning the paper, but I could never turn the paper right. And it just wasn't natural or comfortable for me. You can see it's a little shaky and slow going still. Um, I guess not too bad. But when I tried the oblique holder, it was sort of life changing. I'm going to show you this one because it kind of gives you, get some ink on there. How best to explain this? Because it's oblique like this, it's already giving you that angle that you need, as opposed to this one where you're kind of using your hand to get it at the right angle. This one's already there for you. So this, like I said, was kind of a game changer for me. The ink doesn't want to flow on this guy. There we go. And everything all of a sudden was just a little bit simpler. So, moral of the story is a lot of times you'll hear advice that left-handed people shouldn't use these oblique pens, but my experience once I tried it was that I really loved it. So just throw out all the advice you're getting, try everything and see what you like and see what sticks. All right, so let's get into some tips and tricks for lefties. The first thing I want to talk about, I touched on it a little bit with the pointed pen, but it's super important, is pen angle and the way that you hold your pen. So like I said, when I use a regular pen, I'm doing this sort of fist, I'm straight up and down, but that is not going to work with a brush pen. If you try to do that, it's going to be hard to get those thin lines, or excuse me, the thick lines, because you aren't using the full width of this brush pen. So you want to hold your pen at basically a 45-degree angle to the paper, and then you will get those nice thick downstrokes that you couldn't get if you were holding it straight up and down. Now, I am what they call an underwriter, which means that I write sort of, my hand is under the line of my writing. I know some of you lefties are overwriters. I don't have a ton of experience with that, but from what I've seen, you're kind of hooking your hand, which to me actually seems like you are in a better position than we are because you already have that pen at the righty angle. So you're kind of pulling along instead of pushing along. But if there are any overwriters in the chat right now, let us know. See if it seems like it'd be easier to me. But I'm specifically talking about the underwriters right now, as far as holding your pen. And I don't have to change my grip too much from when I write regularly to when I do calligraphy, but it is a little bit different. So that is kind of hand placement and pen angle. The next thing I want to talk about is your paper placement, and changing your paper placement can do a lot for getting the right angles of your lettering as well as smudging. So I know a lot of lefties, when they, like in school and stuff, would turn their paper, and I was always one of those too, and it turns out for lettering I do the same thing and it helps a lot. I've even seen some lefty letterers that like turn it completely this way, which I think is interesting. I'm usually more at like a 45-degree angle, but play around with it, see what you like. So if you're writing straight up and down like this and doing lettering, eventually your hand is going to run right through your lettering, right? But if you turn the paper just a little bit, like this 45-degree angle, even more if that's what feels comfortable for you, you are at a little bit better position now to be, this part of your hand is running now under your lettering instead of right through it. And this will take some kind of working to figure out the best hand placement and pen placement and paper placement. So like everything, just play around with it. But this paper angle is going to be really helpful for you as far as, like I said, smudging and getting your letter forms to look right. All right, so this last technique is kind of a weird one, but I wanted to show you because it totally works for some people. I am not super great at it, but I'm going to show you anyway, and that is to just completely work backwards. Some letterers start from the end of their word and then work their way back, and it completely eliminates smudging because then you're working like a righty, not a lefty. So let's see, my go-to word is always hello. So you would do your O first, and then your L. See, I already messed it up because that's not going to connect. So you would do your O first. This one obviously takes a lot of practice. And then you would do, okay, here, let's do the L without the loop. That'll make it easier. And just keep working backwards. I find I have a hard time with spacing and pretty much everything with this technique. Spacing, and you can tell it's at a really weird angle. But I have seen some letterers do this perfectly, and it is very cool. So if that is something that you want to try, that, like I said, completely eliminates smudging altogether. So those are my kind of tips and tricks and techniques for lefties. Stay tuned for some of my favorite lefty letterers on Instagram. So this list is serving two purposes right now. One is to show you obviously some great lefty letters on Instagram, but also to illustrate the fact that you do not need to have good regular writing to do calligraphy. This is my neat writing, and it's still pretty awful. So first is Hey Hey Heather K. She does a lot of lettering around mental health and stuff, and she's super fun. Nicole Calligraphy Co. does a lot of pointed pen work, which is super helpful if that's something that you're into. She's really great. Hazel Lefty Lettering is kind of my local friend. Oh, Chandler wanted to say hi. Meow. She's really great too. Wits Watercolors does a lot of work with watercolor. We didn't touch on that, but if that's something that you're interested in, definitely give her a follow. She makes watercolors too. The BPD letter is great, and Art by Panza as well. She does a lot of other art stuff in addition to lettering. So those are some of my favorites. There are a lot more, but these are just a few. And stay tuned for one last tip for lefties.
My last and possibly most important piece of advice is acceptance. We just need to accept the fact that we are still going to smudge sometimes. These tips and tricks are great for reducing the amount of times that you smudge your lettering, but it's still going to happen. So we got to accept it and move on and just have fun. Thank you so much for watching today. I hope you have a great rest of your year.
All right, everybody. My singing is just getting worse and worse. And by that, I mean I'm making you guys suffer more and more lately. Oh gosh. All right. So, you guys, we're having fun. We're having fun. We're having fun. We're having fun. I'm excited. I'm excited always. And I saw that a lot of you joined the Facebook group, which yay. I did pin it to the top of the chat if you want to do that, to join, because you guys are awesome and you keep that thing going like crazy all year. And I think that that is the best, because when we have our community, there's nothing like that. Now, remember that Sarah is doing a giveaway, and we're announcing it tomorrow because we want to give everybody a whole 24 hours of replays to be able to watch and catch up and do the things. So as we do that, we have other good ones. Sorry, I'm like super multitasking. Now, have you guys heard of Canvas lamps? Have you heard of them? 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 You probably have. So let me share. I'm just gonna I had a photo, but I want to actually share their webpage because you have to see this beautiful presentation that they've put up here. Okay, let's see this one. Okay, look, just look. It's a lamp, but it's also like a tripod, and it has like a million different ways that you can adjust it. And that, look how pretty, look how pretty, look how pretty. And they have, see, it mounts your phone right there. They also have a MagSafe attachment there, so you don't even have to clip it in. And where it just screws on and then you just like attach your phone and it's magnetized. But look at it, it just makes things so easy. So it's a lamp and a tripod in one. It's run by a small business. I'm obsessed with them. I love them so much. So I was just going to share a fun little image, but look at me go. And now it was that. So somebody is winning a Canvas lamp. I know, that's really exciting. I'm excited too. They are so kind to sponsor that for our retreat. So it wasn't leading to a coupon code, but now it's going to. And don't mind me while I look it up because I don't even know what it is. I think it's caps pigeon letters 10, but let me check. Yeah, I'll give you guys a coupon code, no problem. It is pigeon letters 10. Nice job, me. Okay, I'll put that in the chat. Look at that. If you want one, there you go. So if you don't win, write that code down and buy one because they're so good. I have one. Don't look at my desk. And I don't even know if you can see it because I'm not. Oh, wait. Yes, I do. That is the Canvas lamp. I'm just doing some ceramics, no big deal. But it's a real gem and you guys will love it so much. So that being said, yes, instructors can enter. Everybody can. Oh my gosh, please. It's a random draw. So there you go. Be sure to share on social media, tag the instructors, hashtag Creative Retreat Live. And Sarah Simon does talk about it all the time. It is the same one. Yeah. So very fun. That's the next one, announcing tomorrow. I'm telling you, today is full of really good giveaways. Last day, I saved everything best for last. So I can't wait to jump into that with everybody. And look at us, we're right on time. So next we're jumping into another good friend of all of ours. And by that, I mean, I just pretend everyone's my best friend, but I do know Erin from Go Font Yourself. It's the cutest little name ever for anything. Now where did I put, oh, here we go. And we're going to jump into her lesson now. And she's going to be going over 5 different ways to blend with water-based markers. So I know that's going to be oh so helpful for all. Going into ombre lettering, I'm multitasking. Here we go. And a 1 and a 2 and a 3.
Hi friends, welcome to Creative Retreat Live. We're so excited to have you. I'm Erin from Go Font Yourself. You can find me at Go Font Yourself on Instagram or on Facebook.
I do have a website. It's www.fontyourself.com. I'd love to have you come visit. Today I'm just going to be talking about some ways that you can blend water-based markers. I'm going to be using Karin markers, which are some of my favorite water-based markers, but you can do these techniques with any water-based markers. I'm also going to be using some Canson mixed media, but as I go through, I'll kind of let you know some other papers that might work well for the different types of blending that we're going to do. So if you have all your supplies ready, let's get started. As I mentioned, these techniques will work well with many different types of supplies, but I'm going to show you what I'm going to be using today. Please keep in mind that these techniques will have different results depending on the supplies you use. They definitely matter. First up, we have Karin markers. I have several different colors here. All you really need to accomplish the techniques we're discussing today are 2 different colors, but if you have more, go ahead and grab them. Any water-based marker will work, so that would include Crayolas, Tombows, Artline sticks, Ecolines, and a lot more. We're obviously going to need some paper, so I'm going to be using Canson mixed media here. The paper you choose should be based on what your final piece will be, but also on what type of markers you're using. So the Karin markers have a lot of water content, so I need paper that will be able to handle that. They're also super resilient, so I don't mind the texture of the mixed media paper. We're going to need a paintbrush, so I'll be using the Pigeon Letters round brush 2, but there's many different types that will work. But shout out to Peggy for making super awesome brushes that I use all the time. We'll also need a little bit of water. So you just need a small amount of that. We're only going to be using it with the paintbrush and maybe cleaning off your markers possibly, but not too much. And then last, we're going to need either a palette of some kind or a plastic bag. Either works really well, and I usually have a lot of plastic baggies just hanging around, so those are usually pretty convenient for me. So let's get into blending. There are so many ways to blend watercolors and water-based markers, but I'm going to be talking about my favorite 5 ways. I'm going to demonstrate blending the watercolor markers just using the markers themselves. So here I've picked 2 colors. It's a pale violet and a royal blue. And there's really 2 different ways even to do this technique, so I'll show you both. On this first one, I'm going to put my darker color down first. Then I'm going to take my lighter color and just barely touch the surface of the paper, kind of midway into the royal blue. And as I'm pulling my marker down, you can see that I'm pulling some of that blue and getting it to blend into the purple. And here's a closer look at that. I'm just barely touching the paper. And that's really important because on a lot of mixed media paper especially, if you go over the same spot multiple times, the paper kind of pills and you'll get little paper flakes in your watercolor, and that's not what any of us want. So try and go over the areas as little as possible and as lightly as possible. Okay, so now I'm going to show you how it can work with putting the lighter color down first, which is typically what you'll do if you're doing a lettering piece. So I'm just going to go ahead and put that lighter color down first in a vertical line. And then you'll add just a little bit of that royal blue at one end of the line. And you can see I'm going super light here, and I'm also not making a harsh line in the middle. I find that's really helpful. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take that lighter marker in, and I'm going to gently pull those strokes down and pull some of that blue pigment down to the bottom. So next, I'm going to show you how to use a blender brush. And most of these come with sets of water-based markers. So we're going to do the similar thing here. So we're going to put down our darker color first, and then I'm going to put my lighter color right next to it. And then it's a very similar technique to what we just did before, but we're going to use the blender brush here, which is basically just a clear water-based marker. So it doesn't have any pigment in it. It just has a little bit of water. So you're going to do the same type of thing. Go to the middle of that royal blue and go super lightly and just kind of pull that color into the purple. And you can kind of see I go both directions here to make that blend in the middle pretty seamless. But you can also see a little bit that that paper in that middle portion where I've gone over it starts to pill a little bit. So you want to make sure to go over it as little as possible and as lightly as possible. And you can see the purple kind of goes up into the blue, and then the blue kind of comes back down into the purple. And that's kind of the way that you get that seamless blend. So next I'm going to show you putting the lighter color down first. So we're just going to put one line of the lighter color, and then we're going to come back in with the darker color up top just a little bit. Same thing, I really don't want a harsh edge on the bottom, kind of try to make it a little bit staggered. And then you're just going to do the same thing. You're going to take that blender brush and go up and about halfway through the blue and kind of just lightly and quickly pull the blue down to the purple. Now with Karin markers, you have quite a bit of time, and especially with Canson mixed media because it holds the water so well, but some markers dry really quickly, so that's also something to keep in mind. So next we're going to try blending with a paintbrush. And I'm going to start the same way here. So I'm going to put my darker color down first, and then I'm going to put the lighter color right up against it. And then you'll grab your paintbrush, and again, really any paintbrush that works for you will work for this technique. I love the round 2 from the Pigeon Letters, so that's the one I'm going to be using here. But you just want to take the tiniest bit of water, so make sure and get most of it off before you put it on the paper. You're going to start at the very top, and you're going to want to make sure and go over every portion with water. That way it looks consistent. So you can see here, sometimes the darker pigment goes farther than you want it to. So I stop kind of in the middle of the purple. You want to just clear off your brush, get a little tiny bit more water, and then start from the bottom and go up. So you're pulling that purple kind of more into the blue. And mixed media paper isn't meant for a ton of water. So you want to be careful not to go over it too many times, or you'll get some of that rippling or bending of your paper. Karin markers and the paintbrush technique I actually prefer to use on watercolor paper because you can use a lot more water. The Karin markers stay wet for a very long time, so you can kind of play with those blends, and it doesn't soak it up as quickly as the mixed media paper does. So you can see I'm just kind of going over it again to kind of pull more of that purple up. So I'll show you how that same technique works when you put the light color down first. You're still going to do the same thing we did, which is just add a tiny bit of the darker pigment to the top of this line. No harsh lines in the middle. And then you're going to take your paintbrush and a tiny bit of water and do light strokes from the top to the bottom and draw that pigment downward. You can see here that I got too much blue down towards the bottom. So I'm going to take my brush and clean it off, get a tiny bit more water, and then I'm going to start from the bottom and try and pull that purple upwards. So next, we're going to do some blending with either a palette or a plastic baggie, and we all have tons laying around. So I'm just taking this one, and I'm going to show you kind of what you do with it. You're going to take that and put the darker color down on the plastic bag. Now, it doesn't exactly attach, so that's how it's supposed to look. It'll kind of be patchy. But just put some pigment down on the plastic bag. You can also use a palette here, just make sure it's made for watercolor pigments and it's not going to stain. I have made that mistake in the past. And you don't need very much of it, depending on what you're writing. So basically the more pigment you pick up, the longer it's going to be dark. You'll see what I mean. So I'm just going to take my lighter color and dip that in the darker color and pick up some of it on the tip of the marker there. And then you'll see as I use the marker here, it just slowly fades back to its original color. So you can see it uses that dark color that we picked up on the tip of it first, and then as you write with it, it fades back to purple. And this technique really does help to create a more seamless blend, but you do need to do testing because the more pigment that you pick up, the longer it's going to last as that darker color. So you just want to make sure you're getting the right ratios so that it fades in the way that you want it to. And I'm going to do the same thing for showing you the vertical. So I'm going to put a little bit of pigment down on the plastic bag. I'm going to pick up a little bit of it with my light marker. And I definitely picked up too much pigment here, and you will see that in this line. So if you pick up too much pigment, it's just going to stay that dark blue. So you can kind of see at the bottom it fades to that purple, but probably wanted to pick up a little less pigment there. So anyway, the last technique that we're going to do is just literally touching the tips of the marker to create this fade. So it does come in handy, although this is one of my least favorite techniques. Maybe I'm just a messy person, but I always end up with marker everywhere. So maybe that's a me problem, but you're gonna wanna take the markers and just literally touch the tips together. I find that with Caran markers, sometimes you wanna have it at a little bit of an angle, like a 45-degree angle, so that the darker color is kind of on top of the lighter color and kind of soaking into it that way. But you can also do it where you just kind of swipe the markers tips together, and that seems to work well for some people too. So again, the amount of time that you're holding the markers together is going to be the amount of time that the marker is going to stay dark. So you'll see here, it starts out as that dark that it picked up from the marker tip, and then it'll fade back into its original color. I just love how these turn out sometimes. It was like the perfect combination of the two. So you can see that seamless blend. That's what I really like about these kinds of techniques. So you'll see you can also get that kind of blend in the vertical line. Although it's harder to see, I picked up a little too much pigment again, but you can kind of see it start to fade back to that purple at the bottom. So then you have all 5 of these different types of blending, and they do turn out really differently. So you would think they would be a little bit similar, but they are not. So you can really see how different the end result is based on the way that you are blending the markers. So next I'm going to show you what each of these looks like using a Tombow water-based marker blend. They are also some of my favorites, but you do have to be a lot more careful with this type of pen. They fray super easily, so I'd recommend saving these for smooth paper and maybe not doing the water blends, but I'm going to show you what it looks like because mine are already frayed, so no big deal. So I'm going to use the same technique with the Tombow, so I'm going to put the light color down first. And then I'm going to pull down the darker color just from the top a little bit. And then I'm going to take the lighter marker and try and pull that down in very quick, light strokes. The lighter, the better here. And if you get too much of that darker pigment on your marker from blending, you can always just kind of write it on another piece of paper until that goes away. So you can see here, I'm going to start blending from the bottom because it was getting a little too dark there. So Tombow also has a blender brush, but I'm going to continue on with my Caran because that's what I was using. But again, for the blender brush, we're going to put the lighter color down first. Then we're going to do a little bit of that darker color up at the top. Then I'm going to take the blender brush and just lightly bring that color down. You can see I got way too much of that dark pigment. But the blender brush does wonders. So it actually turned out pretty good. So with the paintbrush, we're going to use the same technique, lighter color down first, tiny bit of darker color down, up at the top. And then we're just going to get the tiniest bit of water on our paintbrush and start to pull that down. Got a lot of pigment there, so I cleaned off my brush, got a little bit more water, and now I'm going to start from the bottom and pull that pink upwards. Now for the plastic bag, the Tombows do not do as well on the plastic bag. But I don't need very much pigment since they're super pigmented. So that is sufficient. So I'm going to do the same thing, put that darker color on the plastic bag. Take my lighter marker and kind of pick up some of that. And even that tiny amount was too much. So I'm going to do multiple strokes so you can kind of see how this fades out. And kind of see that pink coming through. And similar for this one. So we're just going to take the lighter marker and kind of touch it to the tip of the darker marker, pick up some of that pigment. And you can kind of see that pink on the edge, but it comes through a lot better after writing for a little bit. And now we're going to take all these techniques and turn them into a final piece. So I'm going to use some different colors here. I'm putting my lightest color for this blend down first and creating my base letters. I really love how vibrant the Caran markers are. You can see that even that yellow really pops. So then I'm going to take the darker color of that blend and do just super light strokes on the top of each letter. Now, depending on the marker, you might need to blend one letter at a time. It depends on how fast they dry. Caran markers combined with Canson mixed media, it stays pretty wet for a while. So I'm actually going to put the color down on all the letters first and then go back and blend all the letters at the same time. With Tombows, I definitely recommend blending one letter at a time. And yeah, so you just need to pay attention to how quickly your markers dry. So then I'm going to go back in with the lighter color and gently pull it downwards. Try not to go over the same spot too many times because, again, depending on the paper and how much water content you have in the marker, sometimes that paper can pill if you go over that same spot too many times. So in this, I liked the orange blend and I kind of liked how it turned out, but if I wanted more yellow at the bottom, I could make that happen. So I would basically just stop blending at about the halfway point, then write on something to kind of clear off that marker, and then go back in and start at the bottom with the yellow and pull it up. I liked this orangey blend, so I just kept it going as it was. And the great thing about these Caran markers is you can use them on virtually any surface. Well, that's excessive. That's an exaggeration. You can use them on most any paper, and they do really well. Marker paper, they might have a little too much water for, but I know you can use them on it. But watercolor paper works great with these, and they really don't fray. So that's amazing. Okay, next technique. So I'm going to go with my lightest color for this word and make my base letters again. And then I'm going to go back in with the darker color up top. Just quick light strokes, no harsh edges where the colors meet. And then I'm going to go back in with my blender brush and just kind of make those blends a little more ombre. And you can see here the water amount really matters, because what can happen is the water can kind of seep into the outside of the letters, like it did a little bit here because I used a little bit too much of a heavy hand. So you want to make sure it's super light and within those letter forms. Otherwise, you're going to do what I did, which is just kind of get like a blurry little edge. Anyways, on to the next one. So for the middle, I'm going to make kind of like a mini banner here. I'm going to sketch it out first just because I'm not great at drawing things on the fly. So then I'm going to go back in with my colors that I chose, and I'm going to put the darker one up top and just kind of fill in that whole section up there. And this technique is the one that requires the most water. So your paper choice, if you're going to do something like this, is key. The mixed media can definitely handle this, but it does bend a little bit. If I were just using Karen markers and I knew it was going to be a final piece, I would probably use watercolor markers for something like this. But I'm going to go back in with my lighter color down at the bottom. And then you're going to take your paintbrush and get a little bit of water. You really don't need much. And you're going to make sure and cover all the portions of it. So sometimes people think you only need to put the water and the brush where you're actually blending or where the colors meet, but it will give the rest of it a very weird look. So you'll be able to tell where the water has touched and where it hasn't. So you need to make sure and cover the whole thing. So then I'm going to go back in and start at the bottom with the lighter color and try and kind of pick that up and pull it upwards. So then you just want to blend, blend, blend until you're happy with how it looks. And then we're going to wait for this to dry before adding the word later. So next we're going to move on to the next word and the next technique, which is the little plastic baggie. So I'm going to put down my darker color here. Again, you don't need very much of this, so one little swipe might even be enough depending on what you're working on. Then I'm going to take my lighter color, swipe it on the plastic bag to pick up some of that pigment on the tip. And then I'm just going to write out that word as I normally would with a marker, and I'm going to let the marker do all the blending for me. I may have picked up a little bit too much dark pigment here because you don't see the pink or purple come through as much, but you can see it there towards the end. And last, we're going to use just the tips of both markers again and create the blend that way. So I'm just holding it on the tips to each other for just a couple seconds, maybe not even that. And then I'm just going to write the word. And you can see the purple start to come through towards the end here. But again, the longer that you touch those tips together, the more pigment that's going to be picked up. So you can really see that purple come through at the end. So then I'm just going to go back and add the final word right on top of our watercolor, and you definitely need to make sure that it's dried all the way. So after that's done, you have a final piece using all 5 methods of blending that we learned today. Again, paper and supplies, super important, always different. Make sure to test before you try and make a final piece. So thanks for joining me today. I super appreciate it. Thanks, Peggy, for putting this all together for all of us. It's been incredible so far. If you'd like, you can visit me on Instagram at GoFontYourself, and I'd love for you to say hi. Thanks again.
Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Okay, you guys. You kind of broke my website a little bit, and I have a little bit of a challenge getting the merch live, but it is officially live. So if you refresh Creative Retreat Live's main website area, you will see it in the navigation. Official merch, and I am very really excited for you guys to see it. So, and we did bring back a bestseller from last year as well. So I'm very pleased about that. And there is one edit that I see now that I have to make. So give me 5 minutes after this next session happens. I'm changing. There's a price error on the mouse pad, but fixing it. Don't buy that yet. It's cheaper than that. Okay. So we're going to switch over to some creative. First we're going to, we're going to switch over to some happy potted plants. So in watercolor with Chris from Sweet Seasons Art. I love her as well. I really love these people is the thing. So I want to sing all of their praises. She's wonderful. Today is the biggest day of giveaways, as you know. So I will announce, hold please. This is the thing. You guys broke the internet, so I'm not prepared, but I have to show them what they'll win. Okay. So this gigantic box full of the new acrylic pens from Karen Markers. I don't know if you see that. Oh, yes, you do. Here. All of these colors, all of them, every single box in this collection. Let me show you a preview. All right, here we go. Preview of all of these colors. Yeah, I know. Okay, so sorry for yelling. I'm really excited. That's just one. Okay, we've got way more, but this is one of the prizes for today, which means all you have to do is share on social what you're learning, what you're doing, your workspace, all the things that you are participating in. Tag all the instructors because they're all amazing. # Creative Retreat Live. And just by being here, you're entered. Oh my gosh, the chat's blowing up and it makes me so happy. Karen Markers is amazing. Amazing. Okay, so this whole set. I know. Okay, they're awesome. You're welcome. Was that worth it or what? All right. That's worth the price of admission if I've ever heard of it. I know. Thank you for noticing. I did catch that in the chat. I know my orange pants are really good. So I was waiting for an opportunity to show you and I got an organic one. So it wasn't even like I was trying to be really cool. Oh, there. All right. We're going to continue on. I know I got everybody excited. That makes me so happy. All right. It's my favorite thing in the world. My favorite. I wish I could be like, you get a brush set and you get, I wish. So, but don't worry, more is coming. So stay tuned because today is full of giveaways. I'm telling you what, share. Mostly share about how amazing Creative Retreat Live is. All right, let's head into Chris with Sweet Seasons Art. This is going to be a lot of fun. Here we go.
Hi everyone, it's Chris from Sweet Seasons Art. Welcome to Happy Potted Plants. I'm so excited that you're here to paint with me today. Maybe you have some little plant babies at home like these. I need to get these potted, but I thought we could use them as some inspiration today in painting our own watercolor and ink happy little potted plants. We'll do some vases and some inked plants, and then we'll add some ink detail to our watercolored plants, just like these. Let's get started. So I wanted to quickly talk supplies with you. I have some cold press watercolor paper here. I've made 2 horizontal lines where we'll be drawing our vases and pots. It's just to keep us straight, which is hard for me to do usually. I have some pigeon letters round brushes, watercolor brushes, a 6 and a 2. I have 2 ink pens. This is a Pigeon Letters monoline size 01. This is a Uniball white pen. And then obviously we need some water and a paper towel. And also I wanted to swatch some of our colors for you. So we're gonna do a yellow ochre. We're gonna do
also a burnt orange, which I really love. That's Daniel Smith. For our greens, we're going to use just some traditional sap green, and I think also some undersea green, which is Daniel Smith. It's just a little darker. We want some contrast in our plants, so that one will be a little darker. And then I think for the blues in our pots, we will go ahead and use some turquoise. This is a cobalt turquoise. I'm going to darken it with probably a little indigo or some black. And we might also use a little brown for the dirt in our pots. But those will be our supplies, and we're going to jump right into painting a row of vases right here. So I want to just go ahead and jump in and start our first vase. We'll start it here so we don't start over here and then drag our hand through our painting, which I do quite frequently. I'm going to do some fun shapes for these vases, so I'm just going to do a little line here, and I might actually darken this turquoise a little bit just to give it a little more dimension. We'll do just a straight top to our vase, and then I think we'll bring it down in a triangular shape, and then maybe we'll take it straight back down into our line here. I'm very bad at keeping things symmetrical, and we're not going to worry if they are symmetrical today. Once we have our outline, we are going to go ahead and fill it in, but not too precisely. Put a lot of water in there, all right? And we'll keep it nice and loose. If there are some white spots showing, we won't worry about that either. The only thing we might do here is darken up our exterior lines a little. Gives it a slight bit of dimension. And I like the bleeds of these tones. Indigo has a great granulation. And honestly, there's our first vase. So let's go ahead and load up with yellow ochre. Our next vase, we'll make it, let's do it a little bit of a oval. Maybe it'll be a little shorter than that first one. I'll start kind of with a top, and then we'll try to keep it as symmetrical as we can, okay? It's not going to be, because I'm not good at it, but something like that, okay? Again, I'm gonna fill in the center with paint and water and try to get rid of sort of those lines. If you get water on your page, tear a little paper towel, soak it up, get a little more pigment here, and put the bottom on this guy. Make sure his top is good. And again, if there's some white showing along here, almost really just looks like a shine on the pot. And I think that's just fine. Remember, we're gonna add ink detail later, so we don't need perfection here, okay? All right. There is our vase number 2. Our third one, let's get some really nice burnt orange, and let's make a tall, skinny kind of vase. Again, I'm not great at straight lines, but we'll just wing it. Let me put the bottom on him here. Again, I'm trying to keep to my horizontal line I drew. I'll try to put a top right there. And then I'm just gonna go in with water. Sorry. Go in with water here. And if there's white showing, that's fine. Maybe the sun is hitting it. Darken the edges a little. Now, before we do our plants coming out of these and before we ink detail the vases, we have to wait for these to dry. So get a hairdryer if you want to speed that process, or be patient with me, which I'm not, and we'll start once these are perfectly dry. Now that we have our vases, let's go ahead and take our black ink and put some fun plants in them. We'll just do this kind of loosey-goosey. I like to do 3 stalks in each one because I think that's odd number looks good. So we'll do 3 stalks going out of each one of these and slightly different plants. And it might be a little hard to see, my hands in the way, so I'm going to try to show you as I go. I usually start with the center, like a center stalk, because that will be the one at the front, and I draw the stem. And then I just add, for this one, we'll just add little loopy leaves. I didn't leave a lot of space here for myself, so maybe you'll be smarter and leave more room. So there are some little wonky leaves, and now this next stem will come out from that same side, but it's gonna be hidden a little behind this first one. So I'm gonna start off doing sort of leaves that are a little bit tucked behind. You can't really maybe see them, right? So maybe like that. And then we'll just go like this. And we'll keep going. These are just fun. You can see these are very imprecise shapes. But leaves, you see them from different angles. They don't look exactly the same all the time. Okay, and the last one I'm gonna do looping out this way. So it's actually gonna come out from here, and then it's gonna kind of go, I'm gonna dash it a little like this. You might have to change the angle that you're drawing to do this. It's a little hard to do. See, the stem would come like this way, kind of. And now the leaves are gonna get hidden, so they're gonna be a little bit weird, and it'll go like that. I'm gonna draw that stem in a little darker. Okay, and then he goes back there. And that's really, I think, fun and just right for that one. If we want to add a little detail to the pot, we can. We can add some white ink detail to this vase. Let's try, I'm bad with straight lines, I said, so let's use a little cheat here. Let's try a straight line right here. Sometimes you have to get your white pen going. Cold pressed paper can be hard on pens. So maybe something like that. And then let's just add some lines going down like this to the base, maybe 4. I think that's fun. Let's try our second one. Maybe on this one we'll do 3 stalks that look a little bit like eucalyptus. If you think about how eucalyptus looks, let's take one out this way. Eucalyptus has little straight lines when you see the side of the leaf and loops where you see the whole round leaf. So sometimes you see the whole thing and sometimes you just see a line. And sometimes it's at an angle, right? And sometimes it blocks the stem. And one might come out this way. Very wonky, very imprecise. And I think that that's fun. So let's just do some leaves like that at angles. And yeah, so something like that for some eucalyptus, I think is good. And then maybe we'll dash another one here. So again, maybe some little here and a bigger leaf here and maybe a leaf like that. And then a stem and maybe, and then it's gonna get hidden here, right? So you might see some of these, but you won't really see them all. All right, and then let's just do a third one. And like that. All right, let's add some fun ink to this one as well. Maybe something simple like, all right, dare I do it? Just a straight line. Let's try. Maybe a straight line here. We gotta get our ink going. There we go. All right, well, straightish line. Okay. And then maybe let's do 2 horizontal lines here. And we'll do a little design in them, okay? If we start in the center, our design will be symmetrical. So let's start here and do just a little zigzag, right? Nothing fancy. Right. You could fill those in if you wanted to, or just leave them like that. We can go over the white pen also later to make it a little cleaner if we want. Let's go ahead and do our very last vase before we move on to painting some potted plants below. So we'll get our black pen again. And on this one, I'm gonna do a little plant baby with bigger leaves, kind of like one of my plant babies I need to plant today. So I'm gonna do these heart-shaped leaves. And they're roughly heart-shaped leaves. And they're just gonna be not quite on a line. This is gonna be one stalk coming up the center. And they're gonna be coming off maybe at different angles. So I'm just gonna be a little free with this for now, and we'll imagine where this is gonna go. I'm getting really close to the top of my page here. But if we had a stem coming here and going straight down, and maybe a leaf, right, coming off this way and coming down, and then you'd have these little plant babies coming off the sides. So that's kind of a wonky shape for the first one, and then we'll have another one coming out, and it will have its own leaf babies at different angles too, okay? So he looks crazy, but I feel like that's okay. That's just how that little arrangement works. I do think we could put some veins in the center. See, like this, just going in the center of the leaves, which would add a little detail to them. Okay, so there's our last vase, and maybe we just add a couple little lines at the base here. Something like that, and now we have 3 vases with fun little ink plants. Now let's move down to our next line we did, and we will do some watercolor pots. All right, let's use our same colors for our pots that we used for our vases, and let's do sort of a traditional, start with sort of a traditional pot for our first one. And we will just do the top. Again, we're not gonna be too precise, but we're just gonna do the top. I'm leaving the back open because our plants are gonna come out of there, and I don't wanna paint over top of the pot, basically, if that makes sense. And then we're just gonna bring our pot down. I'm gonna bring it out a little at an angle just for fun. And we're gonna try to keep things symmetrical, if at all possible. If it was a real pot, there'd be a shadow underneath the top of it. So I'm gonna paint a little darker here, and then I'll add more water as we go. Again, nice and loose, guys. No, we're not gonna stress over perfect lines. These are supposed to be fun and whimsical. So maybe darken our edges a little. And then I might go back with use my little tiny brush here. And I'm just gonna bring up the front of the pot a little bit here. You've probably heard that a dry brush is a thirsty brush. So if we wanted to make the lip of this stand out a little, we take a dry brush and pick up some water and pigment, and then add some darker tones underneath. Again, it just gives a little dimension to your pot. It's not necessary, but I think it's fun. All right, we might add more dimension at the end, but depends. We're gonna ink it, so we don't have to be too concerned. Now, I thought we'd start with just a sap green, pretty light, and do some little, just happy little two-part leaves. So when I say two-part leaf, this is, if you're a beginner, it's 2 C shapes, essentially, sort of touching each other. I'm gonna keep this light because these are our first leaves, and then I'll add some darker ones behind. And we'll just see how this goes. Oh, that came out a little dark, so I'll just get more water. Okay. Maybe larger leaves down towards the bottom and teenier leaves up at the top. Do quite a few, and then we'll just tuck some of the darker leaves behind. Now what we're gonna do is connect these along a slightly darker stem, okay? And I love when we get some pretty bleeds going. And we'll kind of dash it in here. Maybe this guy comes up like this. Just really simple, okay? And then, well, just for fun, let's add a little brown. I think this is a sepia. You gotta be careful if your pot is wet that we don't just totally ruin it. But again, these are very loose. All right, so we might wait until some of these leaves dry a little bit to go back, because if we start putting darker leaves behind, they're just gonna blend into those and it's gonna be a big mash. So let's start our second pot here while we wait for those leaves to dry just a little. I'm gonna go back to this blue color. I really like it. Maybe a little more indigo in this one, but essentially our same mix. Let's do something kind of fun. Let's do like a 3-tier blobby pot. We're gonna see how this goes. Starts off the same way essentially though, right? We're gonna start off with our pot where we can kind of see, where the dirt would be. I'm just gonna round this down a little, right? Pick up a little pigment. Okay. All right, now I'm gonna add another tier that's almost exactly like that below it, only a little bit bigger. I did Google like pots, and I also looked on Pinterest just to get some ideas of some fun things so we wouldn't just be doing anything boring, right? And then let's add the last tier, which is a little bit even, maybe thicker. It doesn't matter if they touch. I'm leaving some space just again to add in some darker pigment and give it a little bit of dimension, because it'll look like those parts are indented, right? They're farther away. The darker is the farther away. Okay, so this is just kind of fun and funky little pot, but I think he's kind of cool. All right, let's go back and pick up our small brush. Be really careful not to run our hand through our new pot. That would be sad. So fingers crossed we don't do that. Let's add some darker leaves. So I'm picking up some undersea green, and I'm gonna add some leaves that are behind these other leaves. So say for instance, this one might have a leaf that was tucked right there. And here might be a leaf coming down that was tucked behind this guy. Right, and so it was tucked behind that guy. So now our plant just has a little bit more dimension. Maybe one that hung down this way. Okay. All right. So I think that's good. He's kind of crazy. We could make him a little bit more interesting if we add another leaf up top maybe, and maybe one that goes out this way, just so it's a little more shape to him. But you could do whatever you like on this. He's gonna get a little crazy. The side of the leaf shows here, right? It's not a full leaf. And maybe that's true here too. So this guy just ends up being kind of a wildness. And again, if you want to darken this sort of line underneath, you can go back. You just might have to blend your line in a little so you don't have like a big watermark. And I think then this guy's good to go, right? All right, let's go back to this guy. That guy's fun, and we'll add ink to him in a minute. I'd love to do a cactus in this one. I think that would be really fun. So I'm gonna go for a really light green to start, and we're gonna do the same thing where we start with our top layer. So I'm gonna literally go and like make just a wavy line like that. Pretty pale, you can see, it's pretty pale. And then I'll do another one, maybe a little fatter next to it. Add a little bit of darker pigment along the edge just to give it a little contrast. And then we'll come back with our darker pigment in a bit. All right, so we're gonna start with those two, and then we're gonna add some in behind to make that like a cactus, but we need to wait for that to dry. So let's do our third pot. So we'll go back with our yellow ochre. Let's do, this guy was kind of oval. Let's do more of a round pot here. Let's try to really make him rounded. We'll make him a good size too. Let's give him like a little edge. Okay, so like a little smile, and then I really want him to be fat. And so the symmetry might be a little hard. I might have to sort of keep going back and forth. Then I get into trouble because it'll just grow to be huge, but let's try this. Again, not perfect, but that's not what we're going for. Darker pigment under the lip too, right? And we can go back in and make that more precise later, just like we did here. Right. And darken the edges. Okay, I'm gonna take my little brush here and just pick up some pigment along the edge of the pot again, just so I know we're gonna have a lip we can distinguish here later. All right, let's go back to our cactus and let's get some of the undersea green, and actually I want to pull in a little of the indigo just because it's in that indigo pot and it'll kind of make it blend or coordinate better. And what I want to do is put in a little cactus guy here. Okay, he's darker, so he's going to come out behind. Right. And then there's going to be one right here. And this is going to be tricky because you're going in behind these two. So it's only going to show, and you're going to have to kind of do a really, and then he's going to come in here. Right there. And then down. All right. So I know that's really precise. Use your little brush. And he is right there. All right. And then let's do one more on the other side. And we can go ahead and put a little dirt in the pot. I don't mind if that gets blended in with the base of the plants because I think it just kind of does. So it's okay that there's still some wet paint down there. All right, and maybe go back and add a little here. Okay, and so we'll have some fun when we ink him as well, doing some ink on the cactus there. So we have our last guy here, our big fat, such a big fat pot. And I'm just gonna use my bigger brush, I said, and I'm gonna do like some broad leaves like this. And again, we start with the lighter color because we can't paint over the dark. And maybe one that goes and hangs out a little. And I don't mind if these blend. We can add some dimension and shadow in a little bit. And then let's go back. He's nice and dry. He's still wet. This guy, whew, he's gonna be wet for a little while. So while we wait for these leaves to dry, let's go ahead and ink this pot. I'd like to add a little white ink detail to the leaves to give them centers, just like this one. So make sure your pen's working. Make sure you're dry. This is almost dry, so we're almost safe there too, but not quite. And just adding a little vein. And I think that looks cute. On the side ones, you wouldn't see it. So you only need to add it where it would show. Looks good on those dark leaves. And then maybe we'll do like a, could leave the pot or we could stripe it. It looks good the way it is, but I kind of want to add some more to it. So I'm going to cheat again on this one and add some stripes with this as my go by. I'm gonna get my black pen, and I'm gonna be very careful. I don't want to smudge my lines. So I think that's cute. Let's go into this now. And you know how the cactus will have the little white, like squiggly lines? And I'm gonna make these little squigglies with the white pen, if it will cooperate. We can add a little bit of dimension on these. I think it helps if they have a little bit of an edge to them. So I think that's fun. All right, our leaves are dry here, so I want to take our larger brush again and get some of the darker greens going so we have more dimension. So this is where this plant is large, huh? Maybe. Right, and so he's tucked behind, and let's see. And then could even do, gotta be careful here, but we could even do like a darker, got real dark, a darker toned. I'm gonna pick up some of that. There's a little too much blue in that. A darker toned leaf here. He's tucked behind that one. So then, there, so we have a lot of variation coming in there on those. So I like that as well. And then I am gonna put just a little bit of dirt in the pot, I think. Just for fun. And next we will add some ink to this one and we will wrap up. So let's get our black pen and go ahead and add some ink detail to the leaves on this pot. I'm gonna just do some centers here where I think they would show on these leaves that are tucked behind. And then we'll do them on the front leaves too. So something like that I think is kind of fun. Now this pot, he's so big, I don't really want to do stripes on him. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe he's a polka dot guy. Let's think about it. Let's get our white pen and see if we can do some big happy polka dots. What the heck? Yeah, I think that's kind of fun. I'll just add a few more. Could also do this with white gouache, would probably be a lot more efficient. So something like that. He's kind of crazy, but I like it. I think it works. We might go in and fill those in a little better, but I kind of just like the crazy white polka dots. And I hope you do too. And I really hope you had fun painting today with me and making these crazy wonky potted plants. These make fun stickers.
And they're a great place to start when you're having a hard time getting started. I hope you'll look for me on Instagram at Sweet Seasons Art and tag me in your projects when you paint your very own happy potted plants. I'd love to story your work. Bye-bye.
All right, everybody. Chris is so wonderful. I hope you guys enjoyed that so much. Remember to continue sharing on social. Do tag her, Sweet Seasons Art, and also the hashtag Creative Retreat Live. All right, we have a couple of minutes and then we're going to bring Verdell on live to talk all about some sharing on just strategy. Let's talk strategy. Okay, so I'm going to give you Mr. Sunny Face and we'll be right back after these messages. There's no messages.
Just trying to let her know that I was doing it.
Okay, now we are very excited because we are moving into some strategy with 5 steps to creating your brand's content strategy with Verdell Walker. And I'm very excited to welcome her on. But before that, please keep in mind that we're giving away big things today. So now I am announcing, and of course I wasn't ready again because that's okay. I'm going to explain it to you. Like, where are all my prizes sitting? I don't even know. Listen, oh, here, let me put myself on bigger so you can actually see what's going on here. You guys, thanks for being so rad and understanding that I am not a tech person. Now, that being said, I want to announce that we are now going to be adding not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 additional prizes, announcing right now, not announcing the winner, but announcing what it is. Are you ready for this? 5 sets of Karen Marker's metallic tin boxes. And the chat goes wild in 40 seconds when it catches up to what I said. It's gonna be amazing. I'm so excited to announce these. Again, I'm giving you guys 24 hours just by being here. You're entered, but they'll be announced in tomorrow's email. I'm so excited. Today's the biggest day for giveaways, so remember to keep sharing on social media about how amazing Creative Retreat Live is and how amazing these instructors are. And now I am going to bring Verdell on screen so that we can get into all the things. She's got some good I'm just making sure that she is going to be able to make, there we go, Hi, Verdell. I'm looking over here because that's where I see you, but here I am right here, but here I'm going to look at you. I'm so excited to have you. So you guys that don't know Verdell, would you give us a quick intro, would you? I'm teching poorly.
Okay, no worries. Hi, everyone. My name is Verdell Walker. I am a brand and content marketing expert. I have cut my teeth in a number of blue chip companies across media, entertainment, and consumer products. And I'm excited to be here talking to you guys about content strategy today. About telling the story of your lives, your brands, and your careers and your businesses. That's my mission, and that's my purpose, is to help you tell your story.
That makes me, I love, that's such a good, summer. I'm going to ask that you make my elevator pitch because that was really good.
I can do that for you. I can do that for you. That's a part of content strategy, Pegs.
Right? I know. Oh, that was really good. Okay. So I'm going to let you roll. I'm going to spotlight you so that I'm not going to be blabbing, and I made you co-host. So you should be able to share your screen. No problem, but we'll see because tech. So
sorry, let me make sure that I can actually do this. As well, and share the screen.
I know. So you got it.
Here we go. All right. So you can see that, Peggy? Great.
Yes.
Okay. So let's get into it, guys. You already know who I am. We are here today to talk about content strategy. So you may have heard the term content strategy before, and you may have sort of know what it is, but kind of not. That's okay. I'm going to give you a great foundation into what content strategy is and why you need one as a creator. And then after I set that foundation, I'm going to delve into my 5-step framework for formulating and executing your content strategy. So what is a content strategy and why do you need one? I want to start with a couple of definitions. So I'm going to start with the formal. Okay. I'm going to start with the formal kind of academic definition, and then I'm going to move into a practical definition, the one that's going to help you kind of focus on how to put these steps into practice. So let's start with the formal definitions. So here it is. Content strategy is the planning, development, and management of content, both written content and content created in other mediums. So yeah, that's kind of a mouthful, kind of textbooky, right? So this is the definition that I want you to remember. This is my definition in layman's terms. Your content strategy is your plan for sharing your why with the world and serving your audience's needs. I'm going to repeat myself because I really want that to sink in for you. Your content strategy is your plan for sharing your why with the world and serving your audience's needs. So I want to delve into these words and terms that I've got highlighted here. And the first word is plan. We all know what a plan is, right? A plan is an organized method from getting to point A to point B, from making your idea come to reality. It's an organized way of accomplishing your goal. I always like to say that a plan is basically the distance between idea and reality. A strategy that does not have a corresponding execution plan is just an idea. And if I'm being less charitable, it's a wish. You hope and you wish that you can achieve something. And I will also say that a strategy is not an outcome. So your goal and your outcome is very separate from that kind of step-by-step action plan that you put in place to make that idea reality. Second, sharing your why. What's your mission and your purpose? Because that is the essence of your brand. You heard me talk at the beginning about what my mission and purpose is. It's, I love stories, and my mission is to help other people tell their stories. That's me. That's my personal brand. For you, it could be sharing your love of calligraphy with the world. It could be teaching people new ways to crochet and knit. Pick your poison, right? What is your mission and your purpose? And what is that thing that you are on fire to share with the world? That's your brand. That's your why. And lastly, serving your audience's needs. If I can impress one thing on you, is your content strategy is not about you. Like if you want to write something for yourself, create something for yourself, do it in your diary, do it in your personal vlog. Your content strategy is about other people. It's about your audience. It's not even about selling them anything. It's about meeting them where they are and coming to it from a place of service to serve their needs and the things that they are looking to do. All right, so we got those definitions out of the way. I want to move on to, what is this marketing? You may be thinking, how is this different from marketing? And if you are thinking that, I'm glad, because content strategy is definitely a part of the overarching umbrella of marketing. So marketing at a whole, at a very high level, is about spurring action, usually getting someone to buy something, whether it's your product or your service. But underneath that kind of canopy, you have brand marketing. And what brand marketing is about is building a relationship between a brand and consumers. It's about building that affinity for your why and for your purpose and for your reason for being. And underneath that is you have your content strategy. And that is a way to help you build that affinity with your intended audience by servicing their needs. Again, think about that definition that I just gave you, the practical definition. So marketing, brand marketing, content strategy, kind of like coming under that brand marketing umbrella, is really about developing that relationship with your audience. All right, so now I've told you what it is. Now, why do you need it? A couple of different reasons that we're going to talk about here. The first is branding. You're going to get tired of me saying brands and branding. You're going to get tired of that, but it's really about establishing that relationship with your audience, and it's a way for you to express what your purpose is. I put Coca-Cola here as an example because, when you go to business school and you take classes in marketing, like this is the prototype of like a great brand. Like at the end of the day, Coke sells sugar water, right? Amongst other things, but sugar water. But what they're selling you in their advertising, in their marketing, in their brand marketing, and their content marketing is a feeling. You can argue and debate about what that feeling is. I personally think it's like the freedom that comes with friendship and good times, but that's another conversation. But branding is like one of the key reasons why you need a content strategy, is that it helps you articulate. It's one way for you to articulate your purpose. Second is search engine optimization. The more content that you make, the more searchable you are. The more that you have content out there that people can find you. Like I'll talk about knitting because I love knitting. If your brand is all about knitting and you have articles and videos and blogs and whatnot about knitting, that is more opportunities for people when they're searching for content about knitting to find you. And that leads to kind of the third reason, which is lead generation. So again, your content is not going to be explicitly about selling something. That's kind of doing it wrong. Your content is about serving other people. But as you build that relationship with your audience, as you kind of add them at the top of the funnel, because that's what content can be, is that top of the funnel marketing pull to pull people into your funnel, you can take people from consumers of your content to paying customers. And that's ultimately what you want. So these kind of like three major reasons for having a content strategy. Peggy, I don't see any questions, but if you have any questions from the audience, let me know if they're there. And I can also stop here and take them from people or just keep going. All right, so we'll keep going there.
I was muted the whole time. People, actually, there are questions. Every time that I talk to, it takes away your screen, so don't switch your screen. But yeah, there was a question from Tracy. How do you figure out your audience's needs specifically?
Great, we're going to talk about that, Tracy.
Perfect. And then I'll do one more that just came in. Where was it? Oh, just a comment about always being confused about SEO.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I guess the comment, like it's basically like making sure that that people can find you and that you have content that kind of gaming the Google algorithm. I really don't want to get into like the weeds of that because it's a little bit beyond things. But yeah, like that's a class in and of itself.
It sure is. I know.
SEO. Yeah. Okay, so let's get into those 5 steps that you're here for, right? So I'm just going to lay it out for you guys. First is identifying that audience, knowing who it is that you're talking to. 2, brainstorming your topics, because your topics are going to be how you serve your audience. 3, pick your formats and pick your platforms. Know what you want to make and where you want to put it. 4, pick your cadence, which is your posting strategy. And 5, measure and optimize. You always want to be refining the strategy. So let's talk about step 1, which is finding your audience. And this is kind of going to get at Tracy's question, I hope. So your audience is your tribe. It's your people. It's who you're talking to. You want to be as specific as possible about who they are. And just as important, you want to be specific about who they aren't. There may be different types of people that you're talking to. I'm going to go back to my knitting example. Are you talking to beginning knitters? Are you talking to advanced knitters? Are you talking to people who want to knit, who don't want to knit clothes, who want to knit toys or whatnot? Like being very specific about who it is that you are trying to reach and influence. You want to get into their head and think about what their needs and problems and interests are. And so an answer to Tracy's question is like, how do you know what their needs are? I recommend honestly starting with yourself. Because if you have a business and you have a brand or something, or even your own personal brand, because this is apropos to that as well. What are the things that you need? What are your struggles? What do you have problems with? Like, there are probably other people who have those similar needs. I think another thing that's really great is that, if you find yourself on the internet, in Facebook groups, Twitter, board forum discussions, like what are the things people are asking about? What do people ask you about in real life? Like what do people come to ask you for advice on? What do people come to ask you to know how to do? Like that could very well be part of your audience. There are lots of different ways to get at that too, but it really comes into putting your mind in the mindset of that end user and that consumer. And again, it's not about selling them something. It really is about building a relationship with them. And I also want to say that you have to expect to refine this over time. In marketing, we tend to create something called customer personas, which is where we know kind of like everything about who it is that we're trying to reach, like demographically, how old are they? What race are they? Gender breakdown, income, where do they live? Like what kind of environment? Like, without the resources of like a large multinational corporation, it can be kind of hard for you to get at those things, but you can definitely discover who that person is over time as you put content out there, as you engage with people in different kinds of forums, you'll know more about them. So I really just want to release everybody from the stress of thinking that you have to know all that from the beginning, because sometimes you don't. You will put things together and you will learn things about your audience over time. So do expect to refine that as time goes on. So step 2, which I think honestly is the hard part, I'm going to give you some tips here, is brainstorming those topics. There's nothing more intimidating than looking at a blank screen and just seeing your cursor blink, or looking at a blank page or what have you. But these are the tips that I'm about to give you are really great ways to start the wheels turning for brainstorming topics. And the first is solving problems. Again, I've talked about it before. What is your audience struggling with? What are they having a hard time breaking through? How can you solve a problem for them? Going back to my knitting example, maybe your audience is struggling with an easy way to cast on to the needles. Hopefully this needle metaphor is not one is welcome out, the knitting metaphor, but, thinking about, what it is that they're struggling with and what you can solve for them. 2, teaching skills. What does your audience want to learn how to do? What is it that you are great at, that you are skilled and experienced in, that you can teach people how to do something in a step-by-step bite-sized way to really break down new skills for them to help them acquire skills. Like for me, it's teaching people about branding, productivity, content, and what have you and the like what are the skills that you have, and what does your audience want to learn how to do that you are uniquely positioned to teach them those skills. Third, debunking myths. And this is actually one of my favorite ones. Think about, what do people get wrong about your field? What are common misconceptions? What are things that you see out there that are so wildly off base that, you have to just kind of like break through them? Like, what can you clear up from your audience? Like that is just such a rich source of topics that you can create content around. And it really does help you establish you as an expert. If you can prove that you are someone who knows what you're talking about in your field, debunking those myths is a great way to generate content and in building an affinity and trust between you and your audience. 4, sharing hacks. I love this one as well. How can you make people's lives easier? Can you save them time? Can you save them money? Can you save their sanity? I would pay for the last one, especially in these days. Like, what is it that you have learned the hard way that you can spare someone else? Like, that is top tier clutter, break through the clutter type content there. If you can make people's lives easier in some way, like, you are really delivering value to them. And the last brainstorm helper I have for you is getting vulnerable. Again, this is really about building a relationship between you and your brand and your audience. What can you share about yourself and your journey that can be a help to others? Particularly when your brand is you, right? And you want people to build affinity with you as a person. Like, this is a really useful way to humanize yourself and to really create that connection between yourself and your audience. I have here in the bottom in small text, I probably should have put this in bigger text, but with this particular tip, really focus on prioritizing your comfort and well-being. Don't mind your trauma or hard things that you've been through just for the sake of making content. Make sure that you're telling and sharing things that you feel comfortable with. Like, don't feel like you need to have to share something like deep, dark secrets or big traumatic things or stuff that's gonna, not put you in a good place from like an emotional or a mental standpoint just for the sake of creating content. Don't do that. So an asterisk around this one. Remember to prioritize your comfort and your safety and your well-being. All right, so you know a little bit about your audience. You have brainstormed some topics. Now it's time for us to move to step 3, picking your formats and picking your platforms. So you know what you want to share with your audience. Now it's about picking the format that you're going to package that up in, and that will typically fall into one of these 3 areas: written, visual, and audio. So written is articles, blog posts, essays, email newsletters, even up to books and ebooks, anything that involves kind of like the written word in either a printed or a digital format. 2 is visuals, photography, video, digital art of some kind. Infographics are really popular if you need to share information with people in a digestible format. And if you're really great with visuals, this could be a good way for you to package your knowledge. I suck at visuals. I tend to follow on the left and the right sides of this, written and the audio stands of things, because I can barely draw a stick figure. Pick whatever your gift is in life. And lastly is audio. So think about things like podcasts and live audio rooms. I just want to have a special note here about audio. People forget about this all the time. But audio is such a great medium for building affinity because it is an intimate medium. I don't know if a lot of people listen to podcasts. I love podcasts, and like the intimacy that comes along with kind of like listening to someone in your ear talk about a topic that you're interested in. Like, there's a reason why they've grown so much, is it really is great for building affinity. And now you've seen kind of the emergence of live audio rooms to facilitate conversation and to facilitate a deepening of relationships between creators and their audiences. So think things like Clubhouse and Spotify Green Room. Don't overlook that. Do not overlook audio. It can be a very valuable tool in kind of your content arsenal. And so the next step of that is picking your platform, going where your audience is. You got a lot of choices for this. As you've seen this little smorgasbord here on this slide. You know, it's up to you. I feel like a lot of people, when they think about putting their content strategy together, there's this sense that you've got to be everywhere, that you've got to create content for each and every platform that there is. And that's not true. Like, be very judicious about which platforms that you want to be on and then what you want to engage with. And you don't have to be everywhere. You need to be places where your audience is, and you need to be places that are like really suited to your unique skills. For me, I love writing. I publish a lot on Medium. I publish a lot on LinkedIn because the written word is how I best love to express myself. That may be different for you. You may love to express yourself more visually, and then you may gravitate towards places like Instagram or YouTube. But the key is to go where your audience is and to make sure that your platform is uniquely suited to the formats of that you have chosen. I want to have a special note here about TikTok. Fun fact for you: TikTok, as of last December, is now the most visited internet domain on earth. And for anyone who knows anything about the business of TikTok, that's not surprising. That may not be surprising, but what is surprising is the speed at which it got there. So just a year earlier, TikTok was, of like the top 10 most visited sites, TikTok was number 7 in like 2020. Last December, it was number 1. It climbed 7 spots in a 12-month period. That is insane. And that just really speaks to the pace of growth that they have been able to achieve. So even as recently as a couple of years ago, when the average person started out on the internet, they started in a couple of the same places: Google, Facebook, Amazon, if you wanted to shop or comparison shop the things that you wanted to buy, YouTube, which of course is owned by Google or Alphabet. Those were kind of the places that a lot of internet traffic began. Now you are seeing that start to break down in a way and at a speed at which people have not been ready for. I think that there is this conception that TikTok is just for kids and it's just for silly little videos and entertainment. Yes, there's entertainment on that platform, but what is different now is that people are going to TikTok for information. So beauty tutorials, recipes, how-to videos, explainers about difficult topics. Like, people are going to TikTok now for information. So I really want to impress upon you to not overlook TikTok. Do not think that, oh, my people aren't there, like it's just for like those little teenagers and tweens and whatnot. Your audience could very well be there. TikTok is still very much like an emerging place and kind of like a wild west in a lot of ways, but just, I would encourage you not to poo-poo TikTok. Again, I don't want to force anybody to be anywhere in a place that they just don't feel comfortable with and that they don't want to bother with. That's cool. What I really wanted to put on this slide was that GIF of Adele saying "Tikka-taka-hoo" when she was looking down on TikTok. But it's worth looking into because people more and more are going there for information. So step 4, pick your cadence. So a lot of people mistake cadence for frequency of posting, and that is just one aspect. Cadence does not equal frequency of posting. Instead, cadence is frequency, how often you're going to publish, but also what you're going to be publishing, and the need and the objective that the content serves for your audience. It is the amalgamation of all 3 of those things. You can't just throw up something willy-nilly. There has got to be a method to your madness. Your cadence is the combination of all 3 of those things. And in general, consistent posting is better than irregular, and frequent posting is better than sporadic. Frequent depends on you. It depends on your business. It depends on your bandwidth. And that brings me to these key considerations that I've got here at the bottom of this slide. First is really think about what kind of content you want to make. Do you want to fall more on the evergreen side of things or on timely content? So evergreen content is things that are not tied to specific time periods or events or whatever is going on in the zeitgeist at the moment. Some brands are very reactive, like you see, particularly on Twitter, brands reacting really fast to whatever the news of the day or whatever the main character of Twitter is that day. You may not have the time or the interest in doing that, and that is fine. But pick your lane where you want to fall in, evergreen or timely content. 2, think about your production inputs and timelines. What do you need to produce your content, and how long is it going to take you and your team? So your team might very well be a team of one, you. So you need to think about that, like, especially if your side business is kind of like your side hustle and you've got a day job and the only time you really have to produce content is nights and weekends or a few stolen moments here or there. You need to think about that, because that will directly impact the kinds of content or how often you can put something out. So really think about what you need to produce your content and how long it's going to take you. And then 3rd, consider those lower lift options and bite-sized content. So quick and easy ways that you can stay engaged. So examples of that include resharing articles and adding your own kind of point of view about what the article said. Short, cute, funny little videos that aligns with your brand. Things that you can do kind of quickly and easy to stay engaged. So think about those lower lift options there when you think about putting your strategy together. And this is a quote from me. The other thing I want you to really take away from this is the best publishing cadence is the one that you will stick to. If you don't think that you can produce daily content, don't do it. And don't feel pressured into doing it. I always tell people, it's like, especially when you're starting out about this and you may have like a side hustle, producing content like every 2 months is something good to shoot for. Like, yes, that may seem like a small amount, but it's really more about the regularity and getting in the habit, and also making sure that you have time to produce something that is high quality. Your best publishing cadence is the one that you can commit to. Remember that. All right, so step 5 here, measure and optimize. Your content strategy is a living, breathing thing. You have to continue to measure and optimize and refine and respond to the information that you're getting. The 2 key questions that you have to ask when you're optimizing is how many people are viewing your content, and how are people reacting to and engaging with your content? Answering those questions is going to help you determine what you need to keep doing, what you need to stop doing, and what you may need to start doing. Where to put your finite time, energy, money, insert other resource here. Like, measuring and optimizing is a step that you cannot skip. So when it comes to that question about viewing your content, there are a lot of ways to kind of understand that. It really depends or varies on the platform that you chose, but here are some really common metrics that you view to get at this question. Followers, subscribers, and fans, the growth rate in those followers, your reach versus impressions. So reach is the number of unique people who have viewed your content. Impressions are how many times a piece of content is viewed. So you go to a lot of platforms like YouTube, and for instance, like they'll have analytics dashboards where you can go and view these numbers. Impressions are important, but I would also argue that reach is even more important, because that's teaching you how many unique people are viewing your content. And so the engagement factor is arguably more important than kind of, how many people. This is going to tell you how effective your content is in spurring action and reaction in your audience. So common types of engagement metrics are likes, shares, comments and replies, click-through rate for your link clicks. How are people interacting with their content? Again, it will vary by platform, but these are the common ones that you'll see. And so here at the bottom are kind of like the important metrics for you to continue to assess and measure there. First is your engagement rate, which is basically your number of engagements divided by your number of followers times 100. It'll give you that percentage. And your click-through rate, the number of clicks over the number of impressions times 100. Those are the two things that you should track at a minimum. And lastly, metrics are only useful when you have something to compare them to. Don't look at it in a vacuum. You should be able to set performance metrics for your content based on your own data, which you will generate over time. You will not have a lot of this at the beginning when you first start doing this. But as you continue to post, as you continue to create content, you'll be able to see where your engagement comes from and set your own personal benchmarks. And if relevant, looking up peer and industry metrics that you can find through Google searches as well that are based on what is common in your particular field. But don't look at your numbers within a vacuum. They'll only tell you a little piece of a story. You want to be able to look at it against a benchmark. And, you know, for those of you who are kind of just starting out, you know, you have like a small 1 or 2 person business, your most important benchmark will be the data that you have set for yourself. Like, what does that look like over time? How are we doing week over week, month over month, year over year, quarter over quarter, what have you? Make sure that you have something to compare it to. All right, so I've talked your ear off. We're at the end of this. And so I just want to wrap up. Your content strategy is a very important part of your overall marketing and branding. It is the way that you express your why and share it with the world and let the world know what you stand for. And it's the way that you build a relationship with your audience and build affinity with them. And again, those 5 key steps: identify your audience, brainstorm your topics, pick your formats and platforms, pick your cadence, measure and optimize. And the shadow step 6 there, repeat, because it's something that engages and goes on over time. All right, so I have a special freebie for everyone here. I've put together these great worksheets for you to help you start brainstorming your topics. You can download those. I think those are a link here somewhere and either on the platform. So it'll take you through those different tips that I shared for brainstorming your content. And at the bottom, there's also a little few instructions if you want to know more about content strategy or anything else from me. But thank you so much for your time and attention today and spending this time on a Saturday with me, learning about content strategy on a Saturday. That's big. So thank you so much for your time and attention and interest. And Peggy, thank you for having me.
Well, I have to also chime in and say that thank you for coming in and chatting content strategy on a Saturday. That is so kind of you. You guys, the brainstorming worksheets that she has provided are pinned at the very top. And I know you have so many questions. I'm just watching this like build up, but mostly what I'm watching build up, and Verdell, you're not seeing this, but I'm seeing this information is amazing. I'm like screenshotting stuff. Very helpful and interesting. Even like I'm learning stuff I didn't even know I needed to know.
I love that. I love to hear that.
Yeah, right. So much information in a short presentation, concise and easy to understand info. Yeah, like it just keeps going and I can't keep up. So thank you so much for all of this value that you're putting into this. So what I want to suggest everybody is, yes, grab her brainstorming workshops, but also follow up on her website because she's got great resources that I know will be so helpful to continue on. So Verdell, thank you so much.
Thank you, Peggy.
It's been such a pleasure having you in, and I hope to I know I'll see you soon.
I'll see you Monday, Peggy.
I'll see you on Monday. All right. So thank you guys. You have about a 10-minute break before we continue on talking freelance business. And that's a wrap for now. We'll give you Mr. Sunnyface. Thanks again to Verdell.
Right.
Please share all the love to her. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Talk very soon. Here's the thing. I know that I said that I'm not doing any giveaways live because they're going in the email, but guess what? I can't help myself. So that said, I'm doing 2 right now because I'm adding 2 so that I can do 2 live. So just for showing up, Ann Hoffman and Angel K, you are both getting a set of the Karen Markers metallic brush pens 10 set. Yay. I don't have I want to have a big applause. So in 40 seconds, when the chat catches up, let's have a yay and congrats. So all you need to do is just email me at hello@thepigeonletters.com and I will send you instructions on how to redeem. And don't worry if you guys jumped out, because you will also be in the email tomorrow so that you will know that you won, because I'm not letting you miss out. I'm not letting you miss out. You were here and you get the things. So good job. Don't worry, there's more, guys. I mean, there's 5 more of those to go around. So, and a deco brush marker set for the acrylic site. So anyway, so many great things. So yay. Yeah. I can't help myself. Sorry, I like giving stuff away. All right, now we're going to move into continuing on freelance business. And then after that, we'll get back to some artwork, but very excited to introduce Michael Janda, who is a friend that I have met. Well, what am I saying? I've had the pleasure to get to know. How about that? And he's brilliant. He's absolutely brilliant. So let's get into that. You guys are going to want to take notes. I'm just going to put that out there right now. You're going to want to take notes for this. Here we go.
Hey there, thanks for joining me. My name is Michael Janda, and I am happy to be with you today. Today we're going to talk about winning the freelance game. These are proven principles that I developed and used and learned over the course of growing my freelance business into an agency. Let me give you a little background about myself, just briefly. I started the agency Riser back in 2002 as a freelancer, and over a 13-year run, we grew into an agency with 20 employees, cool office space, doing awesome work for a great list of clients. I'm so grateful for the clients that we were able to work with. Some of our biggest clients were Disney and Google and Warner Brothers and ABC, NBC, Fox. We got to do work with a lot of awesome clients. I'm so grateful that we got to do this cool work. In 2015, I sold my agency to a friendly competitor of mine, and we became the agency EKR. So this is a shot of our full team, my team combined with their team, early on when we had merged our agencies through that acquisition. It was a fun era. I spent 2 years here during my buyout as a partner at that agency. And then I moved on to doing what I do now, and that is helping creative entrepreneurs level up their businesses. I am passionate about this because I never had somebody to call or somebody feeding me information I needed to know to be able to scale my agency. I was just doing it in the grind of trying to figure it out as I went. And I do that service through writing books like Burn Your Portfolio and The Psychology of Graphic Design Pricing. And I have content on my website and my social media channels. Primarily Instagram is my big channel where I have a lot of creative entrepreneurs that follow me. I give content to help you with your creative business. I'm also trying to build a YouTube channel as we are working on that right now. All right. So today, in today's lesson, we're going to talk about some of these proven principles that will help you in your freelance business to scale, to grow, to not have fear, to know what comes next and how to scale your agency. The first thing I want to talk about is finding clients. This is one of the pain points that I hear all the time from creative freelancers and creative agency owners. It's finding clients. It is the tough one. And primarily, it probably is a challenge because a lot of us don't like to sell. We feel like being salesy isn't in our wheelhouse. And so selling becomes something that we kind of keep standoffish. And I'm going to give you some principles that I used at my agency that helped me sell without really ever feeling like I was selling anything. The first thing that you got to know, and I'm big on relationships. If you've ever heard any of my content, you'll know that I talk about relationships a lot, but the majority of your clients are going to come from relationships. They're going to come from people you know and referrals and doing good work for people that you land as clients and building friendships with those people. I swear, I built my entire agency on this one principle. Now, you do good work, you be good to work with, and your clients will exponentially grow. And this is something to be aware of. In those early years, when you have 1 or 2 clients, the growth feels slow oftentimes. It feels like, oh, we're just not getting anywhere, because it takes a while to go from 1 client to 2. That's doubling your client list. Or going from 2 clients to 4. That's doubling your client list. But when you double from 4 to 8, and 8 to 16, and 16 to 32, you start seeing this exponential growth. And exponential growth is when the magic really starts to happen. And you go from being this budding freelancer grinding out work to having this growth happen. And sometimes it's unmanageable and unwieldy and challenging, but that's what happens. You get this exponential growth. So these early years of freelance, you've got to make sure that you keep these clients happy, because you can't afford to lose a client, which could be half of your entire client roster. So make sure that you're working and grinding to keep those client relationships strong, especially at the start when you're trying to scale up your business. Okay, now let's talk about 3 different ways that you can find clients, or 3 principles that you need to know about finding clients. And I break these down, and you probably have heard this before, into hot, warm, and cold sales strategies. Hot, warm, cold sales strategies. And let's just break down the difference between these different strategies. So let's jump into the hot sales opportunities first. These are your best chance of landing work. And I broke this down into 2 different principles. The first one, a new project from a repeat customer. Somebody who has already made a decision to buy from you before, if they reach out to you with something new, that is a hot opportunity, because they've already made a purchase decision with you in the past. And then number 2, you reach out to a recent customer and ask them if they have any other opportunities that you can bid on. So those are really the 2 hot sales opportunities that you have. And if you don't have any hot sales opportunities, then you proceed to the warm sales strategies. Now, warm sales strategies, they can be effective, but they're not as guaranteed as those hot sales strategies. So warm sales strategies, you're referred a customer from somebody you've worked with in the past, or somebody who knows you and trusts you. They say, hey, John, you should use my friend Mike to do this work. That's a referral. And when those people come to you, they're pre-sold because your friend gave the referral. And John says, well, if our co-friend, if our joint friend trusts him, then I'll trust him. Those clients are pre-sold. So those are very warm sales opportunities. And there's a high green light percentage in those kinds of opportunities. Number 2, you reach out to a past customer. This is somebody that you maybe worked with a year ago. You haven't kept the relationship strong. You worked with them a year ago, and now you rekindle that relationship by reaching out to them. It's a warm sales strategy. Number 3, you ask a happy customer for referrals. This is a great way to grow your business. At the end of a project, you did great work, you had a great relationship with the client. Ask them for referrals. Ask them, hey, I loved working with you. I loved working with you, and I love what we put together. Do you know anybody that might need services like what we offer? And that's a great opportunity to build your client list, asking for those referrals. And then number 4, new client with a request for proposal. Now, a new client, this is somebody who doesn't know you, but they have an active project that they're trying to bid, that they're trying to find somebody to do. And the reason this is a warm sales opportunity is because you know that they have something that they want done. They have a problem that they're looking for somebody to solve. So this is a warm sales opportunity. Now, if you've exhausted all of the hot and warm sales efforts, then you proceed to cold sales. And let's talk about the cold sales strategies. Cold sales efforts, they have a very low conversion rate, meaning you have to reach out to a lot of people to get a little bit of opportunity. And this is why you put these last. And a lot of creatives that I've worked with and talked with, they struggle because they think, oh, I'm trying to do sales. I'm reaching out to people on LinkedIn and I'm going to networking events and things, but those are all cold sales opportunities until you've built that relationship. You don't have the relationship with them, so the relationship is cold and the conversion is low. Okay, so cold sales strategies. You reach out to a potential client, you cold call them. There's no relationship, no referral. And you reach out to them and say, hey, here's the services that I offer, and I'd love to work with you. And then number 2 is paid advertising efforts to generate potential interest. So paid advertising, running ads, running ads off of your cookies on your site so that when they go to Facebook, there pops in your ad. Those kinds of things, they can be effective if you don't have hot and warm sales opportunities. So I think the point that I want to make with this for you is that you've got to be thinking, where's my high level of response rate versus my medium versus my cold? So hot sales, high conversion, best chance of landing work. If you don't have any hot, you move to warm sales. Decent conversion and you pursue those after hot. If you don't have any warm sales strategies or opportunities, you go to cold sales, very low conversion, and they require a high volume of effort. Relationships, man, relationships are so key. I love this quote from Jim Rohn. We are the average of the 5 people we spend the most time with. Jim Rohn. So your good clients know other good clients. Your bad clients know other bad clients. Ask your good clients for referrals. Work inside of their network. Build good relationships with those good people, and then your growth will continue to have more good clients that show up for opportunities for you. Now, let's transition a little bit and talk about knowing where your leads are coming from. This is like probably halfway through my agency run. I was standing at a dry erase board with my right-hand person at my agency, and we started talking about our clients and where they came from, and I started mapping out on the board, okay, well, John referred us to Sally, and Sally referred us to Joan, and Joan referred us to Juan, and I started mapping out this org chart of referrals, the chain of referrals. And it was interesting. I started calling this doing your client genealogy. But it was interesting when I started to notice that there were like 3 or 4 people in this dry erase board full of names that were the source of many other people. As you can see here, Jason referred us to like 6 or 7 people. These are all fake names on here, by the way. Or Stephanie referred us to 5, or Patrick referred us to 5. Now, some people like to be connectors. Malcolm Gladwell talks about this in the book, The Tipping Point. They like to connect people together. Good people that have collaborative services or offerings or mindsets, and they like to connect them together. And this happened at my agency. I started to notice that there were some connectors. Now here, for you, And regardless of the phase of business that you're in, start mapping out where these relationships are coming from, where these referrals and where these clients are coming from, and then identify those connectors and give special attention to those connectors. Special attention means when I would go to Los Angeles to fly and go take my clients to lunch and meet with people, I would always schedule those connectors first. I'd schedule those people because we knew that we wanted to get in front of those people first because we had to keep those relationships strong. Now, I don't like the idea of working relationships for the sake of business. I like the idea of working relationships for building friendships, and it's great to work with people that you care about and you enjoy working with and that become friends of yours. So keep this in mind. Don't be fake when you're doing this stuff. Just be aware of where these relationships are coming from. But man, build relationships just because you want to have more friends and you want to like the people that you work with. And let the referrals and let the opportunities come as a byproduct of that. All right, here's another little activity that you can do, scoring your relationship levels. And I did this early on in my agency too. So you have 3 different relationship levels. Number 3, these are your acquaintances. They're people that you have met. Number 2 are people that they're kind of repeating clients. You know them, but you're not like tight. And then number 1 are your most trusted relationships. 3, 2, and 1. Well, the game to play in this is to ask yourself, how do I move my number 3 person, Tom, to become a level 2 relationship? Or how do I move Mark from a level 2 to a level 1 relationship? That's the game to play, to start looking at how do I build a better friendship with this person, a more trusting relationship so that we continue to work together on great opportunities, great projects. So score all your relationships, throw them in a spreadsheet, and then ask yourself, okay, how do I get this person from a level 3 to a level 2, from a level 2 to a level 1? And the way to do those kinds of things are the way you build a relationship with anybody. Spend time with them. Go take them to lunch. Recognize them on their birthday. Comment on their social media posts. Any of the things that you do now to build relationships with your neighbors and friends, you start doing that with your clients. It's the wine and dine thing that you hear in sales. And again, I don't like it from a malicious point of view where you're just using them to get work opportunities, but just do it just because. These people who became my client friends became my real friends. And I still communicate with them now. I haven't had an agency, I haven't owned an agency in like 4 or 5 years. And I still have interactions with those people because they're my friends. All right, this is every designer's sales problem. I've shared this a handful of places, but so if you've heard it, let me just cram this into your head one more time. And I recognized this at my agency probably later than I should have. It took a lot of months, but when we get busy, we don't sell. And when we aren't busy, then we panic sell. You can see here, January, bad month, under our break even. Oh, we don't have any work, we're panic selling. And then we get a lot of work because we were actually doing actions that will generate work opportunities. And we're busy in February. So what do we do in February? We don't sell because we're busy. And then what happens? We dip back down in March. And then what do? We panic sell. And then we go to April and now we're busy because we sold. And then we go back down in May because we didn't sell in April and now we need work and we panic sell. This is what creates that roller coaster, the feast or famine of freelance that people talk about. It's self-inflicted most of the time. So what do? How do you solve that problem? Do sales every day, whether you're busy or not. And when I'm talking sales, I'm not talking calling people up, cold calling and whatever. I'm talking about relationship building activities. reaching out to clients, sending them an email, checking in on them, looking at their social media if you're connected to them there, and making a comment, sending them a little gift. I used to do this when I would go take people to lunch. We would end up talking about business books a lot of times. And what are you reading? And I'm reading this, and this was a cool idea. And when I was talking about those business books, if I found a book that somebody hadn't read that was impactful to me, I'd ship it to them the next day. Amazon, man, Amazon Prime, you can ship it to them. And so I would drop it into their inbox the next day, not a digital version, but the actual printed version, or 2 days or whatever the Amazon shipping time was. But books get there usually pretty quick. So that was a great way to make those connections. And it's just those little sales touches are the kinds of things that build relationships, that make you memorable, that help clients trust you, and that generates more work opportunities, and it generates referrals. So do sales every day, whether you're busy or not. All right, let's dig into this next section about winning the freelance game. And the core of this is about tracking data. Now, if you want to win the game, you have to know the score. That's the summation of this. And I did athletics in my life, and I'm a big fan of sports and watching sports and tracking stats, and I love that stuff. And data in business is the scoreboard of your business. You have business data, and that data tells you if you're winning or losing. I took this to heart after I read the book The E-Myth by Michael Gerber. And I read this like a year into freelancing, and it totally changed my entire mindset. And I started tracking every data point that I could. This is the spreadsheet that I had my office manager track for 12 years. So I ran my agency 13 before I sold it. And a year after I started tracking this data. And with the right data, you can predict the future by looking at the past. And I remember telling my office manager, it was my very first office manager, and I said, hey, let's start tracking this stuff. And I put this whole spreadsheet together, and she started tracking it every single month. And I said, someday we're going to be able to understand the story of our business because of these data points. And it came to fruition because a few years later, I could see the cycles of the data and be able to predict what was going to happen in my business, or to make plans about how to grow and scale my business. So let's talk about the most important numbers. I'm not going to ask you to track all the stuff that's in this little spreadsheet that I have here. Let's talk about the most important numbers and how they can translate into valuable insights to your business to help you make decisions. So, most important numbers, number one, invoiced versus spent. How much money did we invoice our clients versus how much did we spend? Track that on a monthly basis. So you can see here, January, February, March, and April run across the top. We invoiced X and we spent Y. January, we invoiced $5,500 and we spent $5,000. Our profit and loss was $500. February, we invoiced $12,200 and we spent $5,200. We had a profit and loss, a profit of $7,000. And then March, we invoiced $500. Oh no, and we spent $5,000. We had a loss of $4,500. I started tracking this, and I did this for a decade at my agency on a dry erase board, and it was just one number after another by month, year over year over year, and we could see what cycles started happening in our business. That March was always a down month, April was always a down month, but things picked up in July or August every single year. We started to see the cycles of our business. Now, these are just made up numbers off of a freelancer in the United States might have numbers similar to this. The goal with this activity is to have every single month be green. That was our goal at my agency. It was like, okay, let's massage when we're going to invoice things so that every month is green and we don't have red months. So we would try and stack those together. And you know what happens if you have 12 green months? You have a green year. We didn't worry about let's be profitable this year. We were just focused on profit this month, this month, this month, this month. And when we did that, the inevitable was a successful year. All right, so start tracking that. The next one, proposals submitted versus proposals approved. So how many proposals opportunities did you have? And how many proposals did you win? This is about calculating your win rate. And what you're going to find here too is that you always have a high level of opportunities show up every single March. Once you've tracked this for 3 or 4 years, you can look and see, whoa, look, March always spikes in opportunities. And we're green lighting 50% or 62% or 73% of the project opportunities that we have, we're winning. So those two things, those two insights start to tell you a story about your business. Let's go to the next one. The average price per proposal. So your average price for every opportunity that you have. Now this you take by taking the 4 opportunities you had in January, and one was $2,000 and one was $4,000, and you average those out and you get $3,000 as your average price for your proposals. That's an important thing to know about your business. And then the next one is sales leads. These are opportunities that may turn into a proposal. And you can see here, we're breaking these out by hot sales, warm sales, and cold sales. So again, make the spreadsheet and start tracking this. How many hot opportunities did you have in January versus warm versus cold? And these are the data points. Out of all the numbers that I would track, these are the data points that were the most important. Now let's talk about what these mean. Over time, your data is going to tell you the story of your business. So I extracted these numbers out, and here were the magic numbers from my agency. Over 12 years that I tracked the data before I sold, my project win rate was 61%. I knew that of every opportunity that came in, I was going to win 61% of them. My average value per win was $16,028. I knew that every win was going to be 16 grand of revenue for my business. I knew that we averaged 230 proposals per year and that we won 125 proposals per year. So those are the magic numbers. Now let's talk about what these numbers can mean. Here's a story example. So my overhead was 1.5 million at the ending years of my agency. In order to break even, I was going to need to win 94 projects per year, which was approximately 8 per month. That's what I needed to know, or that's what I needed in order to win. So that's a story that my numbers can tell me. Then what happens? I start looking at the numbers and I think, oh no, January, we only won 4. In February, we only won 4. And March, we only won 3. Oh no, I'm not winning enough proposals because I have to hit 94 proposal wins per year in order to cover my overhead that year. So I could see in advance that things were starting to slump because I wasn't winning enough proposals. That's how these numbers can tell you a story about your business. Let's look at another example. If March came around and I had only won 10 projects, my business might be headed for trouble because I needed that 8 per month. And I just went into that a little bit in the little monologue I had a second ago. But this is the insight that it can tell you. You know at the start of the year how many proposals you have to win at your average price per proposal. And you can start seeing what might happen in the future of your business. If you want, or I knew that also the story would tell me that if I wanted to bill more than $2 million a year, I needed to either increase my value per win, increase my project win rate, or increase my total number of proposals. Those were my options if I wanted to break the $2 million per year range. So these numbers start to tell you the story about your business, and they can tell you where you are because you're tracking them every single month and you can see what's happening in your business. The numbers tell that story, past, present, and future. So start with the magic numbers that I just gave you. Start tracking those things, those most important numbers, figure out your magic numbers, and then start projecting forward in your business. All right, this last section, it's going to be a short one, but this is a big problem for a lot of creatives. It's managing worry. Managing worry. It's the freak out that you've got overhead to cover, personal overhead. I got to feed my kids. I got to feed my wife. I got to keep the roof over my head. These are the worries that I had when I started freelancing. My wife wasn't working. I had 2 kids at home and a mortgage payment, and it was scary. And I learned to manage worry. My wife would tell you probably not so well, but I did compared to when I started. It was like debilitating fear at the start. A lot of the worry comes from not knowing what is going to happen in the future. And I have some creatives reach out to me and they say, how do I get to where I have 6 months of work lined up ahead of me? They would ask me that. And I never had that. I mean, occasionally you win a big project that's gonna have a 6 or an 8 month run. But most of the time, your clients don't know their needs more than 3 months in advance either. So you're not gonna know what's gonna happen in your business. Most of the time, business pivots are happening on these kind of quarterly timetables. We work off of quarterly budgets. We look at our numbers on a quarterly basis. Publicly traded companies report their earnings on a quarterly basis. Quarterly. And I started to recognize this in business, and then I started to think, man, I can't know what's going to happen in 3 months because my clients don't know what's going to happen in 3 months. So don't go too far ahead. Know that if you have work today, then it's highly likely that 3 months from now, you're going to have new opportunities available to you also. So that's the mindset. You're not going to die. 3 months from now, you're not going to have nothing. You're going to have new opportunities. In fact, it could be way bigger than what you're doing right now. And you're probably not going to lose everything. You're probably not going to lose all the money you ever made. You're probably not going to get thrown out of your home. You're probably not going to have no food on the table. You're probably not going to have those things happen. You're not going to lose everything. There's going to be more projects in the future. Don't worry too much outside of the next 3 months. The other thing too, man, there's plenty of work for everyone. Creative industry is booming. It is booming. There's interface screens all over the place. There are opportunities growing, Web 3.0 and the metaverse and NFTs and crypto we're in an exciting time. There's plenty of work opportunities out there. Don't worry so much about your competitors and what they're doing. And if push comes to shove, you can always go get a job. If you were employable before you started freelancing, well, you'll certainly be employable after. You're going to be wiser and more skilled, more talented. You'll work faster. You'll be smarter about business. All those things are going to make you more marketable. So you don't have to worry about that either. The other thing and the final thing, man, the thing that made me feel the most confident in my life was having some money in the bank. Save up that 3 to 6 months of runway so that you know when you're laying in bed at night panicking about this project or that project that you've got some money in the bank. You've got a buffer. And if the crap hits the fan, you're going to be okay. You can make ends meet. So I started doing that early on. I have something in my book, Burn Your Portfolio, called The Next Worry Date. And I would track it and know how long was my money gonna last me. And I quit tracking that when it became years and years my money was gonna last. So nothing feels better than that. Make sure that you have some kind of reserves to build from or to keep that worry at bay. All right, thank you so much for watching this presentation. I'm grateful. I'm grateful for the things that I learned while I was freelancing, and I hope that these things can help you win in your freelance business. If you want to download this presentation, you can go to michaeljanda.com/winningfreelance, and you can download these slides and rehash them. That's available to you. And I just want to say thanks. I appreciate your time and hope you learned something from this. We'll see you again soon.
All right, as you may have noticed, we do have a cushion in our schedule today, which means bonus videos. Hello. All right, so I have a couple of things that I want to share with you, and one of my favorites is making color palettes in Procreate. So for those of you who do not have or who have an iPad, this is still really fun to watch, whether you have an iPad or not, because it's going over color theory. But for those of us nerds who love color theory, we are going to play with this. And I also have a download that I will be plugging into the chat for you guys to import into Procreate for those who do use Procreate. So hooray. Am I right? I love a bonus video. I love a bonus lesson. I love a bonus. Okay, so let me cue that up, and worry not, because I will be able to plug in that template for you real soon. Some of you may have seen this already, but for those who haven't, it'll be a good one. All right, where am I? Right here.
All right, so I want to show you guys how you can create your own Procreate color palettes, and this is going to change everything for you, because we might have like our favorite colors and then we try to put them together on a palette and it just doesn't really make sense. And so I'm going to show you how you can make sense of them to where the colors that you create are nice, they flow together, they complement each other, and you don't have to worry anymore about how to compose them. Hey guys, I'm Peggy Dean, and I am an artist, author, and educator. You can find all of the resources and freebies at thepigeonletters.com. I am here to bring you all the knowledge and the tips and the tricks. So let's get into it. First thing you want to do is create a new palette. So to do that, you can select this plus symbol here and go to create new palette. So I'm not using, here's my cat, she's playing along. So I'm not using any references. I'm not using a photo. I'm not using artwork. I'm not using flowers. I'm not using anything. I'm just going based off of what I like, what I'm drawn to. So once I have my new palette, I have it set as default. It's not titled yet. If you guys want to change the title now, you can. You just tap it and then you're able to either write in with the new update. You can write in the palette name, or you can go to your keyboard and do it. I'm just going to keep mine untitled. Okay, so now I'm at my disc, and I can pick a color that I know that I love. So I've been actually really into like these neon colors lately, but maybe I should soften that up a little bit. Let's see. This is kind of a fun color. So it's kind of like a greenish color, and those of you who aren't familiar with Procreate, this will adjust your color around here, and then the inside will adjust your shade. And make it like, you know, have more white to it, or have more dark to it, or have more saturation to it. So that's where I am playing with grabbing this color that I'm going to use. So pick a color that you love, okay? And then we are going to build it based off of color theory, but I'm going to show you how to do it really easily. So I have that ready to go. So this is just an image file, so you can import it if it's not here already. Let's say it's not, you can import it just by going to your wrench icon, add, insert photo, and then insert it from your photos after you've downloaded it, whoops, to your iPad. So I have that on, and then that's the only layer that I'm working on. So you could use it as a reference layer where you select the palette and then say, or excuse me, I was reading the layer and say reference, and then create a layer on top of that, and then drag and drop. Like, that's totally fine. The other way you could do it is by doing it on the exact same layer. So I'm going to turn that off, and then I can color drop still. That's, I mean, it works the same essentially. It's just that it will be on the actual layer. The other way is I can go to my selection tool, automatic, turn color fill on, and then it will automatically, there we go, be the color I want it to. But I think just to work like indestructibly for this time, usually I go directly on it, but I find that I constantly change the way that I work. So I'm going to make it a reference layer and then go to a layer above it. So basically it's acting as if it's on the reference layer, but it's on a separate layer. So that's kind of cool. All right, so I'm going to drag this color over, and I'm going to make sure all of my main colors are this color. And then I'm going to go down this list and do find the colors that complement it, the analogous colors.
all of those things. And you may not know this, or you may, but if you go to Harmony on the color wheel, so I select the color wheel up here, I go to Harmony, make sure that you're on the color that you want to be on to find the complementary, and then select, see where it says analogous. Yours probably says complementary if you haven't opened this before, but it has a flyout menu where I can click that and find different color harmonies. So it's selecting the green color that I have it on right here, but then it's showing me the exact area where like the complementary color is. So if I want to go exactly complementary, I am going to select the opposite area where that color is, and then I'm going to fill my complementary section circle right here. Now I'm going to select the color again because it was on the pink. I want to go back to my green. I'm going to select my color wheel. I'm still in Harmony, and then I'm going to go to my complementary, and now this time I'm going to select split complementary. So essentially, for those who aren't familiar, complementary colors are exactly opposites on the color wheel. Split complementary are exactly opposites on the color wheel, but spread out just a bit. So they're in the same family, like the same area, but they are split in the middle, just offset slightly. So I'm going to grab each of those colors and I'm going to drag them to the split complementary area. I'm on red now. I want to make sure I'm back on this green. So after I select the green again, let's here, split complementary. There we go. I can grab this pink color. It's kind of like a purpley color. So now I have this like warm-ish, deeper hot pink, this reddish color, and then this like fuchsia-y magenta color. So the reason why I put complementary and split complementary on the same line right here is because I like the way that they all look together, because it's kind of like a monochromatic scheme of complementary colors, which I think is cool. If you want to skip down to monochromatic to do it with the green, you can select the green and then just go to your disc, and then anywhere in here you can select your monochromatic color. So it's not changing the hue, it's changing the saturation, it's changing the shade, anything in here that works with it. So like I'll go a little bit darker and drag that down so it's just a little deeper. I might actually want to make it even darker than that. And then I can go even lighter by coming over to like a mint color, and then I have like a monochromatic scheme for my main color. Okay, so now I'm going to select my main color again. You always want to make sure you do that when you're finding the color harmonies. Go to Harmony, select a little flyout under colors, go to analogous. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, but do you see how now it's in the same family? So this is what's selected. It's the larger circle, but these are the same family. So remember when we were in split complementary, like if I had gone straight across, this would be that area, which is my complementary color. And then the split complementary they are essentially the analogous colors of the complementary. So then when I go to analogous, then I've got my main color and then what's right next to them both. So that's kind of cool. And that's going to create kind of a different-ish version of something more monochromatic, but the hue changes. So it's not really monochromatic, but it's very similar. So I'm going to select that first color, drag it over, and then select this again. Sorry guys, I've been talking for 3 hours because I just finished a workshop. So my voice is not happy with me. Okay, so sometimes if it doesn't reset, I like to go back and just click out of the analogous, go to split complementary, and then go back to analogous. And then I'll grab that blue and drag it over to create that color family. So these 3 colors, while they look kind of weird, they are the analogous colors of my main color chosen, so it might be a really cool palette to work with. Now I'm going to select it again, and I'm going to go to triadic. This is where your palette is exactly spread even amongst 3 points. So you'll see that I'm a little bit in from the edge, and so is this, and so is this. If I was to move this around, then the triadic colors are going to follow. I want to make sure it's on the color I want. Okay, so I'm going to grab this orange color, drag that in. It's really cool. It's actually kind of a dirty-ish orange. And then I'm going to grab this purple color, drag that over, and now I have my triadic colors. So see how these are kind of like, they're complementary, but because they also, if complementary was right here, it's like a split this way, and it's a perfect separation of 3 colors. And then the same thing is with the tetratic, there we go. It's actually going to separate it completely into 4, so I should have another circle right here. So I'm going to go ahead and add that in now, which is a little late, but late is better than never, and you guys will get the right version that way. Okay, so I'm going to copy and paste that. Copy and paste, copy. Oh, that's annoying. Paste. Nope, not cut and paste. This is what happens when I try to work too fast. Paste. Okay, so now I can move that over here, and then I can move the word. So you know what it is. Where do I want to put that? Where do I want to put it? Stop it, kitty. Stop it, kitty. All right. She's like on everything. Off. Nope. Okay, that's enough. Stop it. All right, so now I'm going to merge this down. You don't need to know that. But it's on that same layer. Okay, so now I'm going to go to my color wheel. I'm on tetratic. I want to make sure that this is selected. So that's my main color. But see how this is the one selected? You want to make sure it's on the other one. It doesn't really matter because when I selected that, it did change. So to where it was supposed to go. Like if I did this pink, it changes. Even though for some reason this color is selected, but it did go to where it was supposed to. So I'm going to select all these other colors. I'm going to drag this down here. And then, okay, it stayed. Select this one, drag it over, and then select the other one and drag it over. So this was separated completely into quadrants. Those are my tetratic colors. So this is like if I was in a perfect red, I'm going to be in red, green. Well, I guess I wouldn't. Oh, here we go. It's kind of like the cyan and then the magenta and the yellow, like those types of colors on your printer, but put into 4 instead of put into 3. Yeah, so that's how that works. So you already have the monochromatic. So this is basically how to build it. Now comes the fun part though. So you have these colors built and maybe you don't love how bold they are. Like when I looked at these analogous colors that were my example, I didn't love this line, like this brighter limeish undertone green with my cool green. So what I can do is return to my analogous. So I can select the main color, go to analogous, find that lime green, and just kind of push it around just in that general area. So it's still there. It's just that I am looking at different tones or hues. So then there's this more of a minty color. It's still in the same, for the most part, the same line that, in the color, but it's not as intense. I didn't like that either. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to select this green and go to the disc. And now is where I can play with shade. So maybe I want to turn that down a bit. Maybe I want to desaturate it. It's still the same. It's just going to change like the darkness or the saturation or something along those lines. So it's not so contrasting with the color that I was originally going for. And it's still an analogous color that way. This is a royal purple. I will never use royal purple in my art. I just don't like it. So I'm going to go to this purple color and do the same thing and just kind of go back, or I'm going to move it over to where it's real warm and just lighter. And that's a color I actually use often. So that's how you can kind of tweak these. But let's say you do like the main palette. And so what I can do is I can grab my main color and drag it over. I could also just select and color fill. So I could grab like, I love this dirty like yellowy green color. So I can, whoops, I want automatic selection, please. Automatic. I can fill that area with that one. And then what's another color I love in this? So I'm just going to basically start building based off of what I see here and what I like. So I'll grab this purple color, go to my selection tool, it's automatic, and fill that. You could also just drag and drop, but like I showed you initially. Okay, so this is where I start building my palette. Now, I like these 3 colors together, so what I could do is start playing with the shades and add some more in here. So I grab this kind of olivey color, and it's not select, there we go. And then I can I can make it darker, I can make it lighter, I just kind of can play with that. And this is kind of an army green, so I can drag that underneath and see how now I'm building a palette that is complementary to each other. It looks really good together, and I'm building off of that. So then I'll grab this mint in that monochromatic, and I will fill a color below it with that, and so on. So I also like this orange color. I did not mean to do that. There we go, orange, and then I'll fill maybe one next to it. It doesn't really matter how you set this up, because this is kind of just your experimental area before you add it to your actual palette. So I am going to continue on here. Like this magenta might be fun, so I could fill this area with it. So yeah, I really like how that's coming together. It's really fun. I want to also play with more of these orangey colors. I might make one more bright and less dirty. There we go. So that's just like a cleaner version of it. I'll grab it again and maybe go darker, and then it puts me into a brown color. Not sure how I'll like that with everything, but you know, you're not required to use every color in a palette. So, you know, I might really like this color with this olive green with this brown together one day and work off of that and do something fun with that. So I like this red color too, so I'll plug that in right here. Maybe warm it up and make it a little more orangey, see what that looks like. That's still coming together where I like this color balance. I like what's going on here. So basically this is how you would build your palette. And then from here, you can go into that color palette area that you created, select each color and just start filling that area, you know, and then you will have, your unique color palette, which starts to build. So some examples of mine are, like I like to do trios where I have like, oh, I like, you know, these trios together, these trios together, these trios together, these trios together. I try to keep some spacing so that I can, so it's not like all in one brick, because it helps me see it better. But then there's like duos, like I like these two together, I like these two together. I've got more trios here. This was kind of an example of what I was showing you initially, where I start off with one color and then I get 2 new shades of it, which is essentially your monochromatic scheme. And then I find the second color with it, and then I do 3 colors of that shade, and then the same here. So it's just kind of a fun exploration. And then the other one is like 4 colors that go together. I'll play with that. Another 4 color set. Like this one is based off the same shades. This one's not. This one is like these 4 colors go together. These 4, that's how I organize mine. And then I can create these really cool palettes. So you can see like this palette is a fun palette to work with. This one is a fun one to work with. This one's a fun one to work with. And then you can start to see those. Oh my goodness. You can start to see those. I need to turn this feature off because I am so tired of messing that up when I accidentally scroll. Cut. 4 color. Anyway, you get it. So that is how I set mine up. And then this is a really great cheat sheet that will help you find those complementary, like harmonious colors that you can then start to build for your own unique palette. So I hope this was really helpful for you guys, and I will link the download so that you can grab it with ease. And that's it. All right.
All right, guys, listen up. Speaking of color palettes, I have a video for you again. And before our next lesson, because we talked so much about prepping watercolor palettes the right way, and I do have a full class on it, but I'm gonna show it to you in a very quick way because, oh my gosh, it's gonna change everything for you. And then you're not gonna have any more annoying, paint that pops out or shrinking away from the wells and whatnot. So let's do this again. Let's have another little bonus. Does that sound good? Does that sound like we're into it? Does that sound fun? Cool. Let's go. Where are all my controls? Here they are. Okay. Is this right? Yes. The first part to prepping your palette is easily the most important part. You need to make sure that the palette's ready to hold the paint. If you've ever seen the issue or had the issue where your paint is falling out of your palette, it is most likely due to the fact that it was not prepped correctly. So this part is crucial. It's really easy to do. With these plastic palettes, they are great to hold a ton of different color, but they're also not very abrasive, so they're not going to hold your paint as well. So what we want to do is actually rough that up so that your paint has something to hold on to instead of just being scooped right out or getting knocked loose. And when you mix your paint in the wells here, they usually get kind of beaded up where you don't see the color very well, and it's mostly just water beads with color in them, and then forget it. Easy way to do this. You just need like the rough edge of a sponge. I got this. It's actually a detail cleaner. I bought it initially to clean, and then I ended up using this because it's small and can fit into each of these wells a lot easier. You don't need to rough this up so much that you can see a bunch of, marks all over the place. It doesn't need to be like a sandpaper type of situation. It's just enough to where the paint has something to hold on to. So to do this, I'll just start in the big area and sorry about this noise, and that's it. So I'm going to do that to all of my wells and just get it so that there is something to hold on to. So do that to all of your paint wells. So something to pay attention to as you're filling your palette, when you put your paint in, you first want to line the edges before you fill it in. The reason for this is because it's going to grip to the sides that way and the bottom. When watercolor dries, it starts to shrink up a little bit. So to avoid doing that, when you edge the sides, then it really gives it something to hold on to, and it'll shrink down instead of in. We're also not going to fill it all the way to the top or all the way to the end. We're going to leave about a 1/4 inch so that we have some space for water to actually glide on the top without spilling over into the next color. And I'm taking it directly to the sides here. So I'm going to get one side in, just squeezing till I get to about here, and then I'm going to get the bottom real good, and then the other side. Okay, and then once that's done, I can fill in the rest of it. I'm using a paint that is almost empty, so it's not really the best example, but I do have other ones to show you. So okay, and then my next color, I'm going to do the same thing. This can get messy too. If you don't trust yourself, then what I would do is put a piece of paper underneath. Okay, so see how I fill the edges and then fill in the rest of it? And I'm just going to do that with all of these colors. Okay, so once my watercolor is in here, what I usually do is keep my palette open near a window for 24 hours or so. I've made a mess. And then I will come back the next day and I just take my fingertip and I just press on each of the colors to create just a very small crater. Your watercolor will still be soft, but it will be mostly dry, especially on the surface. It'll be soft toward the middle. So when you press gently, it's going to create a little crater so that as you use your watercolor, it'll keep that water on the colors that you're using a little bit better so that you don't have to keep rewetting and rewetting as much. It's just a little trick to help you.
And that's it. Now you can build easy palettes that will work in the long run.
Nah, not so bad. Not so bad. Easy peasy. Oof. Just banging stuff around over here. Okay. Now that we have that out of the way, we have a 10-minute break and then we will bring in, let's see. We're doing a live session with Swetha from the Paisley Corner. I'm very excited about it. So take a little break, grab your watercolors, and I'll see you guys in a short 10 minutes. You know what time it is. It's time to go hug your dog. It's time to high five your cat. It's time to kiss your fish. Oh, it'll never get old. Welcome back from the break. We're gonna have some fun now. Hope you have your watercolors out. Time to go into painting the day. And by that, I mean feathers, which is obviously the full day. So I'm going to invite Swetha in here. Very excited that she's from the Paisley Corner and will be walking us through some real skills that you will then have shortly after. And don't worry, everyone, I'm not gonna forget to press record. Don't even worry. Look at this. Doing it now. Hi, Swetha. So good to see you.
Hi, Peggy. How are you?
Oh, wonderful. I'm so happy that you're here and everyone's very excited. So I am going to, and I'm going to go away and I will happily chime in if people have questions, but I'm mostly going to stay real quiet so that you can do your thing. Let me get in here,
Yeah,
and then I will. You're good. You're good. I'm going to spotlight you.
Awesome.
Would you prefer to have a side-by-side or would you prefer to have a spotlight on what you're doing? How about I do a little bit of both and be really cute and be like the tech man behind the scenes when you're talking? Okay, cool.
Okay,
I'm going to do such a good job, everybody. Don't even worry about it. Oh man, I'll stop. All right, Swetha, thank you for being here. I'm so excited. You're so talented. I'm going to disappear now.
Aw. Hi, everyone. I have a lot of things going on over here. This is like, multitasking to level, I don't know, 100. I have the live stream chat going on over here. I have this camera going on over here, and I'm looking here. So I know Peggy was struggling with this earlier as well, but now I know what she was going through all this while.
Yeah, it's a thing.
Well, hello, everyone. I see that you're all pumped up and you've been doing this for 9 long days and we are, nearing the end, and I'm so glad that we're all still here. My name is Swetha Shenoy. I am an artist and teacher specializing in lettering and watercolor art. I spread the joy of creating through my art workshops, and I'm so excited to see you all here today. Feel free to check out my work on Facebook or Instagram. My handle is @thepaisleycorner. In today's class, we are going to go over some basics of watercolors. I know there have been a lot of watercolor classes throughout these 9 days, but I think I'm ready for another one, right? Who isn't? So I'm going to cover some watercolor basics. We're going to learn how to use our brush, how to use water control, and also some watercolor techniques. And at the end of the class, you're all going to create these beautiful, vibrant feather bookmarks. So I'm really excited to paint with all of you. But first, let me quickly walk you through the supplies that you'll need today. Just your basic watercolor supplies, any kind of watercolor supplies that you have on hand is absolutely fine. I have a couple of sheets of Canson XL watercolor paper here. And then I also have a watercolor fan set here, just like, like the one Peggy was walking you through just a couple of minutes ago, something very similar, but, you can use whatever you have. Some water and paper towels. And here I have a round brush, the Princeton round brush in size 6, and you can use something similar in size 6, 4, or 8, doesn't matter. You also need a pencil and an eraser perhaps. And if you have washi tape or painter's tape or masking tape, you could use it to section off your watercolor paper into different sections for a bookmarks. If you don't have washi tape, you can just use a ruler and draw some lines, or you can even just wing it, And these pens that I have, these are the Tombow Mono drawing pens. I'm just going to use it for the demo. You don't really need to have these today. And this is optional, but if you want to add some additional details, this is completely optional, but I have some metallic watercolors here. They are so fun and they just really, pop your art, your paintings. or you can even use these metallic paint pens that are by Sakura. Again, optional, as long as you have watercolors, I think you're all set. I'm just going to quickly catch up with the chat here and see how you're all doing. Oh, thank you so much. All right, so let's start off with some watercolor basics. I'm assuming that you don't know how to paint. And even if you do, so it's great to always start off with some basic exercises, right? Just relax and loosen up and get ready for painting. So here I'm using a little bit of blue, but you can use any color because we're just going to do a few quick exercises. I just want to show you how you can use your brush, the different parts of your brush in different ways. So since I'm using a round brush here, it has a pointy tip and a fat belly. So depending on which part of the brush I use, I can create thin or thick lines. So let's start by painting some thin lines because we are going to, use some thin lines to add details. So let's just quickly see how to do that. Here I'm holding my paintbrush just like how I would hold a pen or a pencil, a couple of inches away from my tip. And I just have a slight 45-degree angle. And, I'm applying light pressure here. And it's okay if your lines are a little bit thicker than mine. This all comes, a lot of the control comes with practice. So there you go. You can even try adding a few dots, just by pressing down the tip of your brush. If you press down harder or apply more pressure, you can create these teardrop shapes, which are again some fun details to add to our feathers, as you will see in a few minutes. So hopefully you're able to see the difference, when you apply pressure versus when you apply like light pressure. Before we continue, I actually want to show you how to draw out these feathers in the first place. So actually in this section over here, I'm going to show you how to draw some feathers, like different types of feathers. And you can use a pencil for this exercise. The reason I'm using my marker is so that you can see my feathers clearly. And the way to draw your feather is you first start with a line, a curved line. And this is the stem or the shaft of your feather. And then you draw the body. And there are a couple of different ways to draw the body of your feather. This one, as you can see, it has more of a rounded top. You can even make it a little bit boxy on top, like that. And look, notice how the feather looks a little bit different when you have altered the shape at the top. You can also make it a little bit elongated and thin. And you can just maybe even like exaggerate it a little bit over here. So these are just a few ways to draw your feathers real quick. I noticed, I just went around with one swooping action. You can even break it down into multiple smaller lines as well. You don't have to do it in one swooping action like the way I do. If you do want your feathers to look a little bit more natural, and this one I'll show you with a pencil because I'm going to erase a few lines. Draw your stem first, and then draw any kind of body you want. And then you want to go back and add a few cuts. So all I'm doing is using my pencil, adding like an inverted triangle, bringing it in and connecting it back to the original body. And you can do that in a couple of places. And then I go back with my eraser and just erase it a little bit, erase the outline a little bit. And this way I feel like I still get a nice looking feather, and drawing the outline initially, I think helps me keep it like even and helps me maintain the shape of the feather. So now I can go back and, sketch it or trace it with a black marker if I want to. So notice how the feather looks now with these cuts. I think it looks a little bit more natural. So if you like these cuts, then definitely try and practice, a few of these feathers. The other thing I quickly want to mention is notice how even the stem, I'm changing the direction. This one is pointing towards the right. This one is pointing towards the left. So when you make these little changes, you can really vary the look of your feathers. Now that we have drawn a couple of feathers, let's quickly try and add a few details to it using the techniques we've just learned. So again, picking up some blue paint here, and you can try adding a few feathers here at the bottom. Now these are called, the technical term is after feathers, but I like to call them baby feathers. So all I'm doing is using the tip of my brush, I'm applying very light pressure and adding these flicks in different directions, just like that. Just a few flicks. And you also want to make sure that you're leaving a little bit of white space in between. You can also try adding a few flicks on the side over here. I think the fun part of painting feathers is adding all of these details afterwards. I think that's what makes the feathers really stand out. So that's why I want to show you different ways to add these details to your feathers. You can also try adding a few dots, just like how we practiced. Maybe those teardrop shapes as well. I'm quickly catching up in those comments and seeing what you're all talking about. It looks like you're following along, which is great. All right, so now that we've learned how to use the tip of a brush, let me quickly walk you through water control. Now, that one of the nice things about painting with watercolors is that you can really use the power of water to get different values of a color, right? The more water you use, the lighter or softer the value or the shade is going to be. So right now I'm going to go back to my blue here, and I'm going to grab a lot of paint. But this time I haven't used a whole lot of water. I have just used enough for the paint to mix with water. And I'm going to paint a swatch here using the body of my brush. So notice how I'm moving the brush, in this movement up and down, and I'm able to paint this swatch here. Now I'm going to rinse my brush a little bit in the water and paint another swatch. And notice how this one is lighter than the first one, right? Because we grabbed some more water, we removed some of that paint, and we were able to get a lighter value. And if I do that one more time, I'm going to get an even lighter value of blue. And this one is almost white. So the reason I'm sharing this particular technique is when we paint our feathers today, what we're going to do is we are first going to apply a light layer of our initial color. So that layer is going to be a little bit of lighter value. So that means we'll use more water and less color. And then we are going to go back and add these details with a darker value. So that way you're going to see the contrast as well as the details are also going to stand out. Let's try that quickly again. And again, you know, swatching the colors is such a great exercise for beginners, or even when you don't know what you want to paint, right? Sometimes a blank page can be really intimidating and daunting because you don't know what to paint. And I think a great exercise is to always try and swatching your colors and then see what comes out of it. Here I'm trying it with green. You know, I am a lazy artist. So I like to usually just quickly rinse my brush and continue painting, but you can even bring some of the paint outside onto your palette. Like so, and then add a few drops of water to it directly. So this way you can get a consistent mix beforehand, before you start painting, right? And then you can also test real quick, like paint a swatch and see if you're happy with the value of your color. If you're not happy, then you can definitely go back and add a few more drops. So one last thing I want to talk about real quick is the wet on wet and wet on dry techniques, because we are going to use a combination of both to add these details to our feathers. So let me use yellow here. And I am going to paint another swatch over here. And right next to it, I'm just going to paint a swatch of just water and no paint. And it's probably hard for you to see, you know, when I just do a swatch of plain water, but trust me, it's there. And you're going to see some really fun effects now. When I pick up my blue paint again and apply a few drops of blue color onto these wet areas. So notice how when the paint, the blue paint comes in contact with these wet surfaces, whether that's wet paint or, you know, just water, the color starts to spread. That is very different from what would happen if you just do it outside on dry paper or even on dry paint. So this paint over here is dry. So if I go back and add these dots here, notice how these dots are stationary. So this first technique over here is called wet on wet. So anytime when your paintbrush is wet with paint and your paper is also wet with either paint or water, you know, the effects that you get here are called wet on wet. And what you have over here and just down below, when the paper is dry, is called wet on dry. Now, again, one of the reasons why I like working with watercolors is how I can use these two different techniques to create beautiful effects. So going back to the feather here, I use a combination of these techniques because I, use this line that I've painted here. I've painted that using the wet on wet technique, and some of these other details, I have added it after my feather is completely dry. So when it's like wet on dry. So let's try that again real quick. Now I'm going to paint a swatch here. And another swatch here. And then I'm going to grab my blue paint and try adding some lines, some dots. You know, and notice how the paint spreads. So this way I'll be able to add some really fun details to my feathers. I am going to quickly start up my live feed again because from some reason it crashed. Okay. How's everyone doing? You know, I can see your comments, but I'm sad that I can't see your faces. I can't see your reactions, but I'm really excited to see all those comments coming in. So I just want to say thank you for tuning in and thank you for all those wonderful comments.
Swetha, you're so good live. You're just so good at teaching live.
Oh, thanks, Peggy. You just made my
You're
day.
You're like on it. You like know you got all your screens, you got your chat. Like I don't have to do anything.
Awesome. Thanks, Peggy. I really appreciate it. All right, so I think we have done enough practice because like I said, you've all been painting all week long and I don't even think I needed to do this, but I feel a lot better that I've covered the basics for you. So let's
I'm just going to come in. I'm going to come in from the sky really quick and also remind you guys like, and you guys are going to say the same thing, like you're going to agree with me, but like being able to learn, even if it is the same technique from different instructors, you always like pick something up that you might not have before because of the way that somebody says something or presents it, it like will then click. So I'm stoked that she went over that.
I completely agree, Peggy, because, you know, I have been on Skillshare and like I'm a Skillshare member and I will learn from every watercolor artist. Like I'm such a sucker for watercolor classes or lettering
Totally.
classes. And, you know, I'll take your classes or I'll take Audrey's classes or, you know, because everyone's style is so different. And it doesn't matter if you're a teacher or if you're a student. It's always fun, like learning from different artists. There's always something that you learn. So I'm so glad.
Always a gem. And I think that it's important to always stay a learner too.
Yes, absolutely. I'm not done. This is a journey that's going to you know, that I'm on forever. So yeah, I'm so glad we're doing this.
So it's so exciting. Yes. Okay, I'll be quiet now.
All right. So, you know, I'm actually going to give you all a couple of minutes to prep your final watercolor paper. So as you can see here, I've already done my homework because I like to be prepared. So all I did was take some washi tape and, you know, divvy up my paper into these 4 sections. I applied the washi tape in the center first, and then it was easier for me to divvy up the sections again. Like I said, if you don't have washi tape, use a ruler. If you don't have ruler, that's fine. It doesn't matter. But next we are actually going to draw our feathers in pencil. And, you know, I would recommend that you make light pencil marks because once you apply watercolors on top of it, you know, especially the light colors, you won't be able to erase it. So that's why try and make light pencil marks as you go. But I have this fun pencil here, which will actually, you know, not show through when I apply watercolor. So that's the one that I'm going to use. And I'm going to make mine a little bit darker just so you can see what I'm doing here. But I'm sketching some big feathers here. And go ahead and start sketching yours as well. I'm also going to go back and add those cuts because I think they look really nice. just a couple maybe on either side. And now I'm going to erase the outline just a little bit. And add some finishing touches. Pauline, what I have here is a 9x12, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it's a 9x12 watercolor paper. But even if you have smaller pieces of watercolor paper, that's fine. Like this one is really tiny. You see? So it really doesn't matter. I typically save up a lot of watercolor paper scraps so I can create these bookmarks. So use what you have. It's just that if you have a smaller piece of paper, then your feathers might be a little bit smaller, but that's fine. I love that tiny one. I'm so glad you like it. All right, so I'm gonna quickly catch a breath here, take a look at these comments and wait for you to catch up with me. I've just started off with 2. As you can see, we'll try and do 2 first. And then depending on how much Peggy allows me, how long she lets me stay here, we'll see if we have time to do a couple more.
Forever. No, but on a serious note, I should have looked before I started talking. We have a full hour, so you're good.
Yeah, okay. So I think we will definitely get to 2 full bookmarks today. And then I'll let you, come up with your own ideas for the others. So this pencil that I'm using is the Faber-Castell Graphite Aquarelle HB pencil. And I think it's called like waterproof or Peggy, maybe you can help me, but I don't mean to put you on the spot, but it's some kind of a waterproof pencil.
I'm like squinting, like, which one is it? I don't have the answer and I'm okay with admitting it.
Yeah, maybe, I'll just maybe quickly look up a link for it.
If it's the Aquarelle, isn't that a watercolor pencil, not waterproof? It should be. I'm going to look it up.
Yeah,
right
it's
now.
just that when I apply water on top of it, the pencil lines are just going to magically erase.
Yeah. So those are not waterproof. They're watercolor based, or like they're basically watercolor pencils. So the cool thing about those is that they're awesome to sketch with because they end up acting as watercolors. So like you could even use them as your paints essentially and like color a full page and then apply water and it'll start to like act as though it's watercolor, which is really cool.
Yeah. So there you go. Peggy clearly knows what she's talking about.
I mean, you knew, yeah, but it will disappear, which is awesome because then you can have your reference, but then it will act as watercolor and not stay there and be annoying.
Right, exactly. Water soluble graphite. Yes, Torch, that is the right answer. I think that's the one, water soluble graphite. All right. So this is the first feather that we are going to paint, and I'm going to keep it right here so you can see. Feel free to choose any colors you like. This is your painting. You don't have to do what I'm doing, but this is the first one that I'm going to paint. I have chosen 2 colors for my initial layer. That's yellow and orange. And I'm going to try and keep the first layer, like I mentioned, a little bit on the lighter side. Anyways, I think these colors are light to begin with. So I think it should be fine. But I don't want highly saturated layer. I want a lighter layer. So I'm just prepping my colors here real quick. And the other thing that I'm going to do is actually I'm going to alternate between these 2 colors. So I'm going to paint a section of yellow, then I'm going to move on to orange, and then yellow again, and so on. All right, so here we go. So this is my first layer, and I'm just painting maybe an inch into the feather. Anytime you reach the the outline of the feather, you want to try and use the tip of your brush so that you have more control. But when you're painting larger areas, you can use the body of your brush. One thing I find that beginners, not that any of your beginners after 9 days of intense watercolor courses, I find that a lot of people don't use a lot of water. And if that happens, your layer could dry very quickly. What you want is a little bit of shine or a sheen, like I can see that there's a little bit of shine here, probably you can see. That's what you want to go for, so that your painting takes a little bit longer to dry. Because when that happens, you can again get beautiful wet on wet effects when you apply the second color. Notice how the yellow and orange are blending into each other, and it's a really soft, beautiful blend. I'm going to switch up the color again, grab some yellow, and continue painting my feather. Back to orange again. There are so many different ways you can create these feathers, right? Like once you have understood the basics, once you've understood the power of watercolors, this is just to help you get started. And I'm sure you'll go on to create some wonderful feathers. So as you can see, I'm done with the first layer of my painting. And while it's still wet, I'm going to grab some pink here, because I want to get some fun wet on wet techniques in as well. So just grabbing a little bit of pink here. And what I'm going to do is I am going to trace over this center line, this stem. And again, I'm going to do it in one swooping action, but feel free to pause as often as you like when you paint over this line. And immediately you're going to notice the wet on wet effect. The pink is going to slowly bleed into the underlying layer. And it's so fun to watch when that happens. And now I'm going to grab some orange, and this time I'm going to grab a darker value of orange and maybe add some of these baby feathers down here, and maybe even on the side here. Again, just light flicks using the tip of my brush. And actually in the sample that I had created, I actually added pink flicks on the side, but right now I went with orange. Like someone said earlier in the comments, there's no right or wrong way to do this, right? Art is subjective, so feel free to make small changes as you go. And while I wait for you all to catch up, let me quickly take a look at the comments. Yes, Sarah, I am rinsing the brush before I switch up the color, but you don't have to. If the colors are similar, I think it just adds to the beautiful blend. You really don't have to, but since I'm working with similar colors, I quickly rinse out my brush here. The feathers are yummy. Yay, I'm so glad you like them. Janaya, that's a beautiful question, and I'm going to answer that shortly. All right, so this first feather here, I am done with the initial layer and the initial set of details, so I'm going to let it dry. And in the meantime, we are going to switch to the second feather over here. And let me bring out the second sample. So there you go. So here's the second sample. And in this one, we are first going to start with a light layer of green. So let me prep that. And again, remember our initial layer is going to be light. So more water, less paint. And you can always test it. Test your value before going ahead with the painting. All right, so here I am first going to paint the entire feather in this light green value. So that's what I'm doing here. And as I paint, I'm going to try and answer the question earlier that was asked, if there was any personal significance to painting feathers. Honestly, flowers is my jam, like florals are my jam. If you go even on to my Instagram page, you will see that I like to paint a lot of leaves and flowers. I guess it's all nature inspired. And I like to keep my paintings not really realistic, but a little bit on the abstract side. So I felt like these feathers could be so fun to paint, slightly nature inspired, and also gives you a lot of freedom to explore and experiment with watercolor techniques. So I guess that was my inspiration. And these are so useful, right? Like you can create these bookmarks. Actually, yesterday I was teaching a similar class to a bunch of people, and they were talking about how they were thinking of actually painting a bunch of these bookmarks and leaving it in books, random books at the library. So I thought that was really sweet and a fun idea. Imagine like picking up a book at the library and finding a hand-painted feather, or maybe an affirmation even. Coming back to my painting here, hopefully you can see that it's still glossy. I like to keep my paintings a little bit on the glossier side so that they dry a little bit slowly, and I can still add some wet on wet techniques. So here I have the first layer of my painting. And now I am going to grab some glue. And this time again, I want it to be of darker value. And I'm going to do the exact same thing. I'm actually going to go ahead and add the stem and add these horizontal lines as well. And you're going to see some wonderful wet on wet effects here, depending on how wet your first layer is. You can even go back over it a couple of times. Sarah, I do not do birds yet. I think birds are so hard, man. I wish I could do birds. Maybe next year, who knows? Like Peggy and I were talking about, I think you're in a lifelong journey of learning when you're an artist. So maybe someday. So here you go. I added some horizontal lines as well. And, that's the beauty of watercolors, right? I can't predict it. Some places, there are these larger bleeds and some places it's lighter, but that's fine because as it dries, it's all going to look really pretty. And again, we are going to let this second feather dry completely. And in the meantime, I'm going to go back to the first one. And, I think it's pretty much dry at this point. So let's go back and add some more details. But maybe let me quickly catch up on the chat real quick and give you all a couple of minutes to catch up with where I am at. I can't wait to see your version of these feathers. So definitely tag me at the Paisley Corner and use the hashtag Creative Retreat Live because I would love to see your feathers as well. You can definitely make cards with these feathers. Yeah, of course. You can also, take up a page and create these beautiful feathers going in different directions. Like, create a page full of these vibrant feathers. They don't have to be bookmarks. I just thought it would be cool and neat to create these fun, fancy bookmarks, but you can even create cards. That's a great idea. All right, so I'm going back to pink here. And I'm again grabbing a darker value because I want dark and concentrated details next. And I'm going to add a few circles on either side. Now you can add one or two, depending on how much room you have. I think I'm going to add one on this side and maybe two on this side because there's more room on the right side of this feather. But maybe not over here. Maybe this one can be a little bit smaller. That's okay. So I'm using the tip of my brush to paint these circles and then just filling it in. Hopefully you're also realizing how to use different parts of the brush, intentionally. So just, one circle at a time. And if you're having trouble, because this feather is still wet, and if you don't want to accidentally smudge it like I just did, you can even invert your paper and try painting it on the other side. I will just have to remember to be a little careful. But like, honestly, who here has not smudged their painting, right? We've all done it at some point or the other. Deborah, I'm so glad you like that idea. Of leaving bookmarks, in the library books. All right, so I just added a few rows here on the top, and just to like switch it up a bit, I'm going to add a few dots at the bottom here. Light pressure with the tip of my brush, and just adding a few dots. So here my first feather, it's almost done. I think we can add some more details if we still have time, but otherwise I think this looks pretty good. Going back to the second one, it's almost dry. It's still a little moist, but that's okay. Now, for this one, I'm going to add some details in black. So I'm grabbing some black here and adding these baby feathers down at the bottom. Also a little bit on the side. Those gentle flicks. And for some additional details, what I'm going to do is add those teardrop shapes that I showed you earlier. I'm going to add them over these lines. So all I'm going to do is press down my brush and lift it. Press and lift. And because I'm using a round brush, I'm getting these fun teardrop shapes. And again, I am going to add a few dots here. This part of my feather is still a little wet. So you see how it's actually bleeding into the painting underneath. I'm okay with that. Leilani, I'm so glad you like the colors that I've chosen. I actually try to stick to colors that are close to each other on the color wheel. So for the first set of feathers, I use like yellow, orange, and pink. And for this one, I used, darker colors, so cooler colors rather. So green and blue and just some black. Teresa, I'm so glad you like the textures. Travel design, you're hilarious. Yes, Judy, that's a great exercise. Now that you know the basics, I think that's how you exercise your creative muscle, right? Like try and come up with different ways. So actually, I think it's great that we have two blank spots here. And actually, when you share your version of the feathers on Instagram and when you tag me, I would love to see some additional ones that you've created on your own that were your original ideas. So yeah, I would love to see those. Hi, Chris. So these colors that I'm using are actually by Winsor and Newton. So those are the colors that I'm using here. I think it's cadmium orange and maybe lemon yellow deep. So while these feathers dry, I quickly want to show you some of the other feathers that I've painted and that have actually some metallic details, because I think those can also be a lot of fun. So this one, I used this paint pen, the Sakura paint pen, and added some gold details after it was completely dry. They come in a bunch of colors, I think copper, silver, and gold. So as you can see, this one has gold. I went back and added a silver outline. It might be a little bit difficult to see, but there is a silver outline on this one. There you go. And like I mentioned earlier, you can also use metallic watercolors. And you can also use these to add some fun details. That's what I used on some of the other bookmarks that I've painted here. See, I love the shimmer that you get from using metallic watercolors. And as you can see here, each time you paint these feathers, they're going to look different depending on what colors you chose, what kind of techniques you chose. And it's always fun to use a combination of both wet on wet and wet on dry watercolor techniques. Like this one is, I think, very different from all the other bookmarks that I've painted. I've just added a fun pattern inside the feather. Jean, so this one I drew the outline with the metallic pen, this particular one. But some of the other ones, I just went ahead with the brush, with my paintbrush. If you have white gel pen or maybe Dr. P.H. Martin's, white, you can also add some highlights. If you have these, Sakura black pens or these ones by Tombow, you can even use these to add some additional details. I am loving the comments that are coming in through the chat. You're all so kind and patient. And I can see that there's such willingness to learn, right? We're all showing up here on a Saturday. I'm dialing in from New Jersey, so it's like almost 7 p.m. for me, but you're all here on a weekend. That's amazing. Again, I'm just taking a quick look at the comments here. Carrie, I think you deserve a break. Yeah, you can catch the replay tomorrow, but I think you totally deserve a break.
You guys are so awesome. This is so beautiful, Swetha. I love it so much, and I can't wait to see everybody's. Mostly, I can't wait to see what colors everyone chose. That's my favorite always.
Yeah, sometimes they just pick the colors that you do, and sometimes they just go like on a different tangent. But whatever it is, it's going to look so different because it's their version. And
you guys. Please be sure to remember that today's prizes are the biggest ones. So please remember to share on social and tag the Paisley Corner, tag the Pigeon Letters, use the hashtag Creative Retreat Live. Additionally, be sure to check out Swetha's classes, because clearly she's an incredible instructor. And if she's this good live, then we'll see, right? So thank you, Swetha, so much. Again, you're just such a joy. I'm so glad that we got to have you live this year. And you guys otherwise have like a 5-ish minute break and we're going live again. So
thanks, Peggy. This was so fun. And thank you for everything that you're doing for the community.
Oh, it is my favorite thing, you know, and it's
yes.
all of our favorite things. Okay, we'll see you guys so soon. Thank you.
Happy painting.
Oh, hey, it's me. It's just me again. Hi, guys. Oh, we're having fun. And you guys are saying it too, which makes me so happy. Do you want to know something that's like totally off topic, but I am just going to share just for fun? So I'm doing a million things, right? But we also have to have like a balance. So, okay. So Angie, I don't know if you guys know Angie from Bobo Design Studio. And if you don't, you should, because she's amazing. But she makes me buy things all the time. And she doesn't really, it's just that she shares them in her stories. And then I'm like, what's this about? And then I need it. But she was wearing, so she had her nails done. And I was like, okay, is that fingernail polish? Like, tell me what's going on, because they're so pretty. And she was like, no, they're static nails. And so I bought them. And then I forgot just now how much I don't like fake nails because I just feel like they're not mine, right? But so I start putting them on like as I'm multitasking because you have to hold it in place. So I'm like holding it in place like while I'm doing stuff because I'm like, this will be fine. So I have just these two on and they're so cool. Look at, they're like holographic. Like that's really fun, right? So I'm like, maybe I'll just wear these two and see how I feel if I want to put the rest on. But then I was like, no, what if I start a trend and I just put these two on and then these ones are my real nails and I can paint them whatever I want. And that way it's not going to feel annoying that these aren't, but I will say they feel really good and really secure. This is not an ad. It's just a thing. So I'm like going like this and there's no snagging, which is impressive because they're not exactly flush. I'm not gonna lie, I don't love them, but I mean, there they are. So maybe I'll paint the rest. Do you guys think that's a fun idea? Because like we're all trendsetters here, right? I have no idea where this is coming from. It's just like in my it's what I was doing while multitasking because I need self-care, am I right? Oh my gosh, thanks for humoring me during that bad story. And this is what's happening right now. All right, now we're going to continue painting. I'm very excited to invite, I have to tell you, I'm going to tell you this story as I'm inviting Courtney on screen here. And she won't mind that I'm sharing it with you. And that is that she was with us last year. And you guys, her session last year was one of everybody's favorites. She really like, you guys loved her session so much. And I was like, okay, she has to come back. So we're emailing or whatever. And like literally right when we put the schedule up, we were in a chat and she goes, so is it too late? And I'm like, yeah, it's like really too late because like all the assets were in and the videos were in or whatever. But I'm like, you know what, Courtney? Let's just squeeze you in for a live. And she's like, yes. So we're really fortunate. And we also broke a few rules because we love Courtney so much. So anyway, hi, Courtney. I'm so glad that you're here and you look so hot.
Oh, thank you.
You do, you look good. All right. I'm gonna now just come over here and be quiet and let Courtney do her thing because it really was one of everyone's favorites last year. I was super stoked to put her toward the end so that she can like resonate. She just has like, you know, I don't want to talk her up too much because I don't want to like put that pressure on, but I will say the thing I love about Courtney so much is that she's so damn relatable and that's what we all need in our lives. So thank you for being a good human. That's all. Just thank you for being one of the good ones. Okay, done.
Well, thank you so much, Peggy. And hey, I feel like I can ask you this on the air in front of people because, you know, hashtag relatable. Would you mind helping me keep an eye on the chat? I've been kind of nervous about that, like just seeing 100%. All that, you know, so thank you so much. Yes. I figured, you know, Teresa knows, our friend, we have a friend, Teresa, and she knows. I've been on the phone with her like, hey,
I'm all about it. What I will say, to be fully transparent with everybody, is that I have some toast that I put into the toaster and I shall go peanut butter it up and then I will be right back right after Courtney gets started because mama needs to eat something. I'll tell you what. But yes, I will 100% do that. And I would love to. So if you guys have questions, shoot them over because you guys know I'm a great tech guy at this point.
Absolutely. The best.
Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm going to spotlight you.
Okay.
I will ask you a question. Will your other camera go horizontal?
Oh, I can make it.
Amazing. Amazing. I think it'll be easier to. Is it? If you flip it up, it should reorientate. Reorientate? Is that how you say it? Reorient? Tate?
Hold on.
No, all good. I think that's how you say it. Teresa, oh, you need me to co-host? She would love to. Oh my gosh. I'm like tempted to because it's the last day and I'm like, oh my gosh, let's make this so fun. No, it still didn't. Is it a phone?
Yes.
if you pick it up and then just like hold it in the right orient, there you go. Yep. And then it'll go perfect.
All right, y'all. Trust me, I'm an artist. I know.
No, it's okay. No, this is live. Come on. This
right?
Is what we do.
This is live, and I said I wasn't going to talk about the sweatpants that I'm wearing, but y'all saw them anyway. So there we go.
I know. I tell everyone, I like, you guys know, I will sit. Don't worry, we're not recording yet. I will like sit and wait and wait and wait. And then it's like, I can't wait. Like, I have to get this reference. And I get up and people are like, oh, that's what she's wearing. Not today, though. You guys saw my bright orange pants. So you're welcome.
Nice.
All right. It's like truly parachutes. All right. I'm going to start this now. Here we go.
Okay.
And I will reintroduce, for those who are watching the replay, Courtney Cameron is just a wonderful artist. She loves sharing so very much. And she's so authentic and real and just really enjoys walking through this process. I'm very excited for her project today. It's just an adorably cute idea. And you guys all have to do it or else work along with her. So I'm going to turn it over. I'm going to get my peanut butter toast and I will be right back.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Peggy, for having me. And hello, y'all. How are y'all doing? I am in Texas. So we say y'all. I grew up in Louisiana. So we also said y'all there. But, you know, it kind of seems like it's more of a Texas thing. But, you know, y'all bear with me, okay? I've tried to break myself of the habit, but I just can't. I'm about to be 36 years old, and y'all is just part of the vocabulary at this point in my life. So welcome. I want to add my voice to everyone else who has welcomed you to the Creative Retreat Live. We are wrapping things up now, and I'm going to try not to get emotional about it, but no promises, because I have big feels and I own them, and you should too. So like Peggy said, I am Courtney Cameron. I am the artist and illustrator behind Not By Sight Art. And we will talk just a little bit about that in a moment. I am so honored to be here. Today, we are going to paint some fun floral cakes. I actually should have called it whimsical watercolor cakes, because it turns out I think we're going to have time to do 2 tonight or today, depending on where you are. And so if we have time to do 2, the second one that y'all voted on Instagram is actually not a floral cake. It's more of a whimsical cake. So speaking of Instagram, if you hang out there, I would love to hang out with you too. I am on Instagram as Not By Sight Art. So I would love to walk along with you on the gram. But anyway, it's a lot of fun. I'm just a big old weirdo, and I don't say that in a pejorative way at all. Like, I own my strange, my weird, and I am okay with that. In fact, I was just talking the other day about how, like, I am not like the epitome of uncool. Like, and I don't mean that in the weird, like, mean way. I just mean that I don't keep my cool. I'm super enthusiastic about everything. Like, I'm a big old book nerd, and like, I own that, you know? So at 36, I feel like I've owned the ability to be able to say that. So, all right. Enough about me and enough about the gram. Let's talk about our project for this last, or almost last workshop. So let me grab them over here. We are going to be painting some whimsical watercolor cakes, and I wanted to just show you a few that I have done in the past, because maybe this will help you kind of think through some different ideas, because the whole point of today is to spark your creativity, right? And speaking of sparking creativity, I would like to talk to that for just a moment about us being creative, because I know, and just like you do, that the world feels extra heavy right now. And I feel like we've said that's kind of a buzzword at this point, you know, talking about how heavy things are. Maybe a better word is traumatic. I feel like there's a lot of trauma that has been experienced. And what I want you to hear, more than the watercolor lessons, more than any technique that I teach you tonight, I want you to hear that I don't want you to believe the lie that what we're doing doesn't matter, and that being creative is frivolous, or engaging in art is somehow just not a necessity, because it is. What you do does matter, and what we're creating does matter. It's one of the ways that we push back darkness, right? And so I just want to encourage you that yes, like when we're painting floral cakes, that may not be a major political message that you're sitting, or maybe it is. Maybe you'll paint a blue and yellow one and put some sunflowers on it, and it'll be a big message to the world. Or maybe, maybe you have different things that you want to communicate with what you're creating, but it doesn't have to be a mass message to matter, because whenever you paint something like this and you gift it to someone and you say, hey, like, I'm so glad you were born, I'm so glad that you're in my life, whether you're celebrating a birthday or maybe it's a wedding or maybe it's a just because, like, I'm thinking of you, that matters. And so what you're doing matters, what you've done the last 9 days matters. And I hope that you will continue to practice what you've learned the last few days or the last week and a half, because it matters. So that's what I wanted you to hear. I'm going to hop off my soapbox real quick. I've got my tea over here and I've got all my supplies. So let's get started. Let me see if I can spotlight myself. Maybe I don't need to. Maybe Peggy will when she comes back.
I'm on it.
Cool. Awesome. Because I'm about to roll on over. Woo, bye. Okay, there we go. Hey, Peggy, can you hear me still?
I sure can.
Awesome. Okay, I just want to make sure that, because I've only got one of my audio on, all that stuff. So first things first, I would like to take y'all through some of the behind the scenes of what I did to get ready for the cakes that we're going to paint today. And the reason I want to do that is because I want you to be able to replicate what I'm doing. All right. I started with a paper that has since been colored on by my almost 2-year-old. I have 3 children, a 7-year-old, a 5-year-old, and an almost 2-year-old. So I have to be real careful with my art supplies, y'all. So anyway, this is what I started with. I grabbed just a pencil and a piece of paper, and I sat down and I just thought about different styles of cakes, different shapes, different heights, different pedestals or cake stands that they're on. And I spent a little bit of time just thinking through what these different types of cakes might look like. So I didn't use references for these little brain children, because they did just come from my brain. I'm 36 years old. I've eaten a lot of cake in my life. And so I was able to kind of pull from that. But if you wanted to pull up some reference photos, get on Pinterest or something like that and look at some fancy cakes to help get inspired, that could be helpful too. So I started with this, and it's funny because the more you do this, the more you can think of too. And that's just the beauty of creativity, isn't it? I feel like I could have filled up a few more pages once I got started, but we are going to start with this one today. And then we are going to do a variation of this one. So after I thought through some different ideas for cakes, boop, 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 boop. Then I thought through some different color palettes. Now, y'all don't judge my cakes and pedestals, okay? Because they're not straight, but I was really focusing on my color combinations. And I'm showing y'all this in case you would like some inspiration. I think tonight I'm going to go for something along the lines of this, with this kind of earthy, like pine type green and that peachy pink. Just, that seems really fun to me. And I keep telling myself that every time, like, I'm not going to paint a pink cake this time, but y'all, I love pink. I know that may not be cool, but I do. I love it. And strawberry cake is my favorite cake. So, I felt like it was a pretty good combination. So why don't you take a moment to think through some of the colors that you might want to use. Go ahead and maybe start mixing them up. You can use, I'm using some 6x8 watercolor paper tonight, but if you have 5x7, that'll be really great. These are super cute, like as 5x7s, like smaller pieces. They gift well as cards. They frame well with a big, thick white mat around them if you would like to do that. So I'm not going to say the smaller, the better, but I would say that 4x6 or 5x7 will be really great. I'm going to use 6x8 tonight because I am wanting it to show up on camera really well. And so speaking of showing up on camera, you may see the top of my head a few times tonight as we start to get into the details of our cakes. And that is because I am legally blind. That is one of the reasons that my brand name is called Not by Sight. I thought it was clever. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't, but I thought I was at the time. And so I have to get really close to my work to see the details. And so because of that, you might see the back of my head. And if you do, I will try as best I can to let you know what I did that you weren't able to see. So can we make a deal on that? Funny story, I actually put off teaching for quite a while because I was so self-conscious about that, about having to get so close to my paintings and thinking that I was going to block something important, or that I was just going to look ridiculous while I did this. And that is so silly. It's so silly, isn't it? I love to teach. And if that means that you look at the back of my head a little bit, then, I showered today. So there's that. So I wanted to let you know. But while you're picking out and mixing up your colors, I wanted to talk to you about why I started making these floral cakes in the first place. So yes, I love cake. I mean, I say that. I like cake. And I think cakes are really fun and beautiful, but I wanted the opportunity to practice some of my watercolor skills while I was warming up. So, people will tell you that practice makes progress, and that when it comes to really understanding watercolors, the best thing you can do is put brush to paper. But I am, like I've said earlier, a mom of 3 littles. And so my time to paint is limited, which I guess we all kind of have a finite amount of time to paint, but mine it feels especially limited. And so I wanted to find something that I could do to practice some of these skills and to kind of warm up my hands, but also paint something cute in the process. And so that is why I started making these cakes. We're going to mostly be working with wet on dry tonight for our method. And we are also going to be working on brush control. We're going to do a little bit of composition. Of course, color theory is always going to play a part in painting anything. So while we're painting something fun, we're going to be working on super important skills as well. So if you've got your paper and your brush, I am starting out with a size 8, but I've got my 6 and my 4 off to the side here. I've got 2 jars of water because I'm fancy. Actually, I have 2 jars of water because I need 2 jars of water. If I were cool, it would be for warm colors and cool colors, but usually it just ends up being like dirty water and clean water. And then I have a few pieces of scrap paper, and that is to help me test my colors. And that is not a must have necessarily, but it is something that that I like to have, because if I don't use it, then I'm always surprised by the colors that I make. So, all right. The first cake we are going to do, this has been one of my best sellers, so to speak, as I have put this on stationery and prints in my shop before. We are going to start with this one based kind of off of that. So essentially, what we're going to be thinking about here is our cake stand or a pedestal, our cake, where I'm doing 3 layers. You can do 4 if you like. That's totally up to you. I'll show you one. This is one where I did 4, but I don't know. I just like the 3. I think it's cute. And then our florals that we are going to put on top. So those are the 3 main elements that we are considering here. And our floral elements that we're going to be adding are going to be loose and really kind of more of your basic shapes. So I don't want that to be something that stresses you out, or something that, I just don't want to stress you out or make you feel overwhelmed. We're going to just break these down, and we're going to focus on the shape of them. And the overall, it's going to be cute. Okay, we're going to create something real cute. So let's see here. All right. Grab my brush, and I'm grabbing my 8. I'm going to go over here for this green that I mixed up, and I'm going to start about 3/4 of the way down the paper. Yeah, I say that. Let's see. Maybe between 2/3 and 3/4. Because our cake is going to end up with, a good bit of height. And I'm going to draw that line right there. And I'm going to go ahead and switch back to my 6. I don't know why I grabbed an 8 for this. Why did I do that? All right, switching around. There we go. And then I am just going to paint kind of a long, thin rectangle. And I really liked the idea of doing green, kind of a nod to Depression era milk glass. It's a little bit darker than true milk glass is, the color that I'm going for tonight. But I wanted to also have a little bit of contrast. I'm going to add a little bit more length over here. There we go. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Okay, start with my line. I'm going to reload my brush up with some pigment. And I think I'm going to add a few all right, here's where I have to kind of go for thinking that I'm going for the center. Let's see. Pull back. That looks close enough. What do y'all think? All right. I'm leaving a little bit of white space with these, and that is because I like the idea of it. Well, it just makes it look loose and fun, but then also to kind of gives the idea of maybe a little bit of a highlight. So I pre-mixed up this green beforehand because I can sometimes take a little bit of time mixing up my colors. So I'm just doing some curved lines, and then I'm going to scallop this at the bottom. And I'm not super worried about realism here. You know, that is just, and if you do, that's amazing. And you will paint some beautiful work. But I tend to go for a more loose and whimsical style. And so I'm not super worried about like proportion wise, like if this will actually hold the cake up, or, you know, what a true shadow is going to look like in a little bit. My husband is an he's a CPA, so he does accounting. He works with numbers, but he's also very analytical and creative in his own way, but very analytical. He'd probably walk in here and be like, oh, I think the base needs to be a little bit wider if otherwise the cake's going to topple off because of the weight. And I'm like, it's all paper, Jonathan. So it'll be fine. Okay. I'm going to let that dry. And while I'm letting that dry, this is what I want my size 8 for. I am going to mix up this kind of like mauve type, kind of more of a blushy type earthy pink. And the only thing I want to say here is we are going to be painting layers on top of the cake a little bit. There's going to be a little overlap. And so just keep that in mind whenever you're picking out your colors, that if you go for like a purple or a dark blue for this third layer, or if it's a little bit darker up top, your layers aren't going to be quite as visible. So if you go a little bit lighter with the cake, you've got a little bit more flexibility with layering your paints on top of there, since we are actually working with a transparent medium here. Now I'm just doing rectangles across the top. And you know what? I made my cake kind of wide and my rectangles are kind of thin. So I don't know, I'm going to draw this third one on here. And then I'm going to reassess whether or not I want this to be a three-layered cake or a 4-layered cake. I tend to like to turn my pages too. For whatever reason, it's just easier for me to see whether or not I'm going crooked with my lines horizontally than it is for me to see that vertically. So, and we are going to actually come back and build these layers up a little bit more too with our color, because we want to create a little bit of a gradient with these layers. So, and you could do this a couple of ways. You could actually start out with your your darkest pigment, your most concentrated amount of pigment, and then just add water for each layer as you get to the top. I typically do that. But you can also, do what we're doing and create something that's a little bit lighter and then double up your layers whenever you get ready. So in this, we are, of course, just practicing some form of brush control and a little bit of water control as we are trying to keep tabs on how our water and pigment is mixing on our paper. But then also we've got a little bit of brush control with our spacing in between the layers, which is, super fun. And I'm trying to think. I'm going to do 4. I'm going to do 4 layers tonight because I'm on a 6x8. You don't have to, though. I'm changing it up. Living on the edge. I'm such a rebel. Woo, y'all get ready. We're going to have fun. Now, you might want to paint your rectangle out and then fill it in if you'd like to do that. I'm just kind of painting as I go. Kind of a line on my page. I don't know what that's from. There we go. So because I am using a pretty watery pigment, you can see that it is starting to push that pigment out as it dries. I'm okay with that. If that is not something you are wanting to go for, then you might keep a thirsty brush beside you. And a thirsty brush is simply a dry brush that kind of helps you smooth out your layers so that the water doesn't pool up quite as much. So I am going to add a little bit more pigment to my water now. I mean, not my water, my paint. And we're going to, that is a lot more pigment. Glad I added that to the bottom. So I'm kind of interested to see how this is going to turn out. I usually go for really vibrant colors whenever I paint these. And tonight I kind of toned it down a little bit, still using some of my favorite colors, but all right, that time I did add a little more water. So we're going to get this cake painted and then we're going to let it dry and we're going to start our other one. How does that sound? All right, I think when this dries, I will probably want to add one more layer of pigment right here to that third one because we are also working on our gradients here. And but I'm going to wait until it dries before I do that. Let's see. Before I move on, I'm just going to go over this a little bit more. Darken that a little bit. My mom has a large collection of Depression era milk glass, and it's just so fun to look at. It's beautiful. So I don't actually own any, but I always think that cakes look really fun displayed on it. Okay. So I'm going to set this aside and let that dry. And I'm going to start on our other one that we're going to work on today.
All right, so there aren't any questions because everybody's just like having the best conversations, which is great. But I am instructed to tell Courtney how great this looks by somebody named Teresa. I don't know.
Teresa.
We don't know who that is, of course.
Thank you so much, Teresa.
Just kidding. It's Peggy. Can you tell Courtney how great this looks, please? And I bet you as soon as this gets caught up, the chat will also continue saying that.
That's so fun. I'm having a little bit of FOMO not being able to keep up with the chat.
Well, there was a lot of cake talk and about wanting to eat cake, and everyone's basically best friends. So
yes.
It's, yes.
Oh,
here, finally. Okay, we got one. Can you use a flat brush?
You absolutely could use a flat brush, especially for those layers. That would be, that's going to cut down on your time if you use a flat brush for sure. All right. So I said that we were going to do one that looked like this, but guys, I just looked at my time and I want to be respectful of everybody else's time too. This is going to take a little bit longer. So we are going to do a cake that's kind of like this. Is that okay? Are we cool with that? So it'll be fun. Grab some ink. If you have any white gel pens, grab one of those too. But that, I think, is going to serve us a little bit better for the time that we have. So I want to make sure that I keep our time well. Let's see, I'm going back to my 6, okay? In case you're wondering. Also, in case you're wondering, yes, I do sing to myself a lot. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go for a blue. And this one, I want to create a taller kind of pedestal cake here. You know, I went a little bit taller than I wanted to, if I'm being honest. We'll just blame the nerves. Also, we'll just say, you know what? That's just because that happens sometimes. Like my pal Bob Ross says, there are no mistakes, just happy accidents.
I like this question. Is that, because I know the answer, but I'd like you to elaborate. Is that a paper towel under your water jars?
Oh, you know what? That is a paperless towel under my water jars.
Yeah.
We are a cloth family. So if it can be cloth instead of paper, we are, you know, we use that. And so that is a paperless towel. And so you see the little snaps. It's an older set that has gotten pretty worn out, so I don't display them in my kitchen anymore. So I use them in my studio. And I love using cloth. And here's the thing. If you want to use paper towel, that's great. That's wonderful. I'm not here to say that that's not right. It's biodegradable and it happens pretty fast. So go on, that's wonderful. But if you are interested in using cloth, what I love about cloth, besides the fact that I can wash and reuse as many times as I need to, is the texture of it is so helpful when you are trying to control the amount of water and pigment that is on your brush. I actually keep another one off to the side. And I use that to help like dab if I get too much water on my paper or things like that. I very much prefer cloth and the kind of the texture of a terry cloth to the paper whenever it comes to something like water control. In fact, speaking of water control, I have a three-part mini course on water control that I have for y'all. And if you will go to notbysiteart.com/creative retreat, you can pick that up. It is 3 videos. It's over an hour worth of content, and it is all about water control and how to understand it. So,
Courtney, that's amazing. I'm pinning it in the chat.
Awesome. Oh, this cake stand is really taking off and becoming its own thing. Woo! Get it, cake stand? So I scalloped these edges because I like scallops. That's the only reason. If you don't like scallops, that is fine. You can come up with all kinds of fun options for cake stands. In fact, that might be a fun exercise in and of itself as you're thinking about your cakes and your whimsical elements. That's a really fun thing. So we are going to just keep it and go with that. It looks a little wacky, but I'm going to be okay with it. All right. So now that we've got that, we're going to outline our cake real quick. I'm just going to do a simple, this is yellow. So I don't know if we're going to be able to see it, but I'm just doing kind of a simple square cake. And I'm just doing yellow because I don't want the edges to show up too much. Now, if I'd left enough room out here, this would be so cute to like add like ink or candles to the top, or like a little banner with the little bunting, like draw that in with some ink. That would be so cute. I did not leave that room because this massive cake stand decided it wanted to be the star of the show. And you know what? As someone who also loves attention, I don't want to deny the cake stand that opportunity, okay? So now I am just adding some analogous colors. $5 word there. Basically, they are just right next to each other on the color wheel. So if they bleed together, they are going to look harmonious. All right, now we need to add a little green. There we go. And I am just putting pigment on paper here. I wanted to go with a very different color scheme for this one. And let's see, maybe let's add a little bit of ultramarine. What do y'all think about that? Just see. And I am filling spaces, and then I'm dabbing like a little bit there, other places, just to kind of add a little visual interest. I am going to try not to let my cake touch the cake stand just yet, because I have a feeling it's still wet, and I don't personally want the bleed. Now, it looks cool if you want to do that. In fact, I think I have one over here where I did, but that's not really what I'm going for tonight. So yeah, see this one right here? There's a lot of bleeding onto the cake stand, which is fine. I'm just, you know, all right. 634. 634, 26. Okay, I did not do that. This is a family-friendly establishment. I also changed the words to songs, which my kids think is really funny right now, because they're young. But I have a feeling it's going to be the source of some embarrassment for them whenever they're older. And you know what, y'all? I'm here for it. You know? Okay, so I have just filled my cake with some pigment, and I'm going to let that dry after I had a little bit of green over here. I don't want all that yellow at the bottom. There we go. I'm gonna let that dry. And hello, old friend. Welcome back. Add some more pigment to this third layer right here to create just a little bit more of a gradient. And then we're going to start adding some flowers. Yay. So for my flowers, I'm going to be really honest. I don't think a whole lot about, like, is this what color a flower would really be? Or is this what color this type of flower would really be? Or does this flower actually exist out in nature? Those aren't the things that I worry about whenever I'm putting flowers on these cakes, because they're fun and whimsical, and I'm not a horticulturalist. There we go. Like a $5 word right there. Okay. There we go. So I've got my other two layers added to really help with my gradient here. In a bit, I'm going to add some of the, just a little bit of detailing here at the cake plate. But for now, we're going to add some flowers. And we're going to do it rather quickly because I'm a motor mouth and I have used a lot of my time talking. We're going to go for some yellow. Get some yellow roses. So for our roses, we're just doing some C curves, right? Kind of tight in the middle. Let's see, how do I want to do this? And oops, bringing them out. I'm going to go ahead and come back with a brush that just has water, and I'm going to pull that out. So just a little bit of water. If you put too much water on here, because we're working a little bit smaller, you may find that it ends up with too much on the paper. So here's what's happening here. I would have liked those to be two different sizes because now it looks like the cake has eyes. So what I'm going to do is make one of them bigger. Which one should I go for? Maybe this one. I'm not sure if that'll help because it still looks like it. But here's the thing, friends. It's okay. That's the thing, is that it's okay. I'm putting a little bit of some watered down vermilion in the middle because I want to add just a little bit of variation in color here. And I'm going to go ahead and add a couple of leaves. I'm just going to grab some sap green. And of course, with your leaves, you just pay attention to the pressure on your brush. You got your heavy pressure in the middle, and you just lighten it towards the end of your leaf. And whatever way your brush is pointing, like the end of your brush, that's the way that your leaf is going to probably end up pointing as well. So let's see, I want to have one kind of going up over here, because I'm wanting these to try to look a little bit different since I went and made them look like twins hanging out on either ends of a cake. Sometimes that happens, my friends. Okay, so I'm going to also add, remember we're kind of going for just your larger impact type flowers, okay? So I'm going to paint some blobby circles because I don't want them to be super circular necessarily. I think that for them to be a little wobbly is okay. And now I'm kind of thinking about over here too. I'm going to go back and add a darker center to these in a little while. You're probably going to get some bleeds as your flowers and leaves touch. I'm okay with that now. I didn't necessarily want that between the cake and the cake stand, but I'm okay with that now with these. And let's see. And for these, I'm just kind of creating some 3-petaled flowers that look like they're facing the side. Got this one kind of hanging down over here. Let's see. Sorry if I'm making y'all dizzy by turning my page. But just, there we go. Put one down here. And and add one more rose right here. Oh, I didn't wash off my brush very well. So it is kind of a different colored rose, but that is okay. I also break out into terrible impressions of British accents. They are terrible. I apologize to anyone tuning in from the UK. That was truly awful. All right, adding a little bit of that in the middle. So adding that little yellow one there made it not quite so obvious. And while we're here, I'm going to go ahead and add some greenery as well. And I'm going to be using my brush both as a paintbrush, but then also almost like a pencil. Like I'm not going to fill all the things in. Here's what I try to do. I tend to add my stems first. Well, that went right into the rose. So I am going to pat that real quick. Boop. It helps a little. Dark green into yellow isn't going to fare too well, my friends, but that's okay. I'm kind of going this way. This just gives me a roadmap. Compositionally, I'm able to see what this is going to end up kind of looking like. Go. And then I'm going to go back and add our little leaves. And these are the ones where some of the leaves may be colored in, some of them might be outlined a little bit. It just gives a little bit of visual interest. So I really look forward to seeing the cakes that y'all create. If you followed me exactly, awesome. If you decided to go with your own ideas, also awesome. Both are great. If you would please tag me, if you decide to post. If you do not decide to post, that's wonderful because you don't have to. Creating is a very personal thing, and so you get to determine who you share your creativity with. But if you do decide to post this or your work in Instagram or on Facebook, I would love it if you would show me. Okay. Let's see. This may not have been completely dry over here, so I don't know that we're going to get our super crisp lines because I think this bottom layer is still drying. Here's also an important thing. You can, and I recommend that you do this too, come back. Like I tend to work in almost like in layers. So I did my base layer with the cake and the cake stand, and then this is my layer with all of the floral elements that we added. And then if I had time, which I don't think I'm going to, I would come back again, and that's whenever I would add all of the little details that these little floral friends might make or might have. And so I'm going to add the center of I think this is kind of sort of like a ranunculus, but don't quote me on that. I'm just adding thin little lines here to notate petals. And then I'll grab a little bit more pink because I know that it's going to look a little pinky, but also a little orangey too. Add a little bit more interest to my roses here. It's funny because I'm like, hey, I'm teaching a class on water control, and I've had a few issues with water control tonight. But you know what? That's because artists are people too, and everyone makes mistakes. Everyone has those days. I'm going to grab another type of green. I'm just going to add one more little leaf right here. And maybe a little bit more greenery, but this time it's going to look a little different. And maybe not quite as much this time. I'm just making short, fast strokes. I am not overthinking this because I really am just wanting to kind of fill in at this point. And of course, if you get to the end of a piece and you feel like there's just a little bit of something that that's missing that you would really like to be there, you can always add berries. Berries are always a good idea. Okay, I've got one more thing I'm going to add here, and that is I'm going to pull some pigment from my palette over here. It's going to be, let's see, I want it to be pretty close to the mass tone, and all I'm going to do is run a little line right down these edges. That's super dark, and give a little bit of an illusion of a shadow, because that's kind of fun. You can even bring it out like that. Adds just a bit of dimension. And then do the same thing with my cake stand down here I'm adding little crescents or little semicircles just to make it look like there's the shadow hitting off of like maybe some little brown like beaded details. I'm gonna add one line right here where that stand meets the platter part. And then add a little bit over here to the left side, matching the side that I added the darkness of the cake. And you could even, oops, add a little bit, maybe kind of some lines, because there was probably some intricate work done. All right. If you have white gel pens or white gel ink and you'd like to add some little dots or some little whimsy, that would be great. But otherwise, here's our first one. Okay, and because we are tinsel, I'll just tell you with this quickly what you can do. If you want to add another layer of wet on wet there, you totally can, but you don't have to. What I tend to do is just go around with ink, not overthinking it, because loose ink is kind of my favorite. I say that. Maybe I shouldn't say that it's my favorite, but I do really enjoy it. And if you want to add some ink abstract details to your cake, you totally can. I like to do that where I just, you know, loosely draw kind of around some of the colors that I see. Maybe add some dots. You know, repeat it once or twice and got a pattern. Then I just draw a few little sparkles. If you want to kind of like go over everything another time with your ink, that'll look super fun too. If you have white gel and want to do that, you can. Then go ahead, grab your brush, load it up with some pigment, and add you some splatters. And there you go. 2 whimsical watercolor cakes. There we go. All right. If there's time for questions, I'm happy to answer them. I'm so glad that you tuned in today. We didn't even end up using our scrap paper, but that's because I mixed my stuff ahead of time. So thank you so much for tuning in tonight. Let's see if I can pull my face back up.
I got you.
Oh, you got me. Thanks.
Got you. Tech man over here. Real good one.
Well, you are a really good one. Thank you. Are the best. All right. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Thank you, Peggy, for having me. If you are interested in downloading the mini course, the 3-part mini course on water control, then just go to notbysightart.com/creative-retreat. I have it written down.
It's also pinned in the chat, you guys, at the very top. So she's got a free course there. Oh, look at that. Boom.
Yeah.
So go there because obviously that's going to be fun. Thank you, Courtney, so much. Your energy is infectious and this is the cutest project. Oh, my favorite class. I love that.
Oh,
and
yes.
you're positive. Yay. Oh, yes. Okay.
Thank you.
I get really excited. Thank you so much. You guys, please click that link, bookmark it for later if you can't follow up right now because I know we're doing so much. We have about 8 minutes until the last session of the day. So thank you so much to Courtney. Please share your work if you worked along with her. Tag her at Not By Sight Art and #CreativeRetreatLive. Tag me because I want to see it, obviously. And we'll see you in a few. Thanks, Courtney.
Thank you.
My dog is being really annoying. She won't stop jumping up on me and scratching my leg, scratching my leg. I've taken her to the bathroom. I've given her snacks. I don't know what she wants. I wish she could just tell me, but she can't because she's a dog. But wow, it's annoying. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to from our tiny little break. I'm very excited to see all of your cakes. I'm also excited, if you haven't been able to guess, most excited to see the colors that you chose. Courtney's awesome. I know that it's the last session of the day. I know. I also know it's the last session of the event this year, and that happened way too fast. I don't like it. You don't like it. We don't like it. But alas, all good things must come to a pause, not an end, because obviously we will be doing this again. Now, I have to tell Sarah, it's making me approve your comment. Does she have her bra on? For those who don't know, I think it was like day one, we were having tech issues, go figure. And every time it was like I had to insert my voice from the sky. And I thought it was funny because it's like pretty soon I'm just going to end up doing like ads. And we were all joking. And it just got to the point of Peggy's bra, excuse me, Peggy's bras for dogs. Oh, thanks for being here this whole time. Some of you, most of you, this has been so fun. Okay, now there's more giveaways. Yes, even more. First, I am going to drop in just a fun painting challenge. It's not something you need for this next session, but I still want to give it to you. Colby's painting challenge. So bookmark that for later too. But she is also giving away 2 copies of her book, which is absolutely beautiful. I own a copy of Watercolor Wilderness Landscapes. Is that what wilderness? I get those 2 mixed up every time. Is it? Yeah, Wilderness Watercolor Landscapes. Watercolor Wilderness, W's big long W words. Okay, now I'm very excited. I'm just reading what you guys write. Okay. So we're going to continue on. I'm so excited to bring Colby in as our last. That I just want to say that your comments, my 2 nails, your comments about the order and the batches that we have done the topics this year are hitting home, because I was very thoughtful with them. And I want you to know I was very thoughtful placing Colby at the end here, because I thought she was just the perfect, let's really harness all of this back in one. So I also know that a ton of you are like, I'm most excited for Colby's session. So look at that. Save your favorite for I don't know. We all love all of this stuff. But anyway, Colby's here. I see her in the chat. This is exciting. You guys are just rad. Ugh. We're all going to miss each other too much. I'm not going to cry this time. Nope, not going to happen. And neither are you. We're having fun here. And you guys are going to be jumping into a serene watercolor seascape, which is very exciting, and composition techniques for landscapes, which I think is something that we all could definitely gain. Landscapes. Okay, wait. I know I'm stalling because I can, because this is the last session, so I can talk if I want to. I'm in charge here. But I wanted to say that I don't know, in the last 4-ish, 6-ish, I can't keep time, months, I've been really into landscapes. You guys, if you haven't given it a go yet, or maybe you kind of started to during this retreat or kind of started to recently, it is so relaxing to paint landscapes. I didn't get it before. And when I saw that kind of art, I was just like, yeah, I don't know. I don't really get it. But when you start to get it, it is so I love it. So this particular one, I'm looking at this project photo and I'm just like salivating, and sorry that I'm still talking and not showing you this lesson, but I'm just excited and I don't want this to end. Okay, here we go. Colby's here. She's a genius. She's so talented, and she's sharing with us so generously yet again. So thank you to Colby, and let us tech. I'm doing tech. It's not even that technical. I literally just have to move stuff around and press play. Okay, I'll see you guys right after this, right after these messages.
Hello, my friend. My name is Colby Bloom, and I am a self-taught watercolor artist, author, and online educator. And I am so thrilled to be joining you for the next hour of Creative Retreat Live. Man, I love watercolor. It is so magical. But before I learned how to paint, I was terrified. And even after I learned how to paint, I was terrified to paint the ocean. So if you are coming into this class thinking, I'm probably going to fail, I don't think I'm going to learn anything, but I'm going to give it a shot, I'm here to tell you, same. I know where you've been, I've been where you are, and that's how I'm pretty sure I can help. So during this class, we are going to use watercolor techniques and also basic composition techniques to piece together a really beautiful ocean scene based on a reference photo that I pulled from Unsplash. All you're going to need are a few paint colors, dark blue, a lighter blue maybe, dark blue will probably be fine, green, turquoise, I think those are the only ones. And then a big-ish wash brush and a small-ish detail brush and your paper. And we should be good to go. So let's gather all of your supplies and we'll jump right in. Before we start painting, we are going to do a very quick overview of some basic watercolor techniques, and we're going to do a run through of basic composition techniques and how to use the watercolor techniques in order to build the layers that we are going to paint. So first things first, the two basic watercolor techniques are the wet on dry technique, which is when you paint with watercolor on dry paper, characterized by crisp, clear, defined lines. One aspect of the wet on dry technique that we're going to use in this scene is called the dry brush technique. And the dry brush technique happens when you don't have enough pigment on your brush to make a full stroke. And really what it does is provide this cool texture that we are going to use to kind of create choppiness in our waves. So the next technique, the foundational technique for watercolor, is called the wet on wet technique. And the wet on wet technique is characterized by not crisp lines, right? So blends. The wet on wet technique is how you create what's called luminosity in watercolor and in your paintings, which basically just means because watercolor is transparent, when you add water to the paint and you have water on your paper so that the paint can move around more freely, then the white of the paper is shining through so that you can see more light spots in your wash. So wherever the paint is opaque is where the pigment is higher in ratio than water, then we're seeing more of the paint. But wherever there's more water in the pigment to water ratio, we're seeing more of the paper mixing with the paint. And the subtle shift between the white of the paper and the color of the pigment creates a kind of soft glow, and we refer to that as luminosity or a luminous wash. This is really important to think about, especially as we're painting seascapes, because whenever you are painting the ocean, it's important to, in order to capture the complexity of the ocean, to break it down into layers. And this is where the order of operations comes in. Meaning, we start, in order to create depth in the ocean, we start with the wet on wet technique with a luminous wash. So I think one of the hardest things about painting the ocean is feeling like you have to capture all of that depth in one go. And the reality is, you don't. You break it down into layers and you slowly build the depth and complexity by adding contrasting techniques, contrasting colors, building contrast just generally. Contrast is a really important tool for composition and building depth. So the order of operations, honestly, for a lot of paintings and landscape scenes, but especially for painting water, is you start with the wet on wet technique, and then you add the wet on dry technique. So now that this first layer is dry, I'm going to use, instead of getting that whole layer wet over again, which you can do, you can get the whole layer wet over again and then add another luminous layer on top of it if you want to add even more depth. You can honestly, because watercolor is transparent and so thin, you can add mostly infinite layers and to achieve the kind of depth that you want. But I'm just going to show you two for right now. So we have this luminous layer, and then you can add the wet on dry layer right on top of it with still pretty light paint, but just painting waves. And this is a really important stroke that I like to use for creating waves, is this kind of zigzag, loose horizontal stripe kind of motion, horizontal line kind of motion. So by painting with the wet on dry technique right on top of this luminous layer, instantly we have some of the complexity that we see in the ocean, right? Where you can see waves, you can see clear, crisp, defined lines in the water, and you can see the light moving through underneath it. So when you're painting the surface of the ocean, I like to use these kind of horizontal lines, sometimes with varying thickness. So I don't always do like very thin lines. Sometimes I push down a little bit to create even more of a dip in the water. And then sometimes, as I mentioned above, we use this version of the wet on dry technique, which is called the dry brush technique, to create even more texture and kind of choppiness in the waves. Basically, the more texture you add, like light texture, the more subtle texture, the more subtle colors, the more subtle layers you slowly add on top of each other, the more complexity you can get in your ocean scenes. So we're going to practice that a lot in the actual project, but for now, that is a quick summary of the basic watercolor techniques. And now let's do a run through of composition techniques. The composition techniques that we are going to focus on specifically as we put this reference photo to a watercolor painting are the rule of thirds, the rule of odds, and the rule of space. So I'm going to show you exactly what these rules are. The rule of thirds basically states when you separate a scene into thirds, both horizontally and vertically, then wherever wherever the parallel lines are, so the line that's running through thirds this way and the lines running through thirds this way, it's going to look very pleasing to the eye to put like lines along those lines, basically. And so this scene really emphasizes that because the mountains and the horizon, or the shoreline for the ocean, are basically centered around this parallel line, and then the birds are almost exactly on this line. And so I thought that this scene really demonstrated that really well. Another aspect of the rule of thirds states that wherever those lines intersect, so these 4 places, are going to be very interesting places to put subjects also. So if I had like a sun, I would probably want to put the sun or the moon right here. Where if I had a tree that maybe was coming up in the foreground, I might place it along this axis right here and have the point be right here. Or we can even see the peaks of the mountain are kind of circling around this intersection right here, and there's a bird pretty close to this intersection right here. These are not hard and fast rules. It's not so much like you have to place them there. It's more like if you're looking for a place to put something, these are good places to put them. The other rule that we're going to talk about is the rule of odds. The rule of odds states that if you use an odd number of subjects, it's going to be more interesting. And I think that the rule of odds plays very well into another general rule about landscapes and nature, which is variation or imperfection is much more realistic than putting something together perfectly. So I like the rule of odds because basically it says don't evenly pair up items. Like, you don't need an even amount of things. You don't need to perfectly match everything together. In fact, you want to intentionally have them not matching. You want to intentionally add variation. So in this scene, we have 7 birds, an odd number. We have 3 mountain layers, an odd number. We have 1 sea, an odd number. You know, it's again, not hard and fast, but I find that I am drawn to an odd number of subjects when I'm trying to piece together things too. The last composition rule I'm going to talk about is the rule of space. The rule of space states that when you want to emphasize a subject, like really make it the star of the show, you need to give it space. You need to use space in your favor to really emphasize it, right? To help the scene focus on that particular subject. Because if you don't allow space around your main subjects, they're going to get buried. It's going to be too busy. Your eyes aren't going to know where to look. And so using space to really help tell your story is going to be a really handy tool when you're trying to figure out how to elevate your scene. This scene showcases that very well, because these birds, I think, not only are they dark so that they are contrasted very much against the lightness of this scene, right? So we can see them really well, but there's also so much space around them. Because there's all of this sky, and even where the mountains start to come in the scene, they're so light, it's almost like they're not even there. All of this space indicates that, wow, look at those birds in that line, and they're flying through the sky, so cool, right? That's because of the rule of space. So as you're thinking about how to put together scenes, and particularly how we're going to put together this scene, those 3 guidelines are going to be super helpful. So before we finish, I do want to just talk about how we're going to put together this scene. We know that we need to start with the wet on wet technique, right? Because the wet on wet technique is first in order of operation. So we're going to start with a blurry layer of the wet on wet technique, where we have this blurry base layer for the ocean. And we know then we're going to use the wet on dry technique to build up the scene around it. So the wet on wet technique first, then the wet on dry. Another rule for watercolor is we always paint light to dark. And so especially if you have something in your scene that is light that you know you want to emphasize, you're going to want to paint that first and then paint around it. One subject I particularly note is this line of fog right here is very, very light. And so as we are painting, we want to make sure to preserve this line of fog. So we're going to start our base layer knowing that this line of fog is going to be the lightest thing. And as we're painting around it, gradually getting darker as we go, we want to continue to keep this line of fog light. And we're going to talk about that as we continue painting. So without further ado, let's jump right in. Let's get started painting, the best part. So in the previous part of this lesson, we talked about how we're going to start with a base layer that is using the wet on wet technique. So the very first thing we need to do, I'm actually going to use my size 16.
Okay. How long was that there for? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Colby, that I did that. How long, you guys? How long was it there for? Oh, man. Okay, let's see. I'm going to scroll back here. There's a big rectangle. Sorry, this is my fault. Now, I want to say that before, when you would screen share on Zoom, that didn't happen if there was a window overneath the share. Overneath, oh my gosh, over the top of the share. And I know it's a graphics thing. I looked it up. I have to figure out what's happening. Cool, Peggy. I'm really sorry. Don't say 27 minutes. How long, you guys? Let me see. What was the last thing you saw? I'm so sorry, Colby. Please don't hate me. At least an hour. All right, about a minute. You got it. I'm going back, and I'm sorry if you've seen this part before, but we're going back to the end of this composition-ish. Okay, it's worth it anyway. You got 2 minutes, 4 minutes, 4 hours. Okay, we're going back to composition because I know for a fact that was up. Colby, I'm sorry. Please don't hate me. I promise Creative Retreat Live is worth it. I'm just kidding. All right, here we go. Let's do this again. I'm not gonna mess this up.
Emphasize it, right? To help the scene focus on that particular subject. Because if you don't allow space around your main subjects, they're going to get buried. It's going to be too busy. Your eyes aren't going to know where to look. And so using space to really help tell your story is going to be a really handy tool when you're trying to figure out how to elevate your scene. This scene showcases that very well because these birds, I think, not only are they dark so that they are contrasted very much against the lightness of this scene, right? So we can see them really well, but there's also so much space around them. Because there's all of this sky, and even where the mountains start to come in the scene, they're so light, it's almost like they're not even there. All of this space indicates that, wow, look at those birds in that line and they're flying through the sky. So cool, right? That's because of the rule of space. So as you're thinking about how to put together scenes, and particularly how we're going to put together this scene, those 3 guidelines are going to be super helpful. So before we finish, I do want to just talk about how we're going to put together this scene. We know that we need to start with the wet on wet technique, right? Because the wet on wet technique is first in order of operation. So we're going to start with a blurry layer of the wet on wet technique, where we have this blurry base layer for the ocean. And we know then we're going to use the wet on dry technique to build up the scene around it. So the wet on wet technique first, then the wet on dry. Another rule for watercolor is we always paint light to dark. And so especially if you have something in your scene that is light that you know you want to emphasize, you're going to want to paint that first and then paint around it. One subject I particularly note is this line of fog right here is very, very light. And so as we are painting, we want to make sure to preserve this line of fog. So we're going to start our base layer knowing that this line of fog is going to be the lightest thing. And as we're painting around it, gradually getting darker as we go, we want to continue to keep this line of fog light. And we're going to talk about that as we continue painting. So without further ado, let's jump right in. Let's get started painting, the best part. So in the previous part of this lesson, we talked about how we're going to start with a base layer that is using the wet on wet technique. So the very first thing we need to do, I'm actually going to use my size 16. Whenever I put down a wash of clean water, which is how I start almost all of my paintings, I actually like to use a larger brush. You don't have to use a size 16 brush like I'm using. You can also use, this is a size 16 round brush. Sometimes it's nice to get wash brushes, which look like this. This is a wash brush. Also excellent to use for laying down your washes. So I'm just gonna get my whole paper wet. And as you can see, I taped down my paper onto the table, and I'm using just regular masking tape. Painter's tape will be just fine. Any kind of tape that is helpful and nice to paper, not helpful. Any kind of tape that's nice to paper will be okay to tape down your paper. So the very first thing I'm going to do is, let me put my paint into view so that you can see what I'm mixing here. I'm going to create a very, very, very light blue using Payne's Gray. So this is Payne's Gray, which is like a dark navy blue. And in order to get it lighter, I need to add water. That's how you make colors in watercolor lighter, is you add water, and that's because watercolor is transparent. So the more water you add, the more white of the paper will be able to come through and the lighter it looks. So it's kind of like your paper is another color that you're mixing with, and in order to allow the paper to mix with your paint, you need to add water to it. Or if you don't want as much white in your paint, then you add more pigment to it, so more of the original color comes through. That's a really helpful way, at least for me, to think about color mixing with watercolor, is your paper is the white that you're mixing with. So I have a very, very light value blue for the sky. Once this dries, it's going to dry a lot, even a lot lighter. We're probably barely even going to see it. But I also want a light but not as light layer for the ocean. So while the ocean is still wet, while that layer is still wet, I'm going to take a slightly darker Payne's Gray and just gently paint upward. Now notice that as I paint upward, the paint is getting lighter and lighter. That's because when I start painting down and then paint up, less pigment is on my brush, and so the color becomes lighter, because the less pigment that I have on the paper, the more white of the paper can shine through. Now, one thing with the reference photo that I really wanted to focus on with this layer is right along the base of the mountains, I want to make sure that I leave like a line of fog, right? And so I'm actually going to use a technique called a thirsty brush, where I'm using a size 6 paintbrush, cleaning it off, and then dabbing it on my towel so it's just damp. And that way I can use it to kind of lift a line of paint right off of here. It's going to be so subtle, and even if that line of fog isn't bright white, it'll be fine. It'll be okay. It'll still be very, very cool as I continue to build this ocean scene. But this is a helpful thing to remember, especially as you're trying to build fog. So it's important to do that while the paper is still wet, because a thirsty brush doesn't really work on dry paint. It works on wet paint to lift wet paint off of the paper. All right. So this is my blendy base layer that I like to call, where I have the sky and the ocean all in kind of a luminous blend. And now I'm going to let it dry so I can start using the wet on dry technique to build up the details of this scene. So now that this first layer is dry, the next thing I'm going to do is paint the background mountains, because we always paint from light to dark, remember? So for the background mountains, in order to maintain or even create this line of fog that I want to be between the mountains and the sea, I'm going to use a very specific technique for the mountain painting. And meaning I'm going to paint the mountains, and then I'm going to kind of draw the bottom of the mountain, like use clean water to make the bottom of the mountain, extend it down to the bottom of the paper so that it almost looks like there's no bottom, right? There's no specific line. It just kind of, the mountain fades away into the paper. That's one of the coolest ways in order to make a mountain look like there's a line of fog underneath it. So I'm going to use fairly light watercolor here. Especially if you're dealing in color values, one of my best techniques is to grab some kind of scratch paper. So just, a paper that you're not planning to use very much, so that you can test your values before you actually start painting. So like if I were to test the difference between this paint over here and then this paint, I can see there's a pretty big difference. And especially because the differences in value between between the furthest mountain and the closest mountain are not very much, right? Like there's a difference, but it's very subtle. It's helpful to use scratch paper so that I can keep all of those straight. So for the back mountain, I'm going to use the lightest color value. That's generally a distance rule when you're painting landscapes, is if something is farther away, that means it's lighter. So, and this is obviously no exception. So the first stroke is always the hardest. I'm going to add just a little bit more water to this because I want it to be so light. And when I'm painting mountains, I always load up my paintbrush with paint, and then I paint the top ridge of the mountain with like the whole of my paintbrush, so that I can cover as much ground as possible all in one go. One of the scary, tricky parts about painting mountains is sometimes because you're using not a ton of water, the mountain ridge can dry before you get a chance to bring it down. And so then it looks like you have a line here as opposed to, a nice mountainy looking mountainside. And so one way to help avoid that is to use the full belly of your brush as you're painting your mountain, so that instead of painting just one line for the outline mountain ridge, you're using the full belly to create a thicker line, really, so that it stays wet longer. And then, as you can see, I am bringing down, just using clean water, I'm not even using paint right now, I'm bringing down that mountain layer so that there is no difference, so that there's no like specific line where the mountain stops, right? I can see the line where the mountain starts, but because I used water to bring down the mountain layer all the way down to the bottom, it just blends right in, and this white line that we created in the previous layer is still there. So if any of the paint of the mountain kind of got onto the white line, we can use the Thirsty brush again to keep this fog line clear. And now I'm going to let this mountain layer dry and paint the other two in exactly the same way. This first mountain layer is dry, so now I'm going to paint the next one, the middle mountain layer, where I need it to be slightly darker than the first, but not so dark that I have to paint the second very dark, right? Like all of these mountain layers I want to be quite light. So I'm, again, using my scratch paper just to make sure that I create the color value that I hope will be most successful. This time I'm actually switching to a size 10 brush because I think that, especially if you're trying to create, like I said, use a wide belly of the brush to create the mountain ridge, using a bigger brush is helpful for that. So this time, I'm going to paint this mountain ridge just under the first one. But the trick with mountain ridges is you don't want them to look exactly the same, and you want it to look like you want to create some contrast and to provide lots of room for nature to be imperfect, right? So when I'm painting mountain ridges, I purposefully move my hand up and down, like back and forth, to create really rocky, like a really rocky line. I also intentionally overlap in some places that aren't like perfectly overlappable, right? I overlap in some places where it kind of looks a little wonky, like it's not supposed to fit together. And that's because nature isn't supposed to fit together necessarily like that. So one thing, as we're starting to build our, grow a little bit darker in color value, is to make sure to look out for, again, that line of fog that we're trying to maintain. Because if you put the darker color too much into this light area right here, it might turn the area dark. Like it might get rid of the line of fog that we created. And if it does, that is okay. If you're painting along with me and you realized, oh my goodness, I think I did eliminate that line of fog, it's totally fine. One workaround is to use white gouache, which I'm not using, but you can use white gouache and just kind of paint right on top of it. Or you don't have to have that line of fog. That's okay. But if you do want to try, and maybe try again, if you accidentally got rid of that line of fog, that's how you would do it, is through every layer. While I'm bringing this mountain down and using clean water to bring the paint all the way down so that it blends, right? So there's no hard line between the mountain and the fog. Then use a Thirsty brush, or even just a brush with clean water on it, to kind of push away the paint from this space so that it stays white as much as possible. So doing it, this is, not necessarily easy brushwork. You're using water control and your brush in particular to keep paint away from this line of fog, and that can be tricky. So give yourself some grace if it's not going exactly the way that you hoped, and let's keep going. We have one layer left, so I'm gonna let this layer dry and then we will move on to the ocean. As this layer has dried, note that there are almost like more defined lines. I don't know how to describe that. I don't know exactly how to describe it except to say that the mountain above was more dry than the white line that I was trying to push the water away from. And so it formed kind of like little spidery-like tendrils kind of bleeding, where the wet water is bleeding into this mountainside that was kind of damp at the time. And so if any of these like cauliflower blooms or, you know, like weirdly more defined blended dried lines happens to me too, it's because this part of the mountain was too dry before it actually got a chance to blend. And I don't think it looks bad. I think it looks kind of cool. I think there were, you know, especially maybe in the beginning when I first started watercolor, I would look at things like this and think, I ruined it. I ruined my painting. And you haven't. You haven't ruined it. What you have done is discovered something new and interesting and given yourself an opportunity to reimagine what your painting could look like, or give yourself an opportunity to see how you can potentially fit this result into future projects. So, you know, I actually really like the texture of the fog here rather than a very gentle, subtle fog, even though it's different from the reference photo. I think that it works in our favor. And, you know, we're going to paint one more mountain, and so it might cover it up anyway. Might not even matter. So the last mountain, I'm actually going to go back to my 6 brush because this last mountain is going to be smaller. And I'm not going to worry too much. This paint that I have up here already I think is going to be okay. Now, these mountains are not quite as light as the reference photo, and also that's okay. And we're going to keep painting on the ocean. So the ocean is going to be darker as we continue building the layers, and the contrast between the two is going to make it seem like even though these look dark right now, they're not going to look as dark when we're finished with everything. So with this last mountain layer, I'm doing the exact same thing where I want to intentionally make it, you know, contrasted against this middle mountain layer. And sometimes I unintentionally create layers that do mimic each other. And so in that case, I often will intentionally try to make them not mimic each other, if that makes sense. Like sometimes I make mountain layers look exactly the same. And when that happens, then I go back and I intentionally add variation in some spots. So that's exactly what I'm doing here. While it's still wet, I'm just trying to make it look like there's variation with these mountains. And then you'll notice that I stopped painting right here where the fog is going to be. And from there, I cleaned off my brush and used clean water to bring this down. Now, I want to note here, you actually don't have to bring the mountain all the way down. That's because if you want to eliminate any dried line, then you would bring it all the way down. But if you just bring it down into the ocean, then you might get a few, you know, random dried lines in the ocean, but those will actually work in our favor as we start to build more texture. So for right now, I feel like this line of fog stayed pretty well with the process that we had of, you know, painting the mountain and then using clean water to bring it past this line of fog so that we can keep this white blended line using the wet on wet technique. Now we're going to let this dry and paint the layers of the ocean and the birds. So the thing about this ocean is that it is so choppy, right? It's super choppy, and a lot of the waves are really tiny. And so there are 2 directions we could go here. One is we could follow along and make it as choppy as it is, or we could go our own direction and make it into something new. So the way that you would make it something new is just kind of, you know, use that zigzag back and forth wave style that I showed you earlier in this lesson. The way that to kind of mimic the choppiness of those waves is to add layers of a very specific version of the wet on dry technique, which is called the dry brush technique. So the dry brush technique happens when you have very little paint and specifically water on your paintbrush so that you can create kind of this dry brush texture. And you see how this dry brush texture almost looks like it mimics the choppiness of the waves. So what we're going to do is paint multiple layers of this dry brush texture. And one way we're going to create depth is to, instead of just sticking with Payne's Gray, I'm also going to add turquoise, and I'm going to add a layer of green. Specifically, I'm using Viridian, but it doesn't matter which green you use. So first, I'm going to start with the Viridian, where I want very light value. All of these are going to be very light values. And I'm going to start at the bottom of our painting, because the lighter we get, the closer to the fog we get, the smaller we want the waves to look, because in order to create distance, things that are farther away, we want to be smaller. And we don't want the waves to completely cover up the fog, right? So I'm going to start, in order to create the dry brush technique, I want to kind of paint on a different piece of paper first. And then I'm just going to go back and forth using my small detail brush, and sometimes I might get dry brush, sometimes it might look like, clear lines and waves, and that's okay. Really, what I'm trying to do with this Viridian, with this green as this base layer, is to just create a choppier base layer so that I can keep building those waves. So I'm holding my brush almost like perpendicular, perpendicular to the paper, and then painting lines and zigzags, horizontal lines and zigzags, which is something we talked about earlier. And I don't have like a particular rhyme or reason necessarily. I'm just kind of going for it and trusting in the process here. Because I know that if I want to create a C shape, if I want to create those waves, then I know I want to use those horizontal lines and zigzags, and I want to hopefully capture that dry brush texture, which I will get as long as I keep painting with my brush with not very much water on it. So now the closer that I get to the fog, I want to use more water in my paint so that it's lighter, because I want the waves to look lighter and I want them to look smaller. And this might feel pretty overwhelming to you, to feel like you have to gradually blend in to the fog, but really all you have to do is add so much water that your paint is almost transparent, and then just only paint a tiny bit of it up there. Okay, so I have this layer of green. Now I'm going to do a layer of turquoise, where I am definitely adding lots of water to it, using my scratch paper, adding a little more water, and then doing the exact same thing, just right on top. Is this going to look exactly like the reference photo? No. Is that okay? Yes, because the point of doing this isn't to copy the reference photo. It's to use the reference photo as a guideline for practicing these techniques, and to kind of give you a start on your watercolor adventure. So some of these waves are just kind of again, using that zigzag pattern back and forth. Some of them look like lines, some of them have that dry brush texture, but always using the horizontal zigzag shape as I'm adding these lines and waves right on top here. So we're just slowly building the depth and moving upward into the sea. The more that you do this, especially if you're around water a lot, if painting the ocean is something that is really important to you, the more that you can practice these just very simple techniques, the more you'll be able to notice, oh, I like it better when I do it this way. And the more you'll be able to notice, I'm sensing a pattern and I see a shape that I want to create, and I think I know how to create it. I don't want to presume to tell you exactly what the sea should look like or does look like for you, because I think we all have different experiences with the sea, right? And we all have different emotions and we have different ways of doing things. And so that's why I prefer, when I teach classes like this, I prefer to just give you the techniques and show you how it's okay if what you paint doesn't look exactly like what I'm painting, because you have the tools you need to figure out what painting looks like for you. And that's what makes it so magical. So as I've been talking, you can see I've actually been adding even like slightly darker turquoise, doing the same exact strokes, but adding slightly darker turquoise on top. And that's because, again, I'm trying to build depth. And one way to build depth is to add contrast, which is, something we've kind of alluded to and been talking about. When you have contrasting colors and contrasting textures and contrasting values of light, meaning there are some spots that are light and some spots that are dark, then that's what adds depth and interest to a piece. So I'm slowly building the contrast by starting with this light layer and then adding darker and darker layers as I go. So honestly, you could keep doing this over and over and over again, adding contrast, adding darker layers, and but the one thing I will say is, as eventually you're going to get to, I'm adding some Payne's Gray to this turquoise, and at some point, when you add the darker layers, you want to be not so heavy-handed. So the darker you get, the less you need. And this is in part because of the rule of space, right? When we talk about the rule of space, it's allowing light textures, allowing space to help your painting breathe so that the points of emphasis can actually be emphasized, right? So that the points of emphasis can show in your painting, as opposed to just making it too busy or making it too complex to actually see. So I'm adding just a few spots of this dark Payne's Gray turquoise mixture in order to kind of put all of it together. 3, 2, 1. Finally, last but certainly not least, we're going to add that line of birds. And I want to mention one thing as I am painting it. We don't want the line of birds to be a completely straight line, right? We talked about earlier as we were breaking down this reference photo how we don't want all the birds to be evenly spaced out. We want them to be slightly uneven, right? Slightly imperfect. We have an odd number of birds according to the rule of odds, and we want them to be oddly spaced out, and we want them to be just a little, it's almost like there will be a line, and we want the birds to kind of hover above and beneath the line. Adding that kind of shakiness will contrast against all of the straight lines that we have already built, right? Adding a little bit of shakiness kind of mimics the look of the mountains, yes, but it also contrasts against the horizontal lines that show up pretty consistently in this piece. So, it's just another layer of contrast. Looking for, honestly, I don't think I can state this enough, one of the best ways to add depth and complexity to your pieces is to look for opportunities to add contrast. So one of the ways that I like to paint birds is I like to paint tiny little dots first. So I know with the rule of thirds, I want my birds to kind of be along this horizontal line right here. But I also know that I don't want them to be evenly spaced out, and I don't want them to be exactly in a line. So I'm just kind of doing my own thing, not really trying anything, not really having much of a pattern in mind. But I like to paint little dots first to kind of give myself an outline, I guess. And actually, I think that in the picture there are 7. I think I'm going to paint 9, and that's because just the way this ended, it kind of looks like they're exactly in the middle, and I kind of want them not to look exactly like that. So I'm going to paint one little bird, another one right here, and then another one, another one right here. So I don't know. I'm just kind of eyeballing it. That's pretty much what I do. So so the way that I paint birds, that's pretty simple, is if you kind of paint a V in any direction, could be pointing this way, could be pointing down, and then you give the bird a little beak for the head, and then a tiny little tail in the back, and that's a pretty easy bird. You also don't have to do the tail or the beak, you can just do the V. But especially since most of these birds are flying this way, I am, like, not all of them are going to be exactly the same shape, but they're also not going to be like wildly, vastly different. I'm mostly just adding tiny little lines. Painting birds is fun because you basically just add like tiny little strokes to mimic the shape, and because they're already so far away, it tightens it up so that it actually looks like a bird, even though all you're doing is painting little lines on top of this dot. So once again, I'm just like intentionally varying the size and shape. And we might even have this one be smaller to indicate that it's farther away, right? All right, so there are my birds. And that wraps up this scene. I think that it was really fun. Generally, it was a really fun scene to paint and piece together, and a really interesting look at composition techniques. You know, actually, they still look right in the center to me. I do this all the time. So I'm actually going to have two birds over here, so they're kind of like trailing off. There you go. So it's like they're entering the scene. I like that better. I think, like I have mentioned so many times, variation makes scenes like this look more realistic. And so, especially because all of like the ocean and the line of fog and the mountains all span the whole length of the paper, having just the birds, which are definitely highly accentuated here because they're the darkest and there's so much space around them, having them not span the whole length of the paper, I think adds an interesting element of variation. So that is the last final piece of contrast that I'm going to add. And just going back to how I was wrapping this up before, I think this piece is such a really fun study in these composition guidelines, right? The rule of space, where we're emphasizing, because of the space we're providing between the mountain and the sea, we're allowing both of them to be emphasized because of this fog, right? Because of the space around the birds, we're allowing the birds to really have their time to shine and tie the piece together. Because of the light layers that fill up most of this ocean scene, the small amounts of dark layers, the small amounts of dark parts of the waves really tie it together and are emphasized. The rule of thirds, where we're paying attention to these guidelines, to the grid lines that break up this scene into thirds, and that's where we're placing some of the most important subjects. The rule of odds, where we are intentionally adding variety, we're intentionally not making things match up perfectly. And I think that having composition guidelines like the rule of space, the rule of odds, the rule of thirds are so helpful, not only for trying to break down reference photos like we did in this tutorial, but also in, kind of composing your own scenes and figuring out how to piece together paintings from your own mind, or how to use reference photos just as a guide and then, make your own decisions. It gives you something to anchor your choices to, so that you're not walking completely in the dark, but instead you always have this idea in mind that, okay, I know basically, roughly, some elements that I need to keep in mind, and that gives me room to explore while still feeling safe, still feeling anchored to some guidelines that I know will result in really fun paintings. So Thank you so much for painting with me. I had a really great time, and I'm going to show my face just now to do the real sign off because I think that's a little more personal. Thank you so much for joining me for this session of Creative Retreat Live. I loved making this class for you, and I really hope that you enjoyed the journey because that's the whole point, right? Maybe you created something that you loved, maybe you created something that you didn't love, maybe you created something kind of in the middle, or maybe you're just watching and planning to create later. Regardless, the whole point of creativity is for you to create moments of wonder, tiny pieces that you can take with you everywhere you go that reminds you how magical your life is. And that's more than learning how to paint watercolor. That's the message that I want to bring to you in everything that I do. If you want to keep creating with me, I would love for you to join me. I have a free 10-day landscapes painting challenge called Painting the Wilderness that's always available right now. You can check it out at thiswritingdesk.com/challenge. Again, that's thiswritingdesk.com/challenge. And if you want to share the work that you've created during Creative Retreat Live, please do tag me. My handle is thiswritingdesk. And I would absolutely love to be your biggest cheerleader. So once again, thank you for joining me, and I will see you next time.
All right, you guys, that rounds off our 2022 Creative Retreat Live. I can't thank you all enough for being here. There are 32,000 of you who are watching right now, and that is beautiful. It's beautiful that we can be in a community that is okay with not gatekeeping and sharing these resources with one another so that we can do what we all love doing the most. Because when it comes right down to it, at the end of the day, why did we start creating in the first place? Because it fuels us and feeds us deep down and gives us something that we can feel a sense of pride in, that is, you know, mindful and meditative, but, you know, all those beautiful things. And I just have had the best time spending all this time with you. Thank you to Colby for the best. I knew her lesson would be the best one to have right now. So please continue to share. You guys have 24 hours longer. Actually, you have more than that because we're not announcing prizes, the final prizes, until Monday. So you have all day tomorrow. And thank you guys for being here. Thank you for being vulnerable. Thank you for being candid and sharing and passionate and all the things. And I give you all the hugs and kisses right on the mouth with consent. And I kiss all your fish. And don't forget that merch is now live. And 5% of the proceeds is going to IFA, which is, they are, let me tell you what they're doing real quick. They're helping in Ukraine right now as well, but it is also to help with displaced animals. You guys know I'm a big animal person. So, and we're also donating to them this year, which is really exciting. So thank you guys so much for being here. This has been incredible. I will also, yeah, there's official merch. It was launched today. You must have missed the big announcement, Teresa. Yeah, it's on, if you look at the Creative Retreat Live website, there's official merch right there. And from this year, with a little inside joke, because you know we're all about that. What was the other thing I was going to tell you? Replays from today. The lives will be added here shortly as soon as they render. Oh, you guys want the direct merchandise link? I don't know. Look at creativeretreatlive.com and click merch. All right. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I don't have dates for the next retreat. That does not mean it's not happening. It's going to happen. I just don't have dates. Last time I didn't have dates, it happened sooner than we had planned. So never know with me being so impulsive. There was something else I was going to say. Oh, right. Important. You only have right now before permanent vacation is going to shoot up another $100. So if you want to take advantage of it, all the workshops, lifetime access are under $2.50 at the total of $197. So now's the time to grab that. Don't miss out. Last year, there were so many people who were so mad that they didn't grab it. So that said, you guys are all incredible. I'll give you Mr. Sunnyface one more time, and then we will wrap. And that will be sad, but it will be beautiful because we will have... I don't like that. I don't like that quote. It's like no, I'm not going to even do it. I'm just so glad and so honored that we got to spend this time together. Okay, that's enough. Here we go.